you to Google it or anything.
I'm not really sure like what other kind of applications that would be non-food for MSG, but there might be some. But imagine
So
like
it's
if you
definitely, I mean, if you can't think of anything else, it's definitely got its purpose in the food industry, right? It's like, you know, fluoride is like trying to put a square peg in a round hole. It's in the wrong industry. Fluoride is supposed to be in the toxic waste barrel, but it's not. They've put it into the food barrel. They put it into the wrong basket. This fluoride. Uh, you know, some things don't jive, and it's like when we're talking about stuff that you put in your mouth, and you know, you got to be careful. You know, aluminium is good to make the pot, but you don't eat your pot, man. Don't eat the pot.
I'm not like too jazzed about, using aluminum with like aluminum cookware with like a flame right on it. Because you are gonna get like trace like aluminum shits off of it. And but most of the pans have like at least aluminum cores. They're not all steel, unless you're just
You,
dealing with
you,
the
you,
cast iron or
yeah,
something.
yeah, but like the amount of aluminum that you're gonna get from cooking from you know, an aluminum frying pan, one that's been treated in a specific way and tested, it's like the amount of aluminum you're gonna get from that. It's like you'll never be able to compare with the amount of aluminum that goes into your body from just walking outside and breathing.
It's
The,
different, and you're heating up a chunk of aluminum in the pan basically. That the pan is then wrapped with something else, or in some cases there's just like sheet pans and restaurant pans that are just straight aluminum. You know, um, but yeah, they're gonna like to some degree like be off gassing like aluminum, small degree. Uh,
do you think
most
the gas? Do you think the gas from aluminum that would be dangerous?
maybe to cook around for a long time. Yeah. I mean, if you just constantly have heated aluminum off gassing and you're breathing that shit, yeah, it's that's probably not the best deal. So, like, to be doing like 24/7, I wouldn't do it. Or
I think your body can adjust to certain things and tolerances, and I know that your body can build up with toxins and it stores itself and stuff. But you're also your body's also able to detox itself naturally as you go. It's kind of a work in progress, and it's always happening. But like there are some places around the world where people are living really healthy. But if you go outside with a special tool, you can measure the particles in the air, and you can see like what the fuck. You wouldn't think that humans could survive, but they get used to it.
man, it's rain buckets out. Crazy.
Yeah, we've got some bad weather coming our way too. You should put out some buckets, like you said. Yeah, put out some buckets and collect some of that water.
Right. Yeah. That's what I need, a water collection. I don't have enough clutter. But it's weird because we just had like a 4-day like tropical depression. Take its time, take its sweet ass time through the area, and then this is almost like more precipitation than that was. Like this following wave, this is just dumping more straight water. like for a longer time than I think any particular day that it was actually a hurricane. Isn't that crazy?
Are you concerned about the weather?
I just don't like driving and shit. I was messing around with my amp and loop pedal, and I think I'm just like two 9-volt batteries short of trying to do a wireless saxophone loop pedal to amplifier figuring out. So that's cool. Yep. What am I looking forward to? You ask. Uh, that's going to be just pitch shifting down the saxophone to sound like a baritone saxophone, and then weird. I've got enormous balls. If I had a baritone saxophone, I would get like truck balls and put them on it. Could for fucking sure do that.
It'd be cool to have a saxophone that's made of crystal.
On saxophone, yeah, I'll grow my hair like kung fu wizard length. You know what I mean?
And play a crystal saxophone, like made
Like
of
in a
real
white
crystal.
robe. I'll have like women like throwing like, flower petals in front of me, like while I walk through like a town or something.
Yeah, and throwing mouse traps in front of you. No, just
Yeah.
joking.
Like, yeah. Wow, that's
And
great.
you'd be like, ow, ow, ow,
I'll just
ow, ow.
no, but the cruel joke is it won't be good. Saxophone will just be like sax man, like techno loops.
How about
That's all.
we call it we should call it grab it.
That too. They'll call everything grab it. I had the Gravit Industries. I was trying to AI that stuff, but what it started doing was throwing people in front of farmhouses, which I was like, yes, you know what I mean? And I'm like, just put Gravit Industries on the farmhouse, and it didn't do that. But then the people started to get all mutated, like they were gravitized sort of in a way. So I think we need to like really take a hard look at this rabbit milk concept, okay? Just because it's doing it in the AI, it might mean that it's possible that it's going to start mutating the shit out of people that we give it to. You know what I mean? So that even if we corner the market and grab it milk, what are we doing really? So that's a fear I've got on it. It's a logical concern. You know what I mean? We're playing with fucking science. You don't think we're going to get burned? I mean, come on. This happens. You know?
AI is creepy, dude. I don't care.
Well, there's
People like it.
definitely a
People hate it.
relationship.
Go ahead.
There's a relationship between cats and goats. Do you know what it is? Something they have in common, and not the obvious. So, cats spray. Do you know what that means? How when they go wee wees, they their little thing like spins around like the male cats. The male cats, it's like a helicopter blade, spins around and spray. Well, that's what the goat does as well, and that's why goats are so stinky. Like, because they spray their own legs, because it spins around and just sprays like one of those fire hydrant like those ceiling sprayers if your building catches on fire. It's kind of like that.
Go we. Yeah.
I mean, am
Well,
I the only one
hopefully-
that happens to? Like,
Yeah,
does
you need to
anybody else
stop
have that
the-
problem sometimes in the morning when you're not trying to piss all over the place? Like you're trying to make it in the bowl, but sometimes you just, I don't know, man.
You need to stop taking ice baths.
the hose there or something like that. It's taking a left-hand turn. Like how did that went at a right angle? That's not me.
Well, sometimes it comes out in 3 streams, like really perfectly.
No. Yes. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
3 stream. Yeah, like in every fucking direction, but just one direction. Yeah, but every direction at the same
You
time.
sure?
3 streams. Yeah, 3 perfect streams.
Omni stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Triple stream.
Yeah.
It's deep. Deep in your hermetic pistables.
Hermetic.
It reminds
Sorry.
reminds me of the band called the Moody Blues.
Yeah.
And
Does it? In what way?
have you heard the Moody Blues before?
I'm familiar.
Wow.
I'm familiar with your catalog.
Okay, they did a live performance once way back in the day when they had bell bottoms, and it was on some TV show like they always used to do. And they freaked the fucking audience right out. Like I can't even imagine what the people who are watching TV were thinking.
They pissed all over the audience.
I'll find it and I'll post it. Like the screaming that he does in this particular song, and the sexual story that with the lyrics and just the story from beginning to end is it's such an adolescent experience. Like I'll post it and I'll find out what the name of the song is. It won't be long.
Why do this then? My Palm Pilot situation today.
Oh yeah, I never got to.
Go ahead. Yep.
I
No, you
interrupted
go.
you.
No, I was just.
Yeah.
No,
So
don't worry about it.
earlier, I brought up the word shaman. I didn't really get to expand on it. We were talking about so many topics. So the word shaman means a shining one. You believe that? And not only that, it means to wax fat or to wax gross. That's another. So it has a good connotation and a negative connotation.
How do you wax?
To
How do you
wax
wax?
fat though.
Yeah, how do you do that?
That's well, what's that actually mean? What does it mean to wax fat, right? Because that's a matter of interpretation. So what do you think? Just right now, just take a shot. What do you think that means to wax fat?
I think it means to make a candle, and that's why it's the shiny one and the light bringer.
That's cool. I like that. What about you, Snacks? No answer from Snacks. No class participation for Snacks.
He's listening to the track I just posted of Deep Purple Child in
Oh,
Time.
all right.
No,
My bad.
1970 probably. Yeah. If you haven't listened to that song and watched this particular version of it, the one that I posted, that version is just so. It's like it puts you in. You can go back. You can time travel. You know, in your imagination, just like what the fuck, because they were ahead of their time, like in every aspect. And I think they were definitely controlled by you know, some type of a Tavistock Institute. You know, they're from England, right? What do you think about the idea that, like, sort of like pre 1980, all of the cartoons that we were given were actually targeted at adults, and it was a form of entertainment that was useful for children, but the content was really directed at adults, and the children didn't see it in the same way. Obviously, they see it on a totally different wavelength. Because after 1980, I noticed the cartoons, they became more just basically privatized, and obviously industry projected with a financial benefit. But prior to that, I can see that the cartoons were all sponsored and government. There's a lot of propaganda back in the day. You know,
Yeah, you ever look into like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? You ever been
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers' neighbor? I hope you know who Mr. Rogers is?
Is that kind of like Mr. Magoo?
No, Mr. Rogers was actually you should look him up. He had like a kids show. and his whole theory was that like cartoons and everything was all about like war, like GI Joe and shit like that, right? Like trying to get kids, like all like explosions every 5 seconds and stuff like that. And his whole theory was that, to like provide like a calm kid show where like he would just sit there and like paint, or like he would sit there and he would interview a musician, or just casual
He was the best.
stuff. And his show was the most watched kids show, and he was up against all of the propaganda video, cartoons, the whole Saturday morning fucking thing, and he still won out because kids preferred a calmer kind of a TV show instead of all the war propaganda cartoon kind of shit of like, adventure, like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. And it was just like simple, a simple TV show versus like, all the backing of all the cartoon networks and all the rest, or, these like institutionalized kids shows. And, but yeah, if you don't know about him, yeah, you should check him out. He's actually he actually is interesting because he actually early on, like one of his show was like, a boy is a boy and will always be a boy, and a girl is a girl and will always be a girl. Like so simple, so fucking whatever. Like no, who would have thought that these things would become so controversial? Like it's crazy.
Yeah, they made a movie after him, or a documentary after he passed.
Yeah. There is some kind of like special. I haven't watched it myself, but I know that they did do something about it. Yeah, I think that's where I even got.
I know that he's one of the guys that somehow survived that type of industry without any like stains, blotches, blemishes. Like
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't heard anything about Mr. Rogers. Like nothing. Like Bill Cosby, his career is over. Like all these other guys that were like childhood like idols, right? Like father figures for those that didn't have dads. He's like the only one that like really seems legitimate. Like a genuine good man.
yeah. No, he was. Yeah, you know what's crazy? Do you know? Do you guys watch Bob Ross? Bob Ross, the painter.
Yeah, the guy who paints. Yeah.
So like, dude, do you know like he's all like, we're gonna paint a happy little tree and da 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 da, and like he's all like gentle and shit. Do you know he was a fucking Marine drill sergeant?
No.
Dude, so he used to be the dude that would like scream and fucking yell at everybody to like at boot camps and shit, and then he like vowed to never scream again. And he like fucking, that's when he did his like happy little trees and his nice little tones. But that dude used to be a fucking hardcore drill sergeant, dude.
I mean, I was in the military, bro. I was grilled. That basic was
I
crazy.
I never, I went to military school growing up, and but I never did it. I never went to the military. But yeah, man, I can only imagine, brother.
That's in the past, though.
Titanium white.
Well, thank you for your service, my brother.
You know how they tell you that somebody was saying that it was Dice Law or Nate Palm. Somebody was saying that like basically you renew yourself every 5 years, bro. I can honestly say that that's the case for me because like who I was 10 years ago and then 5 years ago is way different than who I am today, bro. Because I used to be patriotic, man. I did ROTC in high school for 4 years. I marched in military parades, national parades in DC. Been to Bragg's Air Force Base. I've been all over the place, bro.
That's
Like the
all right.
Pentagon.
That's
Like, dude,
big respect, dude.
I was so patriotic. I loved the country. I loved the military. I loved Band of Brothers, Saving Private Ryan, the movie with Tom Hanks. Now Tom Hanks is a diddler. You know what I'm saying? Now I realize that America is not who we thought it was. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, go ahead.
I ask you a question, Hunter, if you don't mind, since you were all into that. Is your family more military, or did you grow up with that kind of background or something? Or
Yes.
What got you into that?
Both grandparents, veterans.
Mm-hmm.
I got, like I mentioned yesterday, a couple of days ago, I got uncles that were ex-CIA, tank commanders in Afghanistan. Like, I'm not bullshitting. Like, I'm not talking out my ass. I'm telling you the truth. And
No, I believe you.
I turned all that away. I could care less about patriotism. I could care less about politics. Honestly, this country is destined to burn, bro. It's gonna get what it deserves, bro. The people are good. There's good people here. But the government, bro, I could care less. Go ahead.
Yeah, two things I wanted to. Just because you're military, I hope you just whatever. Yeah, I heard you say yesterday a scapegoat, and I just heard you say, sir, that could care less. Two grammatical points I just want to make because I like you and I fucking want you to be so correct when you slay these motherfuckers. One, it's called scapegoat, not a scapegoat. Just for you, just for the and I don't mean to fucking rip. I just say it because I love you, dude, and I want you to fucking always be so correct.
Oh yeah, help me out, bro. Because
Check it. So one. I heard it yesterday in passing. One, just so you know, it's called scapegoat. It's actually because it's something to do with like the fur. I forget what the fuck the reference is, but it's scapegoat. And the other one is you don't say I could care less. Like I could care less. The saying is I couldn't care less. I could not care less. Like meaning that
I could not. Yeah, you know what, bro? Okay. You're absolutely right, bro. And you know, I've been saying that since I was a teenager, bro. It's just the way I say it. But you're absolutely right, bro. And I'm bilingual, and people have been correcting me on my English since I was a child, bro. And I'm used to it. I used to have an accent.
And forgive me,
I used to take ESL, English as a second language, in 5th, 6th, 7th grade. But no, bro, I respect you, and I have no pride. You listen, correct me when I need to be corrected. Absolutely.
My whole thing is this, dude. And I've been a dick about this my whole fucking life. Is like if we're gonna make really profound, provocative points online or otherwise, like if you're in a comment section and you're going to make a profound point that everyone is going to disagree with, your grammar must be fucking correct, and every I must be dotted and every T must be crossed and every fucking thing must be correct so that it is beyond reproach. And so,
but hear me out real quick.
Yeah,
with the scapegoat thing, today is my Yom Kippur. It began yesterday evening, but on Yom Kippur they would literally sacrifice the scapegoat. That's where it comes from.
Yes, that's right, brother.
So yesterday I was saying, I thought yesterday was Yom Kippur. It's really today, but it begins yesterday at sundown, and they had a scapegoat that they would basically.
For you,
it's right. I don't want to get into it,
they would
but you get
the goat instead of the person or something like that. I think.
Hey, Lion.
They do with the reference of the Bible, though, or something like that, where they put the sins of the people into the goat, and now it's a scapegoat or something like that. Yeah. I see it as a scapegoat. You don't mean to. I do it as well sometimes.
Can you guys hear me?
What is it with the last 2 days talking about goats?
Hold on, real quick, just on the grammatical point that I was making, real quick. The other one that I have to recognize is when people say, I could have done this, I could have done that, you dumb motherfucker. It's could have done that. Could have, not could of. I want to smack people when I fucking see that shit.
Say that. I do.
I could have done something, not I could have done something. Just another grammatical point that pisses me off. Forgive me.
Hey.
Well, I just want to say something. Sorry, bro. I just want to say something to you, man. Like, I know I'm a few minutes late because it took me a while to join on. But just before you were saying how you used to be so patriotic and et cetera, about your country, you used to just believe everything, and now you know America's not what you thought it was. Well, I actually think that America is still what you think it is. It's just that your government is not who you thought they were. And the reasons that they sent you to do things weren't what they thought you were. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't know at that time. So it's not your fault, man. Just want you to know that anything that you did over that period of time was not your fault. You were fooled by your government, bro.
All right, listen.
It's got nothing to do with Americans.
Thought you were done. My bad.
Sorry, go on, man. I just want to let you guys know that people don't hate Americans. We just know what your government is. It's not you guys. You guys don't agree with anything going on.
Yo, I'm next.
You guys don't agree with anything going on, you know? So, yeah, no, go. I just want to say that, like, I've never personally thought bad about Americans. I just think your government sucks ass.
All
But
right.
plain reality,
Yo, can you guys hear me? I know heads know I'm trying to go next. We have no social awareness at all, guys. What the fuck? Hello?
Join the conversation like a rational person, Jeremy.
I'm trying to. I tried to get in. I thought this guy was done. He wasn't. I stopped.
Just
And then
sorry, man.
I'm trying to go now, and then you guys aren't letting me. Are you guys listening to the conversation?
I'm gonna
Hearing
mute
people
you,
trying to
Jeremy.
get in and not letting
If
them?
you don't make a poignant point in a minute, I'm gonna mute you.
Want to go?
Jeremy, you're roboting real bad.
Saying good things about your country, guys. It's not your fault what's going on and what's being done in your country.
Unbelievable.
That's right.
All right, guys.
That's
I'll catch you guys later.
Stop, Jeremy. Come on, brother. Come back.
No.
No, I'm fucking done, dude.
I know it's
Did I just
frustrating as hell, isn't it?
Did I say something wrong?
No, it's just you were talking and Jeremy was trying to speak. That's all.
Oh, sorry, man, but I was just trying to get that whole thing out. So I apologize, Jeremy. Like, geez, man. Sorry, bro.
Will you work with us? We're trying to mourn Jeremy's loss now. He's lost. He's not even here.
Yeah, I know, but sorry about that. Jeez, guys.
I'm gonna leave someone in solidarity. No, I don't know. I can't handle this.
Good morning, Jeremy. If you're still listening, honey, we got your back. It's all good, babe. Come back when you're ready.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. I wasn't trying to cut you off, dude. That's
Never
not what I was
should
trying to
happen.
do.
It's lag. We don't mean to talk over each other. A lot of y'all respect Jeremy. It's all good. Jeremy's just having the mornings, right? Good morning, honey. Big hugs. Big cup of coffee.
Yeah.
All good.
I apologize to Jeremy. Jeez, man, I'm sorry.
We can't leave him behind. Jeremy, come back. Come on. Go.
Yeah, jeez, man.
Do this.
Jeremy, come back.
When you're out here. That's all.
Come back, Jeremy.
Yeah.
The team needs you.
It's just that Jazza came in right exactly as I think we settled everything. And then Jazz was like, "Hey, now I'm going to talk at the end of all that."
That came in at the wrong time again.
No, I ain't going to talk about shit.
I don't
You
think
were trying to
anybody
say,
can
like-
do anything. Go ahead, honey.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point, though. The idea that, like, all that patriotic valor and all that stuff, it's like, like America. I mean, I'm of the most, or I don't know, I'm pro-Americana all motherfucking day in the philosophical sense. You know what I mean? We're being taken over by a bunch of communist dickbags for the last fucking however many years since they shot JFK. Like, the only thing that's going to save this nation is people remembering what makes it so fucking awesome and makes it the greatest place in the world, man. And so, yeah, that's what's up. Big, good point from plain reality, but yeah, I agree with that.
I'm a Kiwi and I'm a patriotic American.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I mean, shit, and you're a shit. I mean, I don't know how you'd be a patriotic American, but I'll give it to you if you want to, Jazza.
No, seriously, I would fucking love to move to Illinois or Michigan. I'd fucking love to.
Of all fucking places, really, Jazza? Illinois?
I just love the Great Lakes. I fucking love it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I don't know if I could be so in the. Man, I grew up by the ocean, and like I hate lakes. Like I mean, I like lakes and you know what I mean, whatever. But I prefer. There's nothing like the ocean, man.
Yeah, I love the Great Lakes because I hate the ocean, but the lakes that I have, I could literally swim to the other side in 10 minutes.
Right? Yeah, you're not doing that in fucking Illinois.
Yeah, fuck no.
Yeah, you know what's crazy though is how the lakes, or like how like the lakes don't experience tides.
Well, they do, just not as much.
Oh, they do.
Not as dense.
How much is the difference of the tide in the lakes?
Well, I don't know, but they're not as dense as salt water like the ocean is.
Right. I mean, I think it's generally recognized that they're not affected I mean, probably since Flat Earth came out. Probably since Flat Earth came out, they were like, no, they are affected. They are. But I think it was generally accepted that they weren't affected before Flat Earth. Because you've almost got like the scientific community before Flat Earth and then the scientific community after Flat Earth. And it's like everyone's trying to like poo-poo Flat Earth while they do their science ever since Flat Earth came out.
Yeah, but it's hard to... You have to admit it's hard to gauge, especially with sea level. Like there's waves.
Well, that's what pisses Jazz up, but that's what pisses me off. It is. Let's say it is really hard to gauge, and for years everyone admitted that seems to be no fucking identifiable movement in regards to the tides with lakes, except until after Flat Earth. Now all these dickheads no, it's a centimeter difference. You could tell because the waves no longer cover this rock.
No, I said, but it's not measured by, it's not measured by the height of the water because obviously you could never measure that.
Well, that's the fucking tide, though. That is no. That's the definition of the fucking
pressure.
Tide, Jazza. How can you say
it's sort of a different? I mean, Jazza is even. We've talked about it before, I believe, and you can look it up. It's still considered non-tidal when you talk about the Great Lakes. That's a massive fucking lake, by the way. So, what? How come it's not affected?
It's an inland sea.
You know.
No, he's saying it is affected.
I'm pretty sure you can look up that it is affected by it.
Right, now that after Flat Earth, every scientist has got to try to like, no, there is fucking tidal movement in the lakes now because it's Flat Earth.
Even before, and I remember the day I first heard about Flat Earth on April the 15th, 2015, and even years before that, because I was interested in Lake Michigan, Harrigan's, Superior, all the Great Lakes. I thought surely they've got tides, and I looked it up, and they do, but not very much, because they're not the Atlantic Ocean, but it is measurable. But it doesn't have to do with the height of the water; it has to do with the atmospheric pressure.
You mean like the weather?
Well, if you've got a high...
you like the fucking weather, Jazza? Because that's what barometers do.
Yeah, exactly. So then you understand that the atmosphere is not under gas pressure.
Yeah, but that doesn't affect the tide. The tide is... Like, hold on. Real quick. Let's
forget about the tide. You just said...
Hold on.
The atmosphere is not under gas pressure, which you can measure it as that, but it's not measured in that. You can if you want, but it's only right where you are.
All right, hold on, Jazza. We're gonna do the definition of tide, and the definition of fucking tide is the alternate rising and falling of the sea, usually twice in each lunar day at a particular place, due to the attraction of the moon and the sun. Now let's look up. Do Great Lakes experience?
Look it up. It's right there in the little chat for Jazza.
So like
non-tidal.
Okay, hold on. So here we go, Jazza. You're wrong again.
Yep.
Unlike the oceans, the Great Lakes don't have tides. Okay, well they have teeny tiny tides. See, this is all post-Flat Earth science. A few centimeters on a twice daily cycle. My fucking nuts, bro. Centimeters. Suck my freaking
fluctuations. Barely any.
Dude, and it's only post-Flat Earth bullshit, dude. This is like, there's no tidal movement.
Did you not just hear that I said before I heard about Flat Earth 8 years ago that I was intrigued? I've always been intrigued by the Great Lakes, and I thought surely they've got tides because they're so fucking huge. And I literally just said to you that they had tides that were little to nothing, but they've still got a fucking tide that is measurable.
Yeah, I don't know, man. With a fucking, like, a constant little lapping at the fucking shore, I doubt they're measuring a centimeter difference twice daily. Effectively.
Oh,
I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
Of course you do.
That's what's been going around for a long time. We've talked about this. They're considered non-title. I mean, I don't know what else you want to say by it. It's not the same.
It's funny that it's literally like, you know what's wild is that it's literally like, unlike the oceans, the Great Lakes don't have tides. And then, but well, they do actually. It's like men can get pregnant, dude. Straight lines are curved. Like, dude, you guys live a lie.
Hang on, Isa and Stacey, would you say that lakes are much shallower than the sea, than the ocean?
That's why they don't have tides, Jazza.
Listen, the point is, though, is it's non-tidal. Isn't that the entire point? Is the Great Lakes, even though it's a massive lake, right? It's non-tidal. I mean, we could just agree to that, right? And it even says that you can look it up, posted it for you too. If we can at least agree to that, they're considered non-tidal because there's hardly any fluctuation when you talk about a tide. It doesn't match, so therefore, it's considered non-tidal.
Stacey, you have the effect that I'm not going to argue against you, so you win.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Non-title. Hey, Grace.
It doesn't mean you're right. I'm just saying that I'm not going to argue against you.
Most people won't. It's okay, honey.
But you know what, Jazza? We'll take you as a proud American.
I respect that, Jazza. Not to engage in a debate with a woman. That's actually very honorable. If you're consistent with that philosophy, that's honorable of you, because there is an idea that we shouldn't even really, and no offense to women in the chat, but that men shouldn't really be engaging in like a dispute with a female about philosophy or things like that. Like, you really shouldn't be, and it's unseemly too, like to argue with women, especially in public or even in a private house. Like, you know what I mean?
I didn't even.
I take no offense to that. So good morning.
I didn't even think about it like that. It was just my philosophy that I respect Stacey, and I totally disagree with her, but I'm not going to argue with her about it.
Yeah, exactly. Just to be the bigger man and be like, you know what, you got this, but not because I agree with you, but I respect our relationship more, you know, and that's cool, man.
And Stacey, I totally love you with 12 years and total respect.
Same here, and it took us a while to get here, right, Jazz? For a lot of us to have that respect, so we don't want to ruin the relationships that we built, right? Whether we agree upon the same subject, we're talking about or not, there's still mutual respect, and I love that we have that. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, right back at you.
And good morning, Sydney, by the way. Yes, good morning, Sydney. I heard you too.
I got a 12-hour road trip all damn day, so I hope it's good listening, and there's a few chances where I can have something to say. And then I just want to talk to Pete whenever Pete's ass gets in here. Good morning, Pete. Whenever he's in here. But yeah, I've got my U-Haul with my life in it in front of me, my dad, and we have officially begun the 12-hour and 45-minute drive. So I'll be here all day, y'all. Good morning, and I hope you all are well.
Same to you. Be safe, and prayers up, because that's a long trip.
It is. Thank you very much.
Angels activate. Yeah.
For real, I travel a lot too. People be crazy out here on these roads. It's no joke in America. It's GTA, so yeah, you gotta be safe out here.
A lot. Tell a lot what state you're even when you cross over state lines, just by the drivers there. It's crazy. It's always funny to me. But I'll tell you what, drugs are bad, okay? So the fact I'm just really happy and proud that I'm not on any of that mess for this final trip out there. And God is really good. That's all I got to say for the day. It's the best thing I could say. God is always good, and He is very good.
Stacey, whereabouts are you driving from and to?
I am leaving Kansas, where my parents are, Overland Park area, Lenexa area, where there's a few airports and a railroad, but I'm now entering Missouri, so I'll pass my old house in about 10 minutes downtown, downtown Kansas City Mill, and then we'll drive through Iowa, Illinois, back home to North Carolina. So.
Holy shit, that's a big drive.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. You get to go through the wackadoos that drive in Knoxville area. I mean, it's not even Tennessee drivers. It's like specifically Knoxville, but we'll get through it. And my dad drives like a smart maniac like I do, so I got to catch up to him real quick. We'll be I learned from the best.
Drive through Missouri.
Yeah, it's a really weird bird, and Kansas City's a really weird hub for a lot of things. Mostly like in the conspiracy realm, because most of it's true. Sadly, a lot of big underground stuff.
Right, like I was stuck in Kansas City. I had some auto trouble doing some FE cross country stuff, and then that led me to talk to. I was there for like 6 hours. Yeah.
Your phone kind of cut out a bit, but there's a lot of influence in different countries in our politics. Oh God, it shows horribly. But yeah, we got Democrats pretending to be Republicans, Republicans pretending to be Democrats, and then all of them are just like either half of them are like either CISA, NSA, or FBI being watched if they're not part of it themselves. It's really, really comical, and I'm happy to be leaving it. Going to the mountains.
Yeah.
Gonna get myself a chicken.
Yo, Stacey, you ever own goats? Actually, any of you guys ever own goats?
My family has, so yeah.
What's a good goat for clearing some land that I could eat?
That he can eat.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wanted to eat.
Produces milk
and
and gets real fat.
I got a couple months that I want to fucking have them eat, and then I want to kill them and eat them.
You heard to grab it?
Why the fuck would you kill him? Yeah. Why would you kill a cute goat?
For goat meat. What do you think I'm killing it for? What else would I kill it for?
You just keep it for milk.
Nah,
you could be killing it for sacrificial reasons.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to clear some land for me, and then I want to eat them.
I had a pet wild rabbit for 5 years, and I love that little motherfucker. And I can never kill it and eat it.
I was gonna say, did you braise him? I love that little one. It tastes so good.
That little
what do you guys think about people keeping rats as pets? Right? And like putting chihuahuas in their little purses and putting little dresses on chihuahuas and stuff like Paris Hilton. What do you guys think about that?
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah,
unless you can put Paris Hilton in your purse and bring her home.
Yeah, my buddy used to have a little chihuahua, him and his girl, and they would travel. So they'd leave their little dog with me. Dude, I had that thing so fucking trained because they were like, "Oh, you can't train him. You can't do anything." Dude, I used to take him to the coffee shop and have him sit and stay by the sugar and shit while I waited in line. Like, he was so fucking awesome. It was the coolest fucking dog.
What did you?
I used to love that. What's up?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, what did you call him? Like, if you had a chihuahua in your coffee shop, did you call him like Brutus or something like that?
No, actually, I think her name, or she was a girl. Her name was Zuki.
Oh, yeah.
But what do you call it? It was so cute because like I used to get her to sit and stay, and I'd put her over by the like the cream and sugar where I was going to end up being after I got my coffee, and I'd make her sit and stay the whole time while I was in line, and everyone's like freaking out, like, "Oh my god, so cute!" So it was fucking awesome.
That, like, even I'm a female, I don't agree with the whole dressing up. It's cute, no, like somebody does with the Santa outfits and all that. It's wrong, no. They can't even walk around. Like, for heaven's sakes, they're animals. I wouldn't want to be that way. However, I do know too that Chihuahuas though have a hard time dealing with that being cold, like a lot. So it depends on where you live if you want to buy an outfit for it, especially for snow or going outside. And there might be reasons to dress up your Chihuahua. But no, there's not reasons like they're doing to Paris Hilton and shit. That's just for looks. That's for like an accessory or something you're carrying. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. See, like an accessory, I would, if I had a Chihuahua, I would have a gold chain with a sign across its chest that's obviously hanging on the ground because it's a Chihuahua saying, "Vicious dog, beware."
Right.
And they are vicious little dogs, the little fuckers, if you go and try and pat them.
They totally are. My aunt in Florida, where I'm from, literally had 5 of them my entire childhood. The meanest one was the smallest one. He needed a gold chain. His name was Brutus. Brutus.
I just said Brutus. That's what I would call my Chihuahua, Brutus.
Dragged me by the on the floor. It was terrible. He was a menace. Yeah. But they never got cold in Florida. So.
Yeah, the Chihuahuas have small man syndrome. Evolution, I don't know. Cool dogs, but yeah, they're feisty little fuckers.
That's going to be in my head forever. I'll think about it later, years from now, and be like, "Put your chain on, Brutus. You made my day. That was hilarious."
Yeah, that's literally what I just said. Literally 15 seconds before you said that, I think I said to Stacey about the dog's name's Brutus.
No, I didn't even hear that. So funny.
That's good.
Anyway, I gotta go, but good talking to you again, Stacey, and
it's not your fault.
And you, Snacks, too. Also.
Yeah, peace, Jazza.
And you, Isa, it's been a while.
Get that fucking American.
You're speaking to her as well. She's a sweetheart.
Get that American flag waving outside your house.
Oh, that fucking means so much to me.
After there's a couple questions you might have to answer, but then you'd be a bona fide fucking U.S. citizen in my book, brother.
I won't even open the box. I will wait until those questions are asked between you and Stacey, and once I answer them correctly, I won't get a box cutter because that'd be weird. I'll get a knife.
Yeah, don't come here with a box cutter, Chazza.
Yeah,
that won't work out.
I
don't want to
open that box with the flag, and I will open that box with the pride.
We'll be on it. We'll be crying with you. Dude. What we'll do is we'll live stream a pledge of allegiance to the flag.
I will. Oh shit! I'm so emotional right now.
Tear up right now. You're making me cry, Jazza.
Nah, shit. Love you guys.
Yeah, I love you too, brother. Peace, man.
All right, cheers, Isa. Cheers, Stacey. Catch ya.
I also have a beautiful full ass moon to my left, and it looks very close to us today. It is a wonderful little nightlight in my peripheral, and it's slightly yellow, but it has a very, very thick imprint of what you might call that moon imprint shapes on it, craters, whatever the hell. I know it's not craters, but it's very, very, very pretty and like solid, completely solid, like opaque solid, not a ball thing, but it's very cool if anybody knows what's going on there. But it looks extremely low and close to me. I wish I could take a picture, but then I would be unsafe.
You guys see Alex Jones get choked out by Craig Jones?
I stand AJ. Oh my gosh! Once I woke up to him, whoo-wee, it was on and popping, son. Now I realize the trend of all the people like Alex Jones when they always wear this stupid rocket ship on NASA t-shirt. And I really just want to cut it up and like rip it off on air, but I can't reach physically through the TV or the computer screen. And I'm like, damn you, why can't I do that? Just to like punch them in the throat and then rip off that stupid t-shirt. I'm sorry, I'm not a mean person, but I just can't stand him anymore. And it sucks because like his minions, like Harrison Hill and Owen Schroyer, I don't even know what the hell they had to do to submit to that guy, but that makes me even sadder, you know? Ugh. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But Alex Jones got choked unconscious by this guy, Craig Jones, I guess on his TV show. There's some viral clip going around, but he let him choke him unconscious, which is pretty fucking wild.
That's hilarious. I don't even know who Craig Jones is.
Yeah, he's like a famous grappler, jiu-jitsu guy. And yeah, he choked him unconscious, and it's just wild because when people get choked unconscious and they wake up, like Alex Jones is like, whoa, it's just weird. And he's like, what happened? What happened? And it's funny, Craig Jones is he's from Australia or whatever, and he's like just hilarious. Like he's always trolling people, and just like he's got like at his school, it's like not a jiu-jitsu place. He calls it Mexican ground karate. And like, you know, it's just fucking hilarious, man. Like he's such a good.
So he's a persona, a brand most likely in that field, adding humor to it, and sounds like intellectual humor. Fun.
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. Craig Jones. It's just so funny.
I'm surprised that he did that to Alex Jones because, you know, AJ has no neck anymore. So that's pretty funny.
Like his name's Craig Jones, so he calls Alex Jones his dad. And like, you know, it's just kind of funny. But it was wild because he choked him out and Alex Jones let him. And it's just a clip going around right now.
Yeah, that happened to me one time and I didn't expect it. I think I was only out for like 30 seconds, maybe. But I don't know if there's an average to how long that can put a person out for. But I will look that up when I'm at a gas stop, probably, just because I don't like AJ at all.
Yeah, you know, it's like I don't know, I know a lot of people that have, and you know, we all go through Alex Jones stages, I guess. I think anyone does. But yeah, it's like trying to tell my buddy that like Alex Jones isn't all he's cracked up to be, and you know, you try to tell him about Bill Cooper and all that stuff, and you know, people aren't ready for that. They're just figuring out who Alex Jones is, so they don't even have a clue, you know.
And it took me about a year and a half to see the full picture there. But I did learn a lot. You know, you glean what you can glean in regards to truthful things. But then once the second you get past that, for me at least, with AJ, I immediately went to, well, that explains everything spiritually on this flat, non-globe realm. That makes perfect sense. And now what? Because now we're on the spiritual level, and most people can't even fathom, let alone talk about it. So I'm just chilling here, just thanking Alex Jones for being the idiot that he is, I guess, because it led me to all the other doors that I needed to open about myself, my family history, the current status of the world around us in terms of like key players in government and all that garbage. And then also what not to even consider, because it's so stupid to even consider it because it doesn't exist. Other things are like that too. It's always fun. Gotta take the meat off the fish of truth and then spit out the bones of lies and deception.
Yeah, the thing is, some people don't even know what a fish is. So it's like, you know, just like about like, I think like, it's like any of it. It's like everyone kind of plays their position, like Alex Jones, for as much as, you know, you might, or like any of us might be jaded enough to talk shit about Alex Jones and talk about Bill Cooper and all the rest of it. In the same stroke, for some people, like, you know, I mean, Alex Jones is like, he's been spitting fucking like truth and like laying out the articles and the designs of these people, especially for normies, like, you know, or even for any of us really. Like, there's a lot of information that comes through Alex Jones, which you got to give him the propers that he deserves. But you know, it's always more like something going on.
Dedication. I give him props for the commitment it takes for almost 33 years of doing this. I have a feeling he'll dip out in some form or fake a death or something after like the 33 years doing it, what he's doing now, because I think that he's just, you know, very much follower of that pattern there. And his life, you know, before that character of AJ was, I don't know what, I don't care anymore. But yeah, I do give him mad props because he did open my eyes to a lot of things. You're right. And I don't have any bitterness towards him. I just feel bad for whatever, you know, he had to decide at one point or another, or continues to, because it's almost like he doesn't even call the shots in his own life. And I do pray for him on that level, and his kids, for sure. Just because it would suck to have somebody above me like that in any form, that I had to go to do anything or say something. I feel bad for anybody that is in that situation, being pulled or directed. It makes me sad in my heart, but yeah, I did learn a whole lot about him or through him, but I still don't trust. Well, everybody that has let me down that is affiliated with him, influencer wise, whether that's a fighter that's also being sexually abused on the low, or whether that's a comedian turned political, you know, leader of certain little groups all over the place. It makes it extremely, like, instantly, like, not able to trust in my mind because of that affiliation publicly with AJ. And I know that that's intentional, and I know that that's what they do. And I used to be angry about all that too, but I got over that, thankfully. It was going to eat me alive.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, there's no gurus in any of this. So
because at the end of the day, you just gotta pray for all of these people. That's the only way that truly anger is removed, for me at least. When you sincerely want their hearts to heal or their lives to be healed. So because I can always just see it, and whether you're in person or on a computer screen, I will see a suffering heart a mile away, and you know, pray for that soul, if not that person. It is effective, though, for most people. Yes, what he does.
yeah, I just think, I mean, like, you know, you look at documentaries like Endgame and those kind of stuff that he made, and you got to kind of give him the credit or where it is. But yeah, there's no gurus in this. You know, that's the thing is, man. It's like there's no guru.
Yeah, Alex Jones, bro, is obviously not the arbiter of truth, but yo, Alex Jones has been preaching for 20 years about Epstein Island and this and that, and nobody thought He was serious, bro. He's serious. And just because he has connections with the CIA, like my uncle was in the CIA, no, does that make me part of the deep state? So just because Alex has connections and because his family has CIA connections, does that make him part of the deep state? That's a stretch.
So I find myself guilty of that because of birthright and nothing else. I'm not talking shit on him for like being who he is. It's just I really don't think he had a choice for most of his time as Alex Jones. So, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth that, like I said, you just got to glean the truth, keep on that, and then just spit out the lies bones for what it is. But if you don't have discernment or critical thinking that they've tried to eradicate from all of us with wild success, then you won't, or introspection or quiet pauses or meditation, whatever it is, to get that clarity, to see it with different eyes, I guess. But yeah, no. I guess I'm just really weird. I'm just a weird enigma, and I'm sorry, guys. I'll stop hogging the mic in just a second. But like the thing of the matter is, I have never been one to be influenced by just one person or a couple people. Like I just don't do that. I never have. The worshiping of celebrities and whatever arena they're in, music, actors. I just have never done that, and it has no appeal to me. I don't know what it is, but it's not that I'm against everybody else for doing what they do. It's just like I just don't have like a bias when I listen to things anymore, which is, I guess, really, really a blessing. But it took a while to get here for sure. And I'm thankful to what I've learned about my family history recently. It actually was the most freeing, liberating feeling I think ever. It gave me probably more peace of mind than even marrying my husband. Like it solidified everything and put closure to a lot of things in my head. So then I started seeing all the psyops and everything in the digital space very differently just about a few months ago. So I'm just kind of still figuring it out. I'll stop hogging the mic now.
Hey, on a lighter note, the Ukraine appointed Marina Abramovich as their ambassador to help the kids get their school supplies.
I couldn't hear anything besides school supplies.
Yeah, Ukraine appointed Marina Abramovich as their ambassador.
Right, put that in the book of bullshit. Like that's happened, right? That'll go down in the book there, like as history, like who that person is, and then at the same time they're going through that bullshit war. They appointed her as like what the hell?
For spirit again,
for children too. So,
yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, well, that's messed up if that's true. I don't even know if Bill Gates is real. I thought about that for real, or his associates like her. But yeah, she's if she exists, she's a weird one and whatever. And that's why I'm homeschooling. Whatever.
That's what I always say. I always say if that person even exists, who knows if Trump or any of them are even just robots, or fucking CGI.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to do an artistic photo like that, but I mean, it happens so prevalently now. She probably maybe exists. I don't know, but if so, pray for the children of the future. But I'm still homeschooling. It's messed up if that is true.
You guys heard about the eclipse? In August 21st of 2017. It was like a full eclipse that crossed over the United States. Remember?
Yeah, man.
Okay, well, the next one is April 8th of next year, and in between those two dates, it's 6 years, 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days.
Yeah, it was interesting. 33 days after the eclipse.
Yeah.
The stars
before the eclipse. Before.
Well, I know it was I think it was 33 days or something after the eclipse. Yeah. There was an alignment.
It was before the eclipse. Yeah, with the lady in the sky, the lady of Babylon or whatever.
Yeah, but it happened after the eclipse, right?
Oh, I thought it was 33 days before the eclipse.
No, I think it was after. And I know it was you know what? You may be right. And I was going to reference also, it was because it was something I think it was after for some reason, but it was something like 33 days later. It was the first Q post, which is interesting. I thought it was fucking. Me and a buddy of mine were tripping on that.
Cool.
But yeah, interesting stuff. Iguan.
33 is really good in my mind. Yes, it has been corrupted into something bad by a lot of people, but 33 has been the best of my life, so I'm only halfway through it. But I think it's a great number because I just see God there, you know.
Well, it's like, the whole 30, there's like 33 vertebrae, stuff like that, right? There's like more to it than, and then there's like isn't like the 12 disciples is like in the brain, and then like the pineal gland, like, like there's a whole allegorical sacred fucking thing that goes on.
Like you might just like see 33s like in the minutes of a clock or something like that, but you see 33 every damn place because it's every damn place. It's transcendental that way, I think.
Yep, it's one of God's ways of the laws of nature at their finest. I agree, and that's the time that I always wake up at, for real, every day, every other day.
What time?
Well, 111 or 333 my entire life, but or my birthday 328. But yeah, I always take it as a sign to pause and say, "Thank you, God. What are you trying to get me to see right now?" Because otherwise, I don't want to squander that because it comes to me so often. You're right. But the perfection of our interior and our design of our bodies, which is the best and greatest machine we'll ever own, outright own ever. Yeah, there's lots of that in there too. I just think it's so funny. I was listening to an interview with a like mega uber published gastroenterologist on some show like I don't know, a year ago, going up to Michigan, and it was really, really interesting the way he said we are as human bodies, like we are a tube, a magically folding and lengthening that geometric shape of like the gastrointestinal tube that we start out as, like the second after conception. It's like the first thing that starts forming in a helix stacked pattern in hexagons and stuff. It's the coolest thing. I'm just really bad with shape names. But that's pretty cool. A tube with organs and limbs. But I thought it was funny. But that's also in like the sort of the multiples of 3, the how it multiplies and how it stacks. Pretty beautiful, actually.
That's a good numerology number, right? Like if your name comes after that, that's good.
Yes, it does.
33. Another connection with 33 is Mount Hermon. It's located at 33 degrees latitude. 33 degrees latitude.
That's 15 miles north of the Pee-wee.
Hey, what was the name of that band? Anybody that did that song? To walk 1,000 miles. That one. Do you know who did that one? I will walk 1,000 miles or whatever it is. In the 80s.
Oh, yeah, we could find that out.
That one.
Is that what you're feeling right now with your travels?
Because I would totally walk my ball if I had to. Yes. I used to be good at pop culture like this.
If you walk 10,000 miles this way and then make a right angle and walk 10,000 miles and then make another right angle, you'll wind up back at the same place, was their saying. I remember when we first came. And I used to always think, like the idea of like, because they used to try to tell us, and I used, that song for one, I would walk 10,000 miles or whatever it is, 500 miles. Like,
the Proclaimers.
I just think of that. I always think we should tell Globers to go start walking.
There's two.
Good
There's
job.
2 songs. There's that one, the 500 miles, and then there's the other one. I would walk 1,000 miles. That girl sings it.
Yeah, that sucked the romance and magic right out of it for me. So now I got to find a new song. Thanks. I'll find another one.
Go with some
I'm 11.
Chumbawamba, maybe. That's maybe a good secondary. If 500 miles was your first, downshift to Chumbawamba. Right in the 90s.
I wish I had a stick shift for this drive. That would be nice.
Shift your paradigm.
Haha.
Oh.
I feel like my head makes Family Guy references that haven't been created by Family Guy all the time. Whatever you call that little segment where they make a joke that's like a pun and a dry pun, and then they just come right back to the show. Whatever that's called.
Yeah.
And I feel like I wish that I had a appropriate time for all of these to have like a pen and paper like all the time, because I'm like, I can't say this, but I'm never going to remember how funny this came to be.
Yeah.
How funny it was.
It's a little, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I hear you. But
good thing about being an intuitive, that we all naturally are, but I've kind of I tampered it for a while to get out of Kansas City, but now it's going to be full. And I'm going to be like, it's not fictional because it's true. Never had, anyway. I amuse myself. I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah, going back to Alex Jones, I think Alex Jones is like legitimately trying to expose the darkness in the world. I don't think he's working for any intelligence organization. I think that he just legitimately misguided, like a lot of us. We have our own philosophies. Some of it isn't correct. And I think he's just like any of us here. We're all trying to find the truth. He just happens to be a voice.
well, hey, but just logically, doesn't it figure that if Alex Jones is not like just discovering all this stuff like on his own detective work, somehow that somebody is like suggesting stuff or that people could steer him information?
I think that people will, that like Alex Jones has been caught in truther traps, right? Just like we have, and they've used that against him with Sandy Hook, for example. He got caught in a truther trap.
I'm just gonna let this guy
He's
continue.
just a regular man like me or you, and we could be wrong about certain theories. You know what I'm saying?
Regular bone broth billionaire. Fine, whatever.
It's sketchy, huh? But man, he had those couple podcasts he did with Rogan. Those are classics, dude. Those went down in history as like one of the most viewed podcasts ever.
There's one where he starts talking about Twin Peaks, and I'm like, this is very, very different, to say the least.
Alex Jones went deep. He hit a blunt or whatever from Eddie Bravo. I don't know who passed him the L or what happened, dude, but they gave Alex some weed on the podcast, dude, and he went off, dude. He started really saying what he felt. Like he was expressing his real feelings. Like, tell me how you really feel. And Alex really gave it all out. He started talking about what do you call them? Interdimensional entities and this and that. Dude, he went down the rabbit hole. Because he was saying that the governments, which I also have, the research that I've done, I've come to the same conclusion that the governments of the world at the upper echelon are being advised. Their advisors are not of this world.
Who was on? Was it Weiss that was on with Jones, or who was on? Somebody was. I think it was David Weiss, right? Yeah, and that's when they dropped all this weird stuff, and I don't know if anybody would have a recording of that live stream. It'd be really, really interesting if you check out like what was going on with that and the in-betweens, because Alex Jones was pushing like a whole it was all very anti-Chinese, you know, and this was before any of that shit happened. So I just think it's really a funny junction point, if you will. I mean, the guy's literally like using like yellow journalism, like playbook stuff. Nobody ever mentions it, but that's cool. Yay, Alex Jones.
What a shill.
Think? Nah. Honest, hardworking man. He puts his shoes on one shoe at a time. One shoe at a time. Hey, Jason guy, are you there? The negative Ghost Rider. Okay. Yeah, the reason I was trying to talk to that guy Jason is because I think he was playing a video in one of the Tartaria rooms about some pyramid stuff from South America. Yeah, like did you ever used to like play videos in a secondary room in the Tartaria server possibly?
No, I don't think so. May have shared some photos, but I never played any videos.
No, okay. Damn. I just recall like somebody with
Yes, I know who you're talking about. His name is Jason. He's actually used to be on 24/7. He might still be over there, and he's I think an Australian guy. Has a lower voice as well. He's a good one as well. But his name is Jason. He plays videos like that on servers and what you're talking about.
Okay, yep. All right. That guy has kicked me out of there 3 or 4 times. But there was that was the first person kicked out of there.
Hey, we get kicked out of everywhere sometimes, guys. Some people have those nights where you're like, oop.
Anyway, I stepped on a landmine. But
exactly.
It was this really interesting video, though, and it went into detail about this concept that these cultures that built pyramids also were into birds in a big way, seabirds particularly, and they would make like roosts and shit for them to like shit places, because with that shit, then they could like make all kinds of stuff. They could make like concrete or gunpowder or different things from guano, and use it as fertilizer, Haha, right? Pretty interesting. And then another thing that he was talking about was using some kind of vinegar to pre-treat these rocks, and then they would run it through this secondary process to extract gold from that. And there was like this whole thing, but I think that they used some kind of like cyanides from like a fruit seed pod or something like that, and concentrated that, and then that actually was their gold extractor. So vinegar and then some seed pod shit, and they got metal. So it just like, it's interesting.
Yeah, it makes you question things a little bit further in your head. You're like, damn.
Yeah, like the seabird cult and stuff like that. You get that kind of concept or whatever. And then if you think about like on the Nazca Plain, there's like all these like little holes that they're like, why are all these holes here? And they're like, there must have been a landing strip for aliens. And like, but it could have just been like little holes that they dug for birds to like nest there, because it's like a whole complex of shit that might use the same technology or whatever. So I don't know if they exactly went into that, but I don't know. Gets my wheels turning. Like,
if some world existed before like what we can even like touch as far as like any kind of history, like we can't even access it, right? You know, there's no library with this stuff. We couldn't trust the sources this information came from anyway. You know what I mean? So.
I've used seabird guano before for growing. Interesting
have
stuff.
you? I've heard it's some of
Peruvian
the best
seabird guano.
stuff. Did you have good luck with it?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I experimented with Jamaican bat guano and Peruvian seabird guano. They have different properties, so they're used at different stages in growth. But yeah.
They're so cool, by the way. I love them. I think they're the coolest little shit. Like they used to fly around at 3:00 in the morning, out back in my backyard. And at first, I used to be a little scared of them. I'm like, damn, you're flying in close, man. You're in my face. But they're so sweet, and they're actually adorable little things. I want one. When they're babies, especially. Speaking of babies, I'm not going to call anybody's name out, but that picture is so adorable. I don't know if that's your child or your one of your grandkids or something. That is such a cute baby. Oh,
It is my child. He's the most fucking adorable baby ever.
He's so cute. I know his eyes are just to die for.
A
Yeah.
little weird match with your voice, but yeah, they're definitely super cute babies. I can't even see that well, so like most of the time I think like since you've changed your avatar I haven't noticed it and probably didn't compute that it was a baby's face anyway. Actually. Yeah. So nobody mentioned the Northern Lights, but I saw a few different articles on it, but nobody here really mentioned it. I mean, and if the Northern Lights can happen, is there a way we can recreate that? Can we just make that happen? I want like a Northern Lights machine somewhere. That'd be dope.
Your wall and everything just does that at night and stuff. And yeah, I'd buy one of those or something in a little tank or whatever just to see it somehow captured. Now you got me wanting one.
Have an awesome party. You know what I mean? God, how'd you find this?
The Northern Lights are spectacular, beautiful. Seen them a couple of times, especially in Maine. You have to have the right time, and night and all that stuff. But it's a view that you can't explain. It's just amazing, though. I don't try to explain it. It's a gorgeous view. That definitely is a concept. I don't even know where time goes. I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning. It is 8 o'clock, y'all. 5 hours have just flown by, disappeared. Man, goes quick when you're not wanting it to. Time to be productive. Time to go talk to people. After so long, it's like, give me some coffee and let's go walking. And see who you run into up a day.
You gonna go try the real world out there?
Try it, right?
All
I'm
right.
definitely trying.
Dude.
No, I do every day. I get up, I'll have my coffees, and then I'll go outside for a second, and then I'll go usually for a good walk. And I mean, around my area and everything. And like I said, I know a ton of people and everybody around me, so it's a conversation that always happens. Oh. Usually good though. It takes a second. You run into some people that are like, "What? I want to have a conversation with this guy. He's really pulled back." We call him a blanket man. Everybody around here does, and that's not being mean. But he's homeless. He lives in the street. He has his blanket, and we help him out here and there when we can. But it's sad. But I haven't really gotten him to open up yet. Very inside, so you could tell he's been through some shit. But I'd like to hear his story, because those are the stories that make you go, damn, you'd be surprised. Some of your homeless that have things in their minds that you've never heard of, or they might be a fellow flat earther, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm making a little care package. Gonna stop at the store too. I'm gonna bring him some stuff and see if I can start a conversation today. We all need to kind of do that if we can. Oh, be right back, guys. Phone call.
Talking about homeless people, I seen a documentary a while back, and it was like about the homelessness in New York City, and like there's a whole underground community of homeless people that have like their own underground world that's completely insane. I had no idea about it until I watched this documentary, and it's like a French documentary. I don't know if I can even find it again. And I could not believe the extent of this underground world. Like they've tapped into the electricity of the city. They have running water. They have shelters. There's a whole community. It's so insane, like completely out of this world. Like I had no idea. Apparently, California has the same thing. I'm talking about hundreds of feet deep.
Yeah, you guys see the OSHA guy getting grilled, I think, by someone, I don't know who it was, Congress, maybe, or Senate. And it was grilling him about the whole making everybody take the juice thing. I don't know if you guys seen any of that shit. But, like, what do they say? The wheels of justice grind slowly but finely. It's going to be interesting.
Good morning.
How are you this fine Friday?
Doing well, thanks. How about yourself?
Wonderful. Day of driving. Got a long way to go. I always enjoy this channel on this drive.
I wish you a safe trip.
Very much. I have the best guy in the world besides my husband driving the U-Haul in front of me. So my cat is with him, and so they're all good. It's all good. Thank you.
Oh, you're doing a move. Good stuff.
Yes, I think I sure hope it's the last time I'm doing the 13 hours for at least a few years. Yeah.
So I hope you're moving to a warmer place.
I'm moving to a calmer place, definitely, and back to the state I grew up in, which always nothing felt like home since then. So it'll be lovely. Thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, it's always good to be close to where you grew up.
Yeah. This time it's more beautiful than I ever remembered. I'm very excited about the adventures to come.
Well, right about now is when we start getting jealous of you Southerners.
Well, we do know how to make a mean hush puppy. We can make some mean hush puppies, and the weather, I guess, is a bonus. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, technically, where I'm moving is considered by the National Weather Association as a temperate rainforest.
Temperate rainforest. So you're about mid-state, mid-south.
Yes.
Sounds about right. Yeah, that's actually the best place to be. I guess you're far away from hurricanes and just south enough to be warm. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And no droughts where I'm going. So
Nice.
how has your weather been? You were saying some crazy stuff a couple weeks ago about what was going on.
Yeah, it's weird. A couple of weeks ago, we had it must have been like 100, over 100 degrees.
We had rain last week that killed plants. Did anybody else get this acid rain last week besides me?
No acid rain, but we had a lot of heat. And then it's a bit cold right now. And we're expecting 80s and near 90s for the next few days. But it's like winter hasn't come yet. It's like winter has shifted 1 month. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of thought the same thing. Yeah. But is it humid where you're at or no?
Yeah, it's crazy humid for the month of August. Yeah, crazy uncomfortable. Like you need air conditioning for a couple of months and then it just goes away.
Well, that's good that it goes away. I think it's one of the grossest feelings ever. If you just that sticky skin, even if you're clean, you feel dirty. I hate that.
Yeah, that's the worst for me. I can't stand that.
There aren't enough wet wipes in the world, and that's why I dislike camping. I love camping, but not camping,
Yeah.
I do like fishing. I'm excited to go fishing again here soon. But it's been about 20 years.
Ooh, that's a long time.
Yes. But if you're not doing live bait, you're not fishing. That's my opinion, and it'll stay that way.
Yeah. Well, the people the southern states are freaking lucky as hell. Like Rakia, the fucking fish he catches, man, the red snappers and all that. It's like dozens of them. Yeah.
Nice.
Good
From
eat.
is that saltwater or freshwater?
It's a good question. It's a good question. I think it's a lake.
Yeah, I was gonna say because we have lakes as big as bigger than the eye can see, so that makes sense. Yeah.
I gotta ask him next time I see him. I think it's fresh.
Yeah, please
Fresh
do.
water. Yeah.
The turtle species are kick ass. I'm remembering them now that we're on this lake subject, and I'm sorry, I kid you not. In Kansas and Missouri, there's not a single frog or a single turtle that I encountered for the years I was there. Not one. And so, I mean, that shows a healthy ecosystem, in my opinion, but whatever. I just love turtles and frogs, I guess.
I hear that.
I'll mute myself again. I'm just glad there's people in here now because it's a long 10 hours or more left. So I was hoping there was be like an event or something in here, but I'll be listening.
Yeah, same here. I got some stuff for the next couple of minutes, but I'll be listening.
Right.
How you doing, SE?
Yo, what's up?
Not much, just at work.
I'm kind of like in the middle of stuff too. Where have I seen you, Grizz? Was it 24/7 or?
No, here.
See you here, huh? Okay.
Yeah, we've talked.
Yeah.
I've been on 24/7, but not as much as here.
Your name sounds familiar. I'm trying to, maybe I got you mixed up with somebody else.
Maybe. Usually when the Bible comes up, I start talking.
Bible's great to talk about.
Yeah, that depends. Yeah.
I just thought I'd be truthful and kind of clever, but yeah. Mostly, yeah.
See, it depends who you're talking with, right?
Absolutely.
Because that tends to be a very touchy subject.
Well, it really shouldn't be, but yeah, that is very true. Yeah, that's why I don't, if it's anything like negative and harsh and barking at each other, that's just like the opposite of what I think of when I think about the Bible. So I usually just stay out of it at that point. But yeah, you're right. That's just, you know, you can't do a lot for a lot of people. And I've made peace with that for sure. Otherwise, I would just be angry all the time. And it's not a cute look on anybody, you know?
It's a touchy subject because it's faith. And how could you really debate faith? You really can't.
Absolutely. And that's why that's like, what's the point in trying? This is the opposite of what our creator wants for us. So let's just drop it and move on to another subject because it makes us all look kind of like ungrateful creations of our creator, in my opinion. And I don't like to, you know, ever represent him in that way. Yeah, I guess.
Well, it depends on how you do it and who you talk to.
That is very true. Absolutely. Yeah, and if one person is not on the same wavelength as the others, then or as the other two, or the entire meaning is kind of lost instantly. I've noticed that a few times in here, but yeah, I agree.
Well, it's not the wavelength. I would say if you're not walking in the spirit, then you can't be doing good things.
I agree. It's all in the heart for me. Same as same different words, but same meaning as you. Absolutely. Yep. You'll just say words and not speak, and yeah, that's not good. I think that's from Isaiah. I can't remember though. Real men speak, they don't say words. I try to remember that.
There's a time to speak and there's a time to be quiet.
Yeah. Absolutely. But if you want to talk about the acid rain that's killing plants and left like gray, black spots of death, killing leaves in where I just left from, that was really like that actually happened in Kansas City. So if anybody else experienced that, let me know, man.
I haven't heard of acid rain since the early 2000s, late 90s.
I don't know what else to call it. Yeah, same here. I just don't know what else to call it. Crazy.
Yeah, it's true. I haven't heard acid rain for a while.
When they used to talk about the ozone.
Right. Right. Yeah. I wish they talked about that more nowadays. Yeah, it was nuts. But they're grasping at straws in desperation, trying anything and everything at the same time, trying to overwhelm us. So what's one more thing? I just really always hate when plants and animals get unnecessarily harmed and killed when that's like sustains our life here. I'm not a freaking tree hugger, but you know, I don't want to see a lilac, a beautiful lilac, or a beautiful medicine plant of what was it? Oh shoot, burdock root just died like the next day. I was so sad. I was like, what the hell? Why is it all the natural medicine plants too? You know, of course, but.
Absolutely. Why harm nature when you don't have to?
The devil do what the devil do in all of its doing forms, I guess. But it's very sad. But they're losing. They've already lost. It's all good. But sad day.
Any new frontiers in the flat Earth conversations?
That's a good question. What are people talking about today? What's the latest fantasy?
That's a loaded question, SE. That's a really funny question.
But I got a good answer if nobody does. You guys heard of dark photons?
I think there can be dark versions of lots of things that don't exist. Get it? Get it?
What are you guys talking about? Nothing really. You guys just telling bad jokes.
All I know are bad puns and bad jokes, but whatever. I amuse myself.
That's what's up.
I'm not good at topical humor. I never have. I'm not really. I just don't care for topical things much. Anyway, funniest only to me.
I hear you. Did you work in the CIA, Sydney? Someone told me like.
No, I have a long family history of lots of things involving that and covert military things and records I can't find in my lineage. So that's on my. But I'm unable to, and they've told me that many times because I know too much, and it's very unfortunate. But I think that would be limiting myself anyway. So either way, I didn't reap anything from that connection other than maybe some constant protection for the whole family, but not just me. Yes. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to figure out the answers to the pre-1900 family that I have. So whoever that is, I will find it out.
But what do you mean you know too much? Like do you know who killed JFK too much? Or
that's super topical. So, I mean, in the big picture things, those aren't the enemies in the CIA. The big picture, the other ones are, honestly. The people on God's team are definitely mostly in that arena that people like to point the finger at. And I used to point the finger at them too and get so mad at my family members and talk shit to them. And after I found out a little bit a couple months ago, it's like, I just apologized profusely. I'm like, I'm really sorry. That's definitely not the real battle going on. Things like JFK and other distractions that they do. But yeah, I was definitely guilty of blaming them for like everything too. But really, that's not it.
So
JFK, I have no effing idea how that happened, if that happened. I really don't. The timeline has been altered and so much, and our history has been altered so much. I wasn't there. I really couldn't say. But it did get my interest for a little while in many documentaries I watched. But again, nothing is put out there unless, especially in the digital space, unless it's there for us to see and get our mind wandering elsewhere. So I understand that full well. Even black and white papers, in all their forms online, especially. But those are just, I mean, it's really sad. But if you don't know
what are we being distracted from?
The actual spiritual battle at hand and upcoming events that are, I mean, it's unavoidable. It's going to be for our benefit. It's going to be beautiful. God already has won.
What's coming?
Not sure yet, but whatever it is, I will be presented at the time with something, and I'm confident I'll make the right choice, and I'm not going to be alone for it this time, and it's going to be a good thing. But spiritually, we all have to make a decision, and those that haven't and just run out of time, I don't know what to say,
But I mean, if you don't know what's coming, how do you know that time is running out and there's this big decision we all have to make? Like what?
It's a sense of urgency. It's just in my devotion time with God. That's all I can say. I mean, it took a lot of time, and then I got this about 2 months ago after I met and married my husband. And it's nothing in my life has ever been coincidence, but it's a very crucial time. I'm not exactly sure the exact timeline of what to expect or when, but I feel like the overlay, sort of, if you will, from the darker side against God's design and whatever his intended purposes are, has already started, rolling out their little overlays of confusion, as I call them, because it seems similar to like a digital design software. Honestly, a lot of us haven't noticed because we're not spiritually connected with our creator or ourselves. So a lot of us will notice it, though.
I would say we know we're nearing the very end because of prophecies being fulfilled.
Yes.
But I mean, haven't people said that throughout history that the end times are near, and then it turns out they're not as close as they think they are? I mean, you guys aren't the first people that have said.
Yeah, well, it's funny that you say that. It's funny. It's funny that you say that. I've really been studying prophecy for a while now, and it's not necessarily true that they've been saying that forever, but rather they've been saying it since Israel regained their nation.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the Bible, they prophesize end times, so I would say that's sort of forever.
Yeah, they've prophesied it, and it's coming true almost every day now. Like
yes,
but in the Bible, they prophesied the end times would happen during their lifetimes.
No, they didn't. They did not. They did. No prophecy ever said that it happened in their lifetime.
What?
Like there's some prophecy that did happen, like Jesus coming to Earth, but the very end was not prophesied during their time. That's just
I don't mean the end of the world, but they would prophesize that the world as we know it is ending and God is coming now to recreate the world, yada yada yada.
Well, in a sense, that's exactly what it feels like for me. But I don't seek fame. I don't know what anybody else. I have not studied prophecy, so kudos to you. I don't even have the time for it, let alone I've never had interest in studying that. But no, I find the most peace in the Bible, in Revelation, the entirety of it, and that's been a very recent thing. Even though I grew up in the church and I don't even think I read it one time then, but now I just feel like it's a home place for me, at least. I don't know how else to explain it, but I'm just one person. But this has become clear since Discord miraculously, literally as a miracle and a weird test by God, entered my life, met the happiest person to complete me as my unit under God, and then now all this stuff is steamrolling, and it's only going to be a good thing. So we just got to look at it that way. That's the way I see it.
So here's the thing: if you think of it about this way, the people who came before us, our generation or 2 generations ago, talking about the end times and everything. Well, almost all of them are dead now. So either get right with Jesus or die, and forever die, because you're not promised tomorrow. None of us are promised tomorrow, or Jesus can come back, and then it's too late no matter what. So either you die or Jesus comes back, and it's too late for you to make a decision.
That's exactly. Repentance would be the main thing I would recommend for everybody, and you can't do that without forgiveness of self and internalization and processing all that, making peace with it, because it took me a decade to do that, and I'm still doing it, of course, like we all. But yeah, I would just say repent. It would be like the best word of advice for everybody. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but it is just what it is. So I agree with Chris. Yeah. Either way, it's going to give us all a fair shot, I think, as his creations and children. I think that the way more in the way that he actually intended. That's about the only thing that I've been given as far as answers by in my devotion time. So that's about as specific as I can get for now. But the point of our entire existence, at least for me, is to get to this point of 33, actually start my life now and do something with my voice that I have a way to do with. I think I'm entrusted now to do that. So if I have any bit of voice at all for this one moment, I will do that. So thanks for listening.
Hey, Sydney, I have a question for you. I'm curious what your conception of reality is. I've heard you talk about like it being pixelated and overlay. You seem to talk about NPCs, and so
I don't ever
all
use
the
that term, but yeah.
So all that stuff sort of vibes with me, but I'm not really understanding exactly what your position is. Do you believe we live in a simulation in some sort of metaphysical realm? Like, what is the actual mechanism of it?
Yeah, so I know that. Okay, so I think that's a great question. Let me just be tactful with my answer. So we are divine creations, and whether or not people make a decision to accept that and use that, because good can only come from that once you accept it and connect with your creator, which is so fast and easy to do if you want to do it pure of heart, like genuinely want to do it and get that power back. We have been given a lot of no options by certain folks and powers that be that let the other thing, the creeping thing, if you will, kind of take over for a long time. I know that there was some sort of, fuckery up the timelines and all that other stuff in the past, and we'll know the answers to that soon enough too. And a lot of us have the same story of mystery family lineages that we just can't get answers for ever from anybody, any DNA source, if you're anything like myself. And that's beyond frustrating, but that's the thing. They want to frustrate us to the point where we won't focus on connecting with our creator, which is super easy, and it is one-on-one relationship, directly connected. Yes, if you have another person that completes you and that as a partner, like I'm so fortunate now to finally have, that's wonderful. But it doesn't require anybody else besides you and your connection and talking to God and receiving things that he actually does put forth if you ask for it from a good heart. So the poorly pixelated overlay is what I see when I see blips in the matrix, which I do see in our reality all the time. Like you can tell very quickly, what is simulation or what is fakery, what is not, whether that's looking at the sky, whether that's looking at a plant, or whether that is anything in the digital space in terms of video and imagery. Sorry, that was my GPS.
So you're talking about like media you consume, not like
I'm not.
You're on a walk and you see a house and it's pixelated.
I'm not finished yet, but
okay,
correct. That is correct. So. And that's fine. That means you have discernment to see. So once you're at that point, you got to have the God connection first. I mean, it's a completely one-on-one. I can't teach anybody how to do that. Nobody can if they wanted to. They would teach it wrong if they tried, in my opinion. So I don't, and my dad's a chemist and a minister. I've just kind of always seen things from both sides of things, duality all the time, I guess, if you will. So I do believe it's a metaphysical realm. I do believe that there's magic all around us and we're capable of doing it from our creator, working with him and not stealing anything of this earth to do anything like that. It's not like sorcery, and that's just garbage. We are all naturally healers and we're all naturally intuitive. The realm that we live in is really secondary for the intended purpose of our spiritual journey, which is really everything. We have free will, even if we think we've sold our soul, to get it back. And I can tell you firsthand that I've done that. Like 2010, you're learning a very hard humility lesson based on my stubbornness and serving only myself and making me horrible things that I had to endure, honestly, to get to the other side. In miraculous ways, I was saved. I can't say it any other way. Things that would blow your mind on how that actually happened. But that was the first awakening. If we ask for it of God, our creator, come from a pure heart, that is everything. Just pray for answers. That's the easiest thing to pray for. You'll see it. You'll get them. And the realm that we live in is really secondary to everything that will make sense once we get right with God and ourselves. That's all. And it takes a lot of work, and it's all done alone. And it's a good thing I was never really had a lot of friends around me. It's not like for my lack of trying. It's just how my life has been. And that's great because it got me to that point of clarity. But I'm still never, ever, ever done getting answers, seeking answers, and only and coming from that place of, I guess, compassion, pure heart. And you got to let the bitterness go. You got to forgive yourself. You have to let all that shit go. And you can do it if you ask for the help to do so, because you can't do it just with yourself. It comes only from the creator. So this realm, no, it's not a globe. That is garbage, but that is not everything at all. In fact, I woke up to all the other truths about conspiracies, child abuse, all the other things underground about 3 years ago. And it's been the best 3 years of my life. The flat earth acceptance was about the last thing for me to, like, the last little cog in the wheel, if you will, to go to the next, to open that door of the safe and then go into the next room. And then now it's like there's so many endless possibilities because it's so ever present. God is really working hard to connect with us. In the topical sense, it's not a simulation in my mind. It is a beautifully crafted, easily manipulated, if we so choose, with God's help and assistance, realm that can be endless, really. But no, it's not a globe. And the people that are the players in this thing, I used to waste hours and days, lost sleep, lost arguments, lost friends, and my family thought I was mad all the time because I was, and I didn't realize it. Focusing on even geopolitics and running for my committee woman chair. I'm so glad that I only lost by 4 votes and lost, because I would have been miserable. Learning so much and getting close to so many other topical things that people are playing sides in, and getting very close, working and turning down lots of different other asset things, and the bad guys and the FBI and the CISA, they're all over the place in every city. It's terrible and it's pathetic. And they're all going to lose, but the CIA is on our side, honestly, and at least the ones that are keeping this balance until it's ever present for people to have eyes to see what the hell God's doing, and it's for our fucking benefit. That's all I gotta say. That's all I can end with. So. But it takes a great sense of self-understanding, good, bad, and ugly. Once you're past that, rid yourself, cast things out to the pit with God's assistance. You can do it. I've done it. It's just, this realm is a metaphysical wonder, and anything else trying to discover things of that wonder would be limiting ourselves. And honestly, I think that God would be disrespected. So that's why I don't ever dwell on those finite things that we think are finite, but are really not. They're just kind of like the argument of the triangle, or how to celestial navigate. That's fine. That's always going to be there, sure, but it's so much bigger and it's more simplistic than that. That's how God designed it, truly. But those things are the hardest I've found for everybody else. Besides, I was trying to get this through at times when it wasn't asked of me. This time it's asked of me. So the most and only divine things are the ones that are timeless, unchanging, and so simple. It makes your head frustrated as humans to like accept that simplistic, never changing, omnipresent, simple truth about anything. really, that he gives us. So that's just what I find peace and joy in now, and I like to hopefully shed some light on what we should be focusing on now. But this realm is perfect for us. The people, maybe not so much, but that's their issue with God, not mine. You know. Deja vu.
I think the best philosophy is live and let live. You know, that's what I try to do. As long as you don't bother me, I don't bother you. That's the philosophy I have.
Correct. It sucks that a lot of people have to suffer if they have to interact with or have their time taken without any choice of their time being taken. Like if they're stuck somewhere in a room and all these people are fighting around them. And it is so damn harmful to one's heart that it immediately can close off receptors. And I've witnessed this so many times. And I used to have those closed off, and I used to make others' heart receptors close off by my actions like an idiot in the past, and a grateful one. And yeah, with every submission comes a freedom. You don't have to share it with the world to know that it's a freedom that freed you. And closed-hearted people only see tunnel vision right in front of them or focus on one person or one thing. And open-hearted people don't. And same with the minds. Because I used to get distracted by all of it, so I'm just not anymore. I refuse. Ugh. It makes me ill.
Yeah, what fascinates me is so many belief systems, so many people, and they're all convinced of their truth, right?
That's right.
And
they don't know who they are.
fascinating. Yeah.
And yeah, that's everywhere, and that's very sad. That's why if people can go nuts, become an alcoholic, and harm their families, like if they don't have a job and they just don't know what else to do because that's their only definition of themselves. I was told very clearly in 2011 when I had this metaphysical first transformation, right? My alcohol thirst was immediately taken. For the first time in 7 years, I was just drinking every day. I had a steel reserve can in my hand. I could not move. I was so moved by what I was being given in a prophetic sense from a person that met me to do that, and then we parted ways after that. But the point is, I got my eyes back that night, and I got my soul back, and I got my name back that night. And that took groveling out loud on my knees, knowing I wasn't crazy, saying I wasn't crazy to God, but nothing that I was putting into my physical body was making anything feel better or feel at all. I was at that point of apathetic numbness, metaphysically, all over. Everything around me was just all surrounded by these dark, shadowy things that I kept around me from my shoulders up, basically. And I loved that company for so long. And it was insane and beautiful watching them disappear little by little for a whole 7 days. And that took clear instruction from that prophetic interaction. And I haven't looked back since. Not really. I've just had a couple upgrades since then, and the most recent one just a few months ago. So I'm incredibly thankful. And things are put forward every day in front of us to see if we so choose. And I think we should just ask for eyes to see them and hearts to recognize them, because our hearts work before our brain and our eyes. And if you feel it in your gut, go for it. Don't doubt it. Otherwise, you don't even want to think about that, because I made that mistake too many times.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's a great story, and I'm really happy it worked out for you now. How could you argue against that, right? You'd have to be nuts, right, to say anything negative about
that's sparing the details, because
great.
I feel like that would distract. Thank you, and thank you for listening. I'm done very well.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for sharing. And I mean, how could anybody go against that?
I rarely get asked questions on here. I'm used to being forced into an ostracized place, which is, oh shock, my most comfortable place to be in my whole life. So I love how Discord evil ones have just kind of quit at it for a while, which is wonderful because it ain't gonna work on me no more. So no sense in trying.
Essie,
Yo,
would you consider yourself like agnostic?
no, I'm weird, like in my beliefs, because I believe in a creator.
Trust me,
Yeah,
you're
I
not
believe
weird.
in. Yeah, well, yeah. A lot of people would disagree with you on that one.
What do you believe?
But yeah, I believe in a creator, right? But not in a biblical sense. In I guess you could say more physical, like a scientific sense, like the way I see it. Creation, humans could not have like just evolved like they tell us, right? Because a machine needs all the working parts, right? So I think of it as a creator in that sense. Something or an energy, call it whatever you want, had to create this. That's just my belief. I mean, there's no way for me to prove it, right?
Is your creator God?
I can't put a name on it. I can't. It's to me. I forgot. Geo came up with a good word. Is it irrelevant? Irrelevant? It's like an unexplainable thing, right? It
Is it
seems so
unknowable?
grand. Yeah, unknowable, unexplainable. That's what I think. For us, it's like our brains can't wrap around such a thing. Well, my brain can't, anyways.
That doesn't scare you?
Scares the crap out of me. Yeah,
Like the way
course.
I see it, the way I saw it when I was young. I pretty early on was self-aware, and I just instinctively knew I was created, and there's something out there, and I had to find it. I had to find out the truth, and I studied every religion, all of them, and when I had my moment with who I call Lord, it was awakening. I would say it was awakening, and so for the last 17 years of my life, I've just been studying. And just like the flat earth, where it's like, you can figure it out, the evidence is right in front of our face. That's how I feel with my God. The evidence is right in front of my face, and he proves himself to me every day, and I know him. I was terrified before of the unknown. And I was like, could I know God? Could I know the thing that created me? And it was terrifying because it's like, what if he has rules? What if there's something I'm not doing right? What if this? Like, what if I get it wrong? What if there is a hell? What if we live forever? I don't know. How would I know? I didn't know anything. But it came pretty obvious. And I don't know, Essie. I just think look into it. Just at least try to look into it or think more about it, because like I feel scared right now for you.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. And
wait, why do you feel scared for him? I'm confused.
Because of what I know.
Well, obviously you know more than me, right? Or you've been shown something that I haven't been shown. Maybe I'm not worthy. I don't know.
Nah, dude. No, here's the thing. No one is worthy. I'm not worthy. There's not a single person alive right now who's worthy. because it's not about worthiness. You cannot come to God. You cannot clean yourself up. You cannot do anything to come before God and show yourself and be clean. None of us are clean by our own standards, and we have no power to clean ourselves to make us look good or be good. We can't do it. It is impossible.
Now, I have a question for you. Now, in your head, when you say the word God, what image appears?
What image?
Yeah.
There's no image. I don't know what you mean.
There's no image. So you have no mental reference for the word that you're using as an object in your reality.
Like when you think of cake, what kind of cake do you see?
I instantly see a birthday cake with a candle on top.
I see light then. I would say I see light.
So when you say the word God and you think of God, you just see a light.
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it God though?
Well, it's not. It's not just the thing in my head. It's not. That's not it.
Then what is it?
He is eternity. He is perfect.
Yeah, but you don't even know who he is.
No, I do.
Because how?
It's like trying to describe. You can't describe like. I think Jesus put it best when he was talking to Nicodemus. And he says, if I tell you things, if I tell you earthly things and you do not understand, how can I tell you spiritual things? Like, it's just like the way that, like, the thing that you're asking me.
Okay, so then maybe we should
Like,
discuss earthly things.
Let me put it this way. We were made in his image, so we are similar to God in that way. Not in power, but just. So what does it mean to be made in the image of God? Right?
Well,
Is it
who's God?
Before the fall? Is it after the fall? You know, these types of things. Like, does he have hands? Does he have a head? Does he have
Okay,
feet?
so you're biblical, yes? You
Yes.
Okay, so in the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth, what did he create them out of?
It's a very good question. The deep.
It does have an answer. Oh, the deep. Okay. Now, what was the deep?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. What is it?
You know, it's interesting.
Darkness?
It's interesting because there actually is an answer. So if you've heard of now, hold on a second. Hold on. Now you've heard of a distraction, like a distraction tactic, right? You make someone look over here while you're doing something over there, right? Or like even don't look over there, right? Because there's nothing going on over there, right? So if you happen across, or even if you Google it, the Ryrie Study Bible, it's probably the only Bible I've ever seen where the Genesis 1 through 3 is like only a quarter of the page, and the footnotes is 3/4 of the page. So they're taking 3/4 of the page to explain a quarter of the beginning. So you have to read through it, but there's an interesting piece in there where it says about the deep. Okay, it says in there that it is not a reference to the Babylonian god Tiamat from the creation story, the Enuma Elise. So basically they're saying that the deep, which in the Babylonian creation story, Tiamat, which was a dragon, was referred to as the deep or the abyss. But in this Bible, it says it's not that.
Okay.
So they actually tell you what the earth is made out of, but they're telling you that's not what it is.
So made out of a dragon? That's what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what the Bible says.
Well, is it saying that? Or
that is exactly what it says.
Or is it because you found some obscure Bible that has a
Let's check it out.
to...
Genesis 1. Let's go there.
Let's do it.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, see, this is where it gets good, right? The earth was without form and void. Now, the earth was without form, which means it was mangled, and void, which means it was dead. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. The face of the deep. Now, what has a face? So it's very clear. So
Yeah,
if you understand what you're reading, it's very clear.
Is that clear
It
to
is
someone
clear.
who speaks Hebrew and knows the word to home? And would that be clear to them? Would it be clear to the author?
To the author of the Bible.
Of Genesis, right?
Yeah, they knew what they were writing. See, here's the thing. They knew what they were writing. The people who have, what would you say, manipulated it, they also know how to write it in a way where it's the truth, but it's easy to misunderstand. I mean, the majority of people think that the Bible is some kind of fucking metaphor or some shit. Like what?
Right. I mean, here's the thing. Here's what I know. Everything came from him and by him and through him. And nothing was created except by him.
I mean, that's what he would have you think.
No, that's what it says. So
right, that's what he would have you think because he's the one who authored it.
So is he a deceiver?
He's certainly jealous. He's certainly jealous. We can just look at jealous people, and we can go from that. I'm sure you know a couple of jealous people.
Yeah, I've been jealous, and I know what it is to be jealous. And jealousy is not immoral.
I never said that.
Right. So what is it? Why bring up jealousy if we're talking about deceit?
Because it's all related. It's all the same.
To be jealous of something is not to be deceptive.
Who's deceiving who when you're jealous?
No one. Jealousy does not.
You're deceiving yourself. What are you jealous of?
Of the things that I own.
The things that you own.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're deceiving yourself because you think those things are important.
So God loving us, right? Those who he calls children.
You know, he calls children the ones that came down and disrupted things. It tells us so. Right. Those were his sons.
No, they were not.
Does it not say the sons of God came down? Let's go back to Genesis. Do we got to keep going back there, man? Come on.
Yeah, that's a phrase, but that does not mean that they are children.
Oh, it's a phrase. So how are you supposed to know that? Does it say the following words are simply a phrase and not actually what the words mean? Where does it say that?
Let's go to second.
Yeah, so Genesis 6:4, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men.
Yes.
I mean, there you go. Those are his children. The humans were just servants.
So when Jesus calls Peter Satan, is he calling Peter Satan, or is he talking to Satan?
He calls Peter what? A snake?
No, Satan.
Maybe he
Says,
is
"Get
Satan.
behind me." But
Look,
was he?
I'll be
Peter,
honest with you.
to Satan?
I haven't really read much of the New Testament because there's an error in the beginning. So when you read the Gospel according to Matthew 1, it says, the book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. So then we get all the way down to 117. No. Sorry. 116. And Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom Jesus was born, who was called Christ. So the genealogy is of Jacob, not of Mary. And Jesus was born to Mary, but it says that Jesus is the son of David, but he's not, because Mary was a virgin.
That's not an error.
So there's an error. Yeah, there's an error.
How? So what part of that was an error?
Because basically it's attempting to attach an adopted child to a genealogy. Because Joseph is not the father of Jesus.
Right, but do you understand adoption in that culture in Judaism?
That's not the point. There's an error.
No, it isn't. That's not an error. Just to attach an adoption that has nothing to do with it. Like it's perfectly fine, because in their culture, when you adopt a child, it's as if they were your own child.
But this is the thing. Jesus is not related to these people.
Who is he related to on Mary's side?
It doesn't say anything about Mary.
But she has a lineage.
Where?
One second.
You know, what's really interesting, though, about Mary, there's two things. So one, the Catholic Church really, really loves the Virgin Mary. Weird, right? I mean, with their snakeheads and all that. The second really interesting thing about Mary is that, well, she had a virgin birth, right? Virgin pregnancy. And we all know that humans can't do that. But you know who can? Reptiles.
So it's in the Gospel of Luke.
Now here's another interesting connection that I made a long time ago. I just saw it because I saw the circle. Okay, so let's see, Matthew 1:23. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. Now, the word conceive is very interesting, right? Because it has two definitions. It means to have a child, but it also means, and hold on, let me look it up just so I can be very precise. form or devise a plan or idea in the mind. Now, if you go back all the way back to Adam and Eve, what's really interesting is, so Cain was conceived. Abel was not. He was just born. All of the line on Cain's side, the children are conceived. On Seth's side, they're just born. And you can go throughout, there's other places in the Bible where children are conceived and others are just born. And there is a difference because they make the distinction. They make sure to include that in there.
Dude, that's a mind-blowing tidbit. I've never heard that before. What is your interpretation of that?
That's a good question because, so, a lot of people have come to the conclusion that the line of Cain is like some kind of serpent seed or something like that. And I'm kind of leaning towards that. So it kind of makes sense why they would differentiate. Maybe there's some kind of different process going on. I have no idea.
Yeah, I always found the serpent seed doctrine or theory or idea very fascinating. I'm not really a Bible believer myself, but I went down the serpent seed rabbit hole, and there seems to be very compelling evidence for it. And so that's cool, the conceived versus born thing. Never heard that before.
Yeah. Now, seeing it's not so much as being a Bible believer either, because literally they're telling us what's going on. So it is the truth. It's just that, well, people think whatever they want to think about it, right? They have this idea of their head of the Bible and this individual named God, which there was never anyone named God. And I mean, it was never a single creator anyways of this place, because it even says, right, let us make man in our image. What are you doing? Talking to yourself?
So you have a problem with the whole Bible then?
Oh no, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I have comprehension of it. That's what I'm saying.
Let's say there's like serpent seed and we came from some dragon or what have you. What does that affect?
I mean, now you sound like a Glober.
No, seriously. I mean, like
that's like saying, well, so what if I find out about reality? What does that matter?
So no, it's not about reality. Like,
actually, it is, because that's what I'm talking about.
But for us,
right?
It's salvation.
So
salvation.
Salvation. What does that mean?
Like to be saved. Like
saved from
to
what?
be a new man. Saved from hellfire.
Where is hellfire?
In the deep below, in the lake of fire.
And what are you like on the elevator now, or what?
The elevator? No.
Well, I mean, okay, so then what do you need saving from it for?
What?
Oh, yeah. You said you need saving from the lake of fire, right? You ain't on the elevator. You ain't on the way there. So what do you need saving from?
Are you promised tomorrow?
Who promised? I know it's going to come.
You know that you're going to be alive tomorrow? You know it?
Yeah. I take steps to ensure that.
Okay. All right.
I'm not sure why you're laughing.
Good luck with that. At any moment, we could die.
Of what?
Anything.
Anything?
What do you mean? What do you mean of what? People die unexpectedly every minute. And you're no different. You're not special. Why would you not die?
Why would I?
Who knows? But you're sitting here telling me that you have tomorrow for sure. Yep. We're not even done with the day today.
I'm saying the moment you die, there's no decision to make after that.
I mean, have you died?
No, not yet.
I have.
Cool. Welcome back. Do you have some enlightening thing? You saw some visions when you died?
You could say I saw the beginning.
Cool, you saw something. That's cool. So you saw a dragon?
No. Before all that. Before anything.
Before God?
Yeah.
Wow. So are you God?
I mean, isn't everything God?
No.
Then how did it all get here?
Then how did we get here? Procreation.
No, I said, then how did it all get here?
Yeah, from God. Yes. There's no beginning. Whatever beginning there is, we will never know. And you say they didn't know, or there was no one who was called God. Elohim, Adonai. But that's just wrong. Because they didn't know his name until Moses. Because he asked him, well, what do I tell the people your name is? Who do I say sent me? And what did he say? I am. What was dropped off? So they found out his name, but they had to call him God, Elohim, Adonai. You know, those were more titles than a name, but he had a name.
Yeah, but he doesn't want you to know it.
He what?
He doesn't want you to know it. A little deceptive, isn't it?
His name is everywhere.
Where?
All throughout the Bible.
And on us, on our soul.
Like, we do not serve an unknown God. I do not serve an unknown God. Yeah, that's a problem. Getting into the weeds and truther movement, you kind of go into space and you don't have a foundation at all. And you talking about the dragon, you talking about all this stuff, like it shake me in a bit because I know there's an answer. I may not have it right this second, but there's no cause of concern for me or my
The
soul.
only thing that's unworthy of a name you ever mentioned is the dark thing, the creeping idiot that doesn't deserve a name. So I just find that I'm just agreeing with you, so for sure. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, exactly. I get
we all have one, and his name is on us before we have our earthly name. So it's very simple. Yeah, I agree. Going through St. Louis. It is a cluster.
So, Aaron, sorry, this is a super vague question. Feel free to answer it or not. But I'm a simple person, so I don't really follow all the Socratic stuff you're doing with this other guy, to be honest. I'm wondering, like, do you have a way that you can, like, explain your belief system or spiritual or religious worldview?
Well, I don't have beliefs, so I don't really know how to explain that, because most of the time when I say that, people try to say I do, because I don't know. But basically, I don't believe anything unless I can verify it myself. So, a lot of people go around saying that, well, a lot of people just go around saying stuff, right, without actually knowing if it's true or not. And I don't operate that way, which is why most of the time I don't speak unless I'm asking a question, because questions typically lead to answers. And, well, you can learn a lot about people with what they do and don't want to answer. So what I believe, don't have that. Reality is more than enough to not need beliefs.
That sounds like
Sounds like what?
cop out.
A cop out.
Like everyone believes something. You may not be able to put it into words, but you believe something. It's just how honest you're going to be with yourself.
No, because believing something means that I'm just accepting it without verifying it. I don't do that.
Maybe he just believes that, what he just said.
Yeah, maybe he just believes that. Yeah, exactly.
No, I meant you.
Like that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, see, and that's the problem I typically have with most people, because most people, they have beliefs. Because they're okay with not verifying, right? Because of fear.
But it's like you believe, like, here's the thing. I don't think you fully comprehend.
He probably doesn't believe anything, and then we just have to make him think that he's got to use that word. I guess. I don't know.
I don't know what it's. It's almost like a subconscious thing. Like, you do have beliefs, and it may just be subconscious, and you're just saying this now, but like, there's a lot of things in our life that we just believe. We may not ever say that we believe it, but subconsciously we do. Like,
is there a reason to believe the fire's hot? No, right? No, maybe because we remember it. Then we'd be like, yeah, fire's hot. But other things.
I mean, see, really, you're doing.
You don't know.
You're doing the first thing that I said too. When I tell people I don't have beliefs, is you're trying to put them on me.
No.
Yeah.
There's a difference. There's like just asking you to be honest, but like, yeah, there's probably things I believe in that I'm not even conscious of. It's like, or I've never been to China. Do I believe there's Chinese people living in China? Yeah.
I mean, do you have to believe that? Like, though?
It's not a matter of like, do I have to believe it? It's like,
no. I mean, well, what I mean is that, like, belief is something that you invest yourself into. Like, you don't have to reaffirm to every day, like there is a China. I believe in it. I know that there are these people out there.
There's affirmations.
Right? Because it's coming at you, bro. It's already generating
in China. Sorry.
Every day, shit's like, I'm from China. I'm from China. China exists. China exists. So, like, you don't ever need to believe in China. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to if you believe in a creator, if you don't believe in a creator, you follow this book, you follow that book. Cool. Like, you can just say, man, if there's a God, I've never met him. I don't know. That's fine. At least you could believe that. You could believe you don't know. But just like people who say like, I only believe in what I see and touch and research and all this stuff. It just, I don't know. It sounds weird.
Is that believing though? Like,
force you to say anything or to believe anything. I'll never force you to do that, but just like,
are you gonna believe that water's wet? I mean, you're just like, yeah, I get it. Like, glass is smooth a lot of times. Sometimes it's sharp, sometimes it's rough. But like, there are a variety of ways glass can be. You don't believe that, right? You might be like, I'm unsure whether or not this might be glass. It could be like a really hard acrylic or something like that. Like, I don't know. You believe it? I don't know, man. Like, I think it's a strong word to be just saying. Like, we have like a common sense about like how to recognize things.
What do you mean by the word believe?
I mean, really, a belief is accepting something without verifying it. Like if I tell you I have a dragon in my backyard, and you just say, "Oh, okay," then you believe it.
Yeah, that's one definition of belief, but it's also possible to believe true things, right?
What?
You don't you for sure know that you don't have a dragon in your backyard, and wouldn't you have to be pretending to be like, I have a dragon, or like someone have to convince you, like, dude, I saw this thing in your backyard. I don't know if you're gonna believe me, but it looked like a dragon. Somebody's gonna have to put that in your head. Otherwise, you're not gonna believe it. You're just gonna be lying to yourself. There's a difference. Or like, I don't know, man. It's tough to metaphor. It's tough to put all this stuff in metaphor and comparisons. Really, I don't know. I'm always able to kind of pick at it. Sorry if I'm being annoying.
So Matthew, how can you believe a truth? Wouldn't you just be knowing the truth?
It's
I mean,
possible, yes, you can know a truth and believe
like
it.
the knife is sharp, right? You know the knife is sharp. You don't have to believe the knife is sharp, right?
Yeah, I would say that I know the knife is sharp and I believe that knife is sharp.
Yeah, but why would you need to believe it? Because again, believing is accepting something without verifying it, but you know it's sharp.
I don't think believing is accepting something without verifying it. I think that that's an impoverished definition.
So then what's the real definition?
To accept as true.
Is that what it says? Let me see. Believe. Oh, accept that something is true, especially without belief or without proof. Sorry.
Right. So
so basically without verifying.
It means to accept as true, and it's used
Yeah.
especially in cases when you can't verify, but not only.
Yeah, but that is the only time you would use it because it says especially without proof. Because
it's especially means that it's mostly used that way. It doesn't mean only used that way.
Okay, so when would it not be? When would you believe the truth, but have proof? I guess
Right.
is that
Yes, I have proof that the Pacific Ocean is made of salt water. I've been there. I've tasted it. There's plenty of evidence that the Pacific Ocean has salt water in it. I also believe that the Pacific Ocean has salt water in it.
That's nonsensical.
No, it's not. It's a basic definition of believe, and you guys better get it straight if you're going to be able to speak clearly about it. Take a philosophy class.
Life isn't philosophy.
It is. It certainly is.
It's not. It really isn't, Matthew. Life is reality.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's a good example of like a belief that is not like a religious belief, right?
I believe
that you can say that is something that you cannot. There's more conditions to this. If you want to claim this coupon,
go ahead.
And something that you could verify for yourself, like for yourself, like by your own self, like not rely on the agency of someone else, but like be able to do it yourself. Like other things of that nature, like are not belief oriented, are they?
I think the concept of knowledge and belief overlap, and it seems like you are using a concept of knowledge and belief that are exclusive. You either know something or you believe it.
Well, I thought it was either you know something or you don't.
Right. You either know something or you don't know it. Separately, belief can overlap those things. It's an overlapping concept.
That's really a bad way to do things.
No,
I mean,
it's basic definition.
Yeah, because if you're throwing in beliefs into reality, see, beliefs have no basis in reality, so you're essentially muddling the waters.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, how are you gonna operate with the dragon in my backyard?
I would say that I don't think it's true. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by how am I going to operate with it?
Yeah, how are you going to operate in the world with the dragon in my backyard?
I'll operate just normally.
So you'll just go on like nothing's happening, right? Like there's no dragon at all.
Right.
Okay, so basically you ignore reality. Okay, that's okay.
Ignoring the dragon in your backyard?
I've lost the plot too here. So maybe.
And because we're talking about beliefs.
Yeah, the definition of believe is to accept something as true.
Yeah, so how do you operate in life with the dragon in my backyard?
Saying it slower and louder isn't changing the question.
Yeah.
I operate as if it doesn't exist because I don't believe that it exists.
Yeah, but how do you know what to believe and what not to believe?
Evidence, personal experience.
So then you're going into the realm of knowing. Do you understand? Because you're now proving something. So belief is unnecessary, Matthew. That's what we're trying to get to.
Exactly.
You're just not. You're still on your training wheels. We're trying to help.
Yeah, this sounds So I maybe I just should accept that I have a different definition of belief. So and we could move on. We don't need to argue.
Right. And instead of saying
your
belief,
own
you just say
definition. Hold on.
Well, but that's a problem, right?
Hold on. So now you have your own definition of belief.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at, right? So hold on, Matthew. Hold on, Matthew. So that means now we cannot have a conversation. You shouldn't be allowed in here since you have a different definition of belief than pretty much the rest of us. You see? So yeah, whatever. Because there's no conversation with someone. Because you can't talk about if you're going to talk about cookies.
Hold on. Moderation at hand, please. Matthew, please come back. No one can tell you to leave. If you're listening, don't listen to anybody that was not called for. So, Matthew, you're welcome to come back.
You know why he backed out, right? You know why he backed out.
Yeah.
I would say out because he knew he messed up because once he went into the run of he had to substantiate what that he had to know something before. Then he noticed that his belief is not really a belief; it's a knowing.
Yeah, maybe he gave him a way out, but I mean, why?
Do you really think that because he told him, well, you really should be let in here, that you should leave? Do you think that was really? You think Matthew you haven't heard that before? Dude.
Yeah. I'm not saying. Look, I'm just saying it for saying its sakes, right? Like somebody had to say something there, right? But yeah, we all know he gave him a way out. I mean, I don't hold it against this guy what he said. He left. We know why he left, right? But it's still not called for. So I thought something should have been said. That's all. No big deal. It's not the end of the world.
Just a lily-livered polecat.
Because if you don't say, go on.
I would just add real quick. We know certain words have been used in many languages for many years, and some of those words have been narrowed down to certain things like the word believe or belief or faith, right? So I would say that the word believe or belief, do you think that's synonymous with the word think? Or do you think you have evidence when you believe and no
Oh, they're
evidence?
different words. Yeah, they're for sure different.
So I would say that believe and knowing go hand in hand, right? Because I act upon my belief, and you can't separate a man's belief from his actions. You can separate what he thinks or his feelings from his actions,
Now we're getting
and
to
that's
feelings and actions. It's confusing, man.
well,
I don't think
thinking
you're
is feeling. Well, thinking is feeling.
thinking
So,
is feeling. Okay, there you go. Fine.
so
You have it your way.
I'm just telling you what definitions of words and etymology of
Have
words
it your
are.
way, Burger King. I don't think thinking is feeling. I think they're different categorical words. Myself.
Well, if you want to define it a new way, I mean, you're free to. But if we're going to speak about the words that's been used for thousands of years,
You want
and I
sesame
mean,
seeds
you
on
want
top?
to come up with a new definition, you can. But I think you're going to get lost in the translation of many ancient texts. So I don't think you would be privy to speak on them, right?
Okay, so you're
So
saying I don't
that
have
wouldn't be. It'd be detrimental to your future
detrimental
knowledge.
to my future
So, yeah,
knowledge to speak on the
yeah.
idea that there are two distinct words, one meaning to feel, one meaning to think, one where you might be receiving some kind of sensory information, the other one where it's inducing in the mind, right? And you think I should make these things or the same word, and especially then to decode it in ancient texts and things like that. You sure that
No,
that's not
that's a
your
straw
problem?
man. No, that's a straw
No,
man because
That's
I
accurate
understand that
recounting
there
of
are
what you just
two.
said here.
If I could get some moderation, I understand there are two different words.
You fucking need a
But
moderator, bro.
I was talking
Get
about
the fuck
something
out of
being
here.
synonymous, and I was talking about the etymology of the word think, as opposed to the etymology of the word believe. So I was talking specifically about these two words and other cultures and other languages and how many years they've been used. And I'm speaking about the proper definitions and the proper etymology of the words. And I was relating the word think with the word feel because it's related that way if you look at the etymology of the word. Now, what I would say is that I act upon my
What's
beliefs.
etymology mean?
And so, just to finish my thought, I act upon my beliefs and I have evidence for them, right? So if the stove is glowing red hot and I feel the radiating heat off of it, I know if I put my bare hand on it, it's going to get a blister, right? Because I've verified that. I've actually touched it and got a blister before. Now, if I think it's going to burn my hand, like in the first case, I didn't know if it was going to burn my hand. Maybe I thought it would, but I wasn't sure, and I touched it. I got the blister. So
Let's help
people
you
have
out here first.
experiences in.
Let me help you first before you go on
I
too
don't
much.
think
Well,
you
let
can
him
help me.
finish
I
his
don't think you
point.
can help
Let him finish
yourself.
his point,
I don't
folks.
think you
Oh,
can
yeah,
help
he can go right
yourself,
off the
man.
bridge with this. Sure, go ahead.
I don't think you can help yourself, man. Keep redefining words, bro. Go ahead.
You want to redefine etymology? That's cool too. But if you would like to do that, go ahead. But etymology has to do with parts of words. And so where do you find congruency between the words think and feel? Go ahead and try to find letter combinations you can go ahead and pull out and then research them. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, man, if you're not conscious or alive, I mean, like if you're not conscious, let's say if you're in a coma, you don't feel the pain. So you actually need you need your brain, your mind to be aware and be able to think or feel the pain. Otherwise, without you being conscious, you don't feel anything.
So you can think while you're sleeping?
Is that being unconscious?
So being state of being conscious totally at all is thinking. That's what you're saying? You're putting thought
Actually,
into
do you
it?
think do you put thought when you're asleep? You do, right? Your mind is actually wandering around. So you're not really you're unconscious, but you're subconsciously
Oh, if you can
awake.
think, yeah.
Right. So when you're unconscious, like in a coma, you could prick somebody and they won't feel pain at all.
Just go try it.
I mean, you can look that up. They don't normally respond to sound. They don't or pain. Or be able to communicate or move.
It was a little different than sleeping. Somebody got to be really, really out.
Yeah, you're talking about being unconscious, meaning you need a mind to be able to interpret those things. So that means you have to think.
You're, yeah, okay, yeah, right, sure. Then why don't just like when you sleep, you're believing. So
Just Google
means
think
you're feeling.
etymology. Just Google the etymology on think snacks. Just do it real quick and tell us what you come up with. Right.
What's an etymology though?
Just go ahead and do it, man.
You want to just do this basic part of research though?
Yeah, you want to just do this basic part of research I'm asking you to do. I mean,
You're saying it's related in the same. It's the same word.
I'm giving facts, and you just want to come in and talk over someone and just try to ruin the conversation. But you, go ahead, man.
You think you're aiding the conversation? Okay.
Yeah, I think I did aid the conversation into the.
I'm gonna say two different words, but go ahead. No, you can have your own understanding of words. It's fine. I don't care.
I'll put the etymology in the.
What's an etymology, Andy? Maybe you can do this one.
Where the root of the word, where it comes from.
What's a word? Is that a combination of letters?
Are you seriously just divulging into just like just going back to, dude? What are you doing?
They're two different words here. That's all.
Yeah, you're going like, okay. So we're talking about the thing was think and feeling, and now when they tell you the etymology of it. When they brought up the word etymology, you want to go to define an etymology? Come on, dude.
What's an etymology? What's an etymology?
Why are you divulging into just defining other stuff?
They're two different fucking words.
Conversation.
Okay? Etymologies have parts that are the same of each other. If you're going to say it's the same fucking word, they're going to have parts that are the same.
Did they say that was the same word?
Prefixes, suffixes. They'll have some parts that are identifiably the same. Tell me where think and feel.
Never looked it up.
Where's the bridge,
it's
bro?
So obvious. It's
just logic. It's only logic, bro. Tell me where the.
Yeah,
tell me
it's true. What you're saying is true, but it's obvious you haven't even looked it up, man. Just look up the etymology on the word.
I'm here talking to you. What the fuck? You don't even know what you're talking about. Still, you're gonna tell me that these words are related.
Okay, bro.
Where's the phonic connection, bro? Where are the phonemes, honey? Where do you find them? Tell me, please. They're not even close to anything similar.
Where it comes from? Why is that relevant?
Because he's trying to equate two words that are dissimilar.
Yeah, but you know what they mean, right?
That's not the fucking thing. He's coming in here trying to reclassify what words are. He's saying thinking is feeling. It's the same thing. Go ahead. You argue it.
Show us. I mean, etymology. I just did a quick search on it. Etymology, the history of linguistic form, such as words, shown by tracing its development since its earliest recorded occurrence in the language where it was found. Right. That's a simplistic definition, but when you break down the actual word etymology, there's Latin and Greek involved, I love doing this type of studies. So etymon, which is the root word for etymology, can be found both in the Greek and Latin ancestor languages, right? It says here, the etymology of etymology itself, which is what we're talking about, which is interesting, is relatively straightforward. Etymon means origin of a word in Latin and comes from the Greek word etymon, meaning literal meaning of a word according to its origin. Greek etymon, in turn, comes from etymos, which means true. The literal word true. Be careful not to confuse etymology with the similar sounding entomology.
Well, the thing was that he said to feel is to think. Right? I understand what you said. I understand that you defined the etymology, but that wasn't the point. He's making that the point. No, stop, because we're this is a total. I understand what you're saying, bro, but this is a total red herring to the point.
No, everybody says that when I talk, bro. It's so strange that you guys can't see the relevance.
Not you.
No, hold on.
Jesus.
All right,
Christ.
let me finish my train of thought before you interrupt me. I let you. All right, let me finish because this happens to me all the time because people don't see the relevance because their awareness is lacking. They don't see when I make a point. It's like they don't see the connections. They say it's a red herring. No, you lack to see the relevance, and then you call it a red herring. That's what's going on
I'm not
here.
saying you had the red herring. I'm saying he made a red herring to the point that that North were saying.
But I'm gonna get down to the nitty gritty here. So North is right in saying that a lot of these words, it's not that he's coming up with a new definition. It's that we're trying to find the origin of that word to try to define its proper definition, which a lot of words over time become conflated with other words, and then its true definition is lost. So we have to dig into the original word and the etymology of the word to find it true definition, which is what he claims to know what the true definition of the word belief is. And people are saying he's redefining the word.
It wasn't even about
When all
okay. I mean, you're roboting. North. Let me ask you a question. You there, buddy? Or you driving?
I'm here, and you said I was roboting. It's all good. I
Yeah,
just
you
wanted
were.
I wanted to make that statement. Somebody else can take over.
Your last few sentence didn't come through. You want to repeat them?
Yeah, just that we have to dig into the word and the history of that word and how it was used. And etymology, what they do is they try to use for the synonyms for that word in other languages.
Yeah. I understand definitely.
So basically, a modern definition of a word could completely change the historicity of that word. So for thousands of years, this word meant this, but in the last 300 years, they decided to make this word mean this. So now it means this. And then if you go against that, you're like, oh, you're making up your own definition because Webster's dictionary, since 1908 says this. So therefore you're wrong. And that's a very childish and shallow way to debate people because the Webster's dictionary is not the arbiter of truth. And neither is Strong's lexicon or the Gasenius lexicon or any of these lexicons that claim to tell you what a definition of a word is doesn't mean that that's the actual definition either. So this stuff can get really, really complex.
Yeah, I get a bit frustrated with this whole Socratic method. I get it. We've all decided this is what these words mean, so we need to understand what each other's talking about. I get that from that standpoint. Makes sense, but we can get lost in the minutia of it all. And
minutia,
belief is somewhat of an exclusive human quality. We could say that maybe we see animals thinking. We could see that they have a thought process, maybe, right? We know that they feel things, right? And we know that they do this when they're conscious. So I think all of those things are cool. But dogs aren't going to believe something necessarily, really, unless they're just trusting that something will happen because they don't know what to do if it doesn't happen. Like the owner doesn't come home,
Yeah,
or do they have beliefs? Do animals have beliefs? Go ahead.
Yeah, they do.
You can certainly
actually.
have a thing happen to you and then you feel a certain way about it, and there's no thoughts associated with it. But then on the other side of that, certain thoughts, I think we could all agree, have a different feeling tone that comes along with them. So they have a different vibration, a different frequency, a positive one or a negative one, for instance. So I see your points now.
I mean, the dogs can have belief because imagine you seen them when they actually perform illusions to dogs or freaking monkeys. When you put, let's say, some kind of something in the hand and illusionally take it away to put another hand and open your hand, they believed it was in there, right? But it was not there, right? So that's a belief that the dog saw the bone go in there. Let's say a dog. But all of a sudden, when you open the hand, the bone wasn't there. Wasn't that a belief that the dog thought that the bone was in there?
Right. Right, because the dog
Okay,
saw
so they do
it.
have.
Because the dog sees it. Right? Like the dog doesn't necessarily think that every time you have your hands closed that there might be a treat in it, you know? It doesn't have like beliefs like that. But just based on like what we can see, we might have like, okay, well, based on these existing criteria, yes, okay, I believe that the guy's gonna throw the bone. You know what I mean? He's not gonna hide it behind his back. I'm a dog. I don't even know about tricks. You know, I don't know about playing tricks on other things. I'm just a dog, right? Do dogs play tricks? I don't know. Maybe they
You don't
do.
know about Hotspur.
I'm just saying. Some of it is just getting lost because, like, you know, while dogs might believe you have a treat in your hand, they don't necessarily know about a higher power or something, or believe in dog god or something.
Wait, do dogs believe?
They might, right? Like a dog, like I guess any animal could have
Definitely.
beliefs. I think so. We got to.
Definitely. You know how I know? Because a dog can believe that if a dog does something that you're going to give it a treat, but it doesn't mean that you're going to give it a treat because it did something. No, but it believes that if it does a certain task or you know, it rolls over, that you're going to give it a treat. Not necessarily, but it might believe so, and it might roll
Yeah,
over
I think
because
that
you
would be
gave it a
like
treat in the
response to
past,
stimuli.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you hold your hand open or whatnot. I mean, most dogs will come to lick your hand to see if you, because you think you have something in their hand. And they definitely have a belief. They definitely believe.
But so, you know, belief, scripturally defined, it does say that it's faith and belief are synonymous, and it says faith is the substance of things hoped for the evidence of things not seen. So, like,
Like the ostrich.
it's like it's like believing in something that you have no evidence for. That's what literally belief is. Like, so the original topic, I don't know the other guy that was in here debating earlier. Like, yeah, he's right. Like, to believe in something means to just blindly believe. Like, that's what it actually is. What faith is.
It doesn't. I
It's to
wouldn't say the
accept the
proper.
truth.
I wouldn't say the proper context is to blindly believe. There is an expectation, right, of an ultimate climax or an ultimate kingdom in that context is what I'm saying, line. But if you go back to the word, I mean, even in the Hebrew, you can go to the Hebrew, you can go to the Chaldean word, which both sound similar, aman. And so the Hebrew would be to build or to support. And it's to build up and support and establish, and it's confidence, and there's all kinds of definitions with that. Now, when you get to the Chaldean word, it is to believe or be faithful or to be sure of something. And so when we talk about faith and faithfulness, to be sure about something because you've experienced, because you have verified that this thing is going to come to pass because everything else has come to pass in my lifetime. You know, you see what I'm saying? So there's action included, and it's not just something you think or feel like it's going to happen, but you believe it.
I agree with that 100%. And if I could just add to that point, because it was well said, I just call it a knowing with a capital K. It's a very different thing. But yeah, it's exactly what you said. I just wanted to add that.
See, like, I understand where he's coming from, because I'm Torah observant, and, like, you know, and I'm not trying to bring scriptures into this, but this is what belief is in the Torah, is that belief is followed by works. So in the Torah community, they've kind of conflated belief and works together, but scripturally they're not. They're actually they're coupled in scripture. Like, you can't have one without the other, but in progression, like, it starts off with just pure, like, as a brand new believer, you literally just have pure faith, which is, there's no evidence for you believing in what you believe, but you intuitively know that, because creation itself is circumstantial evidence for a creator. But you need to start off with that mustard seed of just pure faith, which is no works, right? Nothing to do with works. No, and I know that works is the evidence of our faith, But you don't start off with works. You start off with faith, and then that builds up to works that eventually, you know, is evidence for your faith. But you can't say that faith and works are the same word.
It's like a grain of
Because you can
sand.
have
You don't
because you
become
can
a
have works.
believer.
Go
Like
ahead.
you don't become a believer in God or in whatever by nothing. Like something happens to cause you to become a believer. So that's still not blind faith. Something happened, and you're like, okay, like for me, when I became a Christian, I became a Christian because of something that happened to me spiritually, and that it was, I wouldn't say small, but it wasn't a mountain of evidence that I could show you, be like, here you go on a platter that my belief is confirmed. But it is that building. It started, there was something there. There was evidence, that whatever evidence you want to call it, you know, direct or indirect evidence, it's still evidence. It's still something to lay a foundation on, you know?
Abraham's faith was counted as righteousness because he took the Creator's at his word and he acted upon it. And faith and faithfulness, to be faithful, right? To be steadfast, to say.
I believe it was Richard Dawkins, and he was talking to either Sam Harris or someone else. And one of them says, I think it was Richard Dawkins who said, you know, if God came down in a pillar of fire or did whatever, and he called me out by name and all this stuff, you know, maybe then I'd believe. And then the other guy that he's talking to said, well, what if you're hallucinating? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess I'll never believe in God. So the evidence has nothing to do with it. It has to do with your heart in the first place. So, like, here's these guys who flat out admit, even if God came down himself, called them out by name, they still wouldn't believe. Why? Because their heart. So, I mean, belief, it all stems from the heart.
Yeah, and if you don't believe, you have no reason to be obedient. So you have no reason to work to have good works if you don't believe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can have Jews, for example. The Jews don't believe in the Messiah, right? But they still work out the works that is required of us as a believer. They achieve all of that. You know, they love their brothers, they keep the feast, all that, right? Except they don't have faith, they don't have belief in the one and only Son of God. And therefore, it doesn't matter what works they're doing in obedience, it's not counted as righteousness. Where Abraham's works were counted as righteousness because he believed in the one and only. And to believe is to literally have faith without evidence, right? You don't, not to have anything, you don't need to grasp him to know that he exists. It's evident by nature itself that he exists.
Yeah, Psalms 19:1. But yeah, I don't think it was Abraham's works. I think it was his faith alone. I think by his faith alone, he was counted as righteous. He did works, he did things for God, but none of those things matter in comparison to his heart and his mind and his strength being faithful to God. That's what it mattered. Like, that's the whole point of Jesus returning, was to show us you're never going to be good enough, no matter what. But I still
And it
do
was,
this thing.
I don't want to get into another biblical debate, bro, because yesterday we talked about it, and we're kind of on the red, you know. So we could just talk about something else.
GG.
Yeah, we could set up a debate on the return if you wanted to. I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, if anybody wants to do a debate, we can make it happen, right? Anytime. So just let us know.
I was just looking at these patents that Truth Prevails posted in the PDF resources. Patents on anti-gravity and time travel. What the fuck? Time travel?
That's crazy.
They're talking about wormholes and all sorts of shit. What the fuck? Is this real? I always thought it was just all silliness.
You know, it's the time-space continuum. It's a...
Oh, it's the flux capacitor. Is that what it is?
Exactly.
That's when your brain explodes and you just start saying whatever. Yeah.
It's like they say it with like such ease. Like it's just a simple thing. You know, time space. Oh, right, that thing. Yeah. Uh-huh. It reminds me of have you guys seen Doctor Who? It's timey-wimey space. You know. It's weird, it's wobbly. Oh, okay. Dianne Feinstein died.
How do you convince somebody that you can actually take time and space and do something with it? How do you do that?
You come out with the movie Interstellar.
Yeah. Like, just imagine the first guy that came up with that, right? So here we have time, concept, and we have space, what's between me and you. And you know what? Let's combine that and call it gravity. Now, somebody had to say, yeah, man, that makes sense. That's a freaking good idea. Why didn't I think of that? It blows my mind. Like, seriously, I mean it. Like, how does somebody convince themselves of it? How? I just can't see it. Like,
Well, it's
if there's
pretty
a
easy.
ball,
When you keep repeating the same lie over and over to a child and they grow up and then they hear about space and astronauts and all this fun, fantastical things, you know, it's a lie that they want to hold on to. They don't want to let it go because it's fun, because it feels nice, you know? It's like, how many people out there, like, they just take it at face value? Like, it's on the news and, you know, my coworker does this. He's like, oh, well, there's a big comet coming towards us. It's like, really, dude? And you see on the screen, it's just like absolute CGI nonsense. It's like, he just buys it. It's easy to buy it. No need to question whatsoever.
By Santa Claus, by the Tooth Fairy, by the Easter Bunny. You know, at the end of the day, adults are lying to their kids, and that's where the disconnect comes from, because the adults Once the kids realise that it's not the truth, then they don't trust the adults. They don't trust their parents. And once they don't trust their parents, then therefore the government are going to take over.
Well, I think that the whole Easter Bunny, Santa Claus lies was a reinforcement tactic, because most people, when they find out about the lie, what do? They have children, and then they perpetrate that lie to their children too. And it's like, oh, it's just part of life. This is what we do. We just lie.
Yeah, but once the kids find out that you've been lying to them, then therefore they're not going to believe you as an adult, as their parent. They're going to believe somebody else.
Yep. That's another side effect of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we saw in our generations, past 3 generations at least, where it's like, well, they just did it over and over again. They just kept doing it anyway. They followed in their footsteps.
I did it. Did you do it?
No. But my parents did, because their parents did it. Because their parents did it. You know what I mean? Like, we're cutting off the line. We're in the generation that's waking up. A lot of people are waking up to things, and we're cutting out the lies, or at least hopefully. But I mean, how long did this lie perpetrate before me? My sister probably still does it to her children. Oh yeah, Santa, here's Santa's gifts. But I'm not doing it.
Well, Santa used to be in green, and now he's in red. So it was 100 years ago. Santa used to be in green, now he's in red. It all's down to Coca-Cola, doesn't it? So therefore, let's have a look at that. It's materialistic. It's commercial.
The psychology of colors.
If you want to go that deep, yes, but actually, it's materialistic because it's generating money. Well, it went from green to red, and Coca-Cola were in red, so therefore they changed from green to red. That's not to do with anything else, but value of money.
I always hated all those days, like Valentine's Day or Easter, whatever it was. I always just hated it. It never sat well with me, ever. And I just never really could put my finger on it. It's just like this pre-packaged thing where you should be, oh, we're doing this thing. We're giving a gift on this. Why can't I give you a gift on any day? Why do you have to tell me when? You know what I mean? It's like New Year's Eve. It's like, well, we're supposed to do this thing where we all, oh man, New Year's Eve. Fucking hate New Year's Eve.
But it's like Thanksgiving Day. What is that?
Yeah, can't you just be thankful every day?
The Westerns come over and they snotted the National Americans. So therefore we go Thanksgiving Day. How do you feel about that?
It'd be nice if it was what it was intended to be the entire time. Like I've said before, the whole idea of America it's a wonderful thing, but it's just a fucking veneer. It's just something that's been sold to people, unfortunately, and it's not the truth. Once you learn about the corporation and the rest of it, ugh.
It's got nothing to do with corporations. What do you think about Europeans come over and annihilated national or natural Americans?
What do I think about what? The Europeans going to America? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, Europeans coming to America and annihilating national or natural Americans. And ever since then, they've annihilated them.
Oh, the Native Americans, right? I see. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of land over there, isn't there?
I got a lot to say about that. I'll talk about it in a second, though. I can't right now.
Yeah, they got a casino out on it.
It was their land first. So they get a casino. Happy days. So, their land first. They was here before us.
Yeah, I was thinking about that with Palestine earlier, funnily enough.
I'm not on about Palestine. I'm about America.
Yeah, it's a similar thing, though, isn't it?
No,
Occupiers.
it's not. No. We're talking about two different regions. I'm going to talk about America.
All right,
if you
then.
want to deviate,
Fill your boots, dude. If you want to talk about America, fill your boots.
Carry on.
I'll go make a brew.
Is that where we're going to end it then? Okay, thank you. Good night.
So yeah, what happened with the Native Americans? What's the story? The white man killed all the Native Americans. What happened?
Oh, don't you think they did that or not?
Do you know that Wardenclyffe Tower is about 13.33333333 the size of the Giza Pyramid?
And what's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. It's 13 times smaller than the pyramid.
This makes me want to talk about ley lines and other covered up history, but I don't know much about the Native American aspect because it's been altered so much, like everything else culturally. But I'm interested in all of it. Impossible nearly to find concise information that's not just like intentionally overwhelming, like the psyop feeding it. It's very.
So who's the psyop then? Who's the psyop then?
Oh, I mean, even though there's truth housed in it, the Tartaria, and lost cultures, like my family line included. So I'm a part of it. I just want answers, but a lot of it is intentionally put out there in the digital space as a psyop. It's very obvious, but from that you take what you can get out of it either way.
So are you trying to say that you are actually a Native American?
No, I'm saying I want to learn more about that as well as other aspects of the true history of like all people and all of the stuff that was here before the last 100 years that just makes no sense. That's part of it. So I was just interested in it all. That's all I'm saying.
Native Americans were here before 100 years ago, so therefore, why are you dictating
No, I know.
100 years?
Okay, I'm not trying to cause any argument. I was saying I have a mutual interest in wanting to learn more about the Native Americans and their history. That's it. That's all I was saying.
Right. So how are you going to do that then for yourself?
Well, maybe I'll go back to Arizona where I had a master carpenter of the Hopi tribe out there hand carve me a Kachina doll of Quail, the artist, and I've had it since I was 7, so 26 years now. and I might go back there and just ask him directly. That would probably be the best way to get any answer. So I'll probably do that.
You think that's the best way you can answer that is by having somebody that carved you something when you were 6?
Yeah, from the tribe itself. I'll just go back to Arizona where I met the guy.
Right. Okay. So where's the tribe from?
What?
Where was the tribe from?
Originally, I don't know, but they were right around the Grand Canyon areas where we went to the reservation and where the people were. Yeah.
So the only way you can actually get information from is a tribe that has been put in a land by the American government, and they have dictated what they're going to do.
Yeah, they weren't put there. They've been there for a long time.
Hold on.
I would say that's my starting.
Can I speak to one person at a time, please? Because there's 2 people speaking there.
Yeah,
Please,
it's an open Discord. Robot.
Yeah, can you please get her to not be robot, please?
But yeah, the Hopi tribe's like pretty ancient tribe. They've been in that area. I don't think they were displaced by the American government.
Thank you.
Actually, the American government were not here before the tribes were here. So therefore, you are talking rubbish.
What?
I'll come back when there's less aggression. I'll come back.
Yeah.
I'm not being aggressive.
For a fight.
How am I being aggressive?
You're making a lot of assumptions, and you
I'll show you
really
aggressive.
don't have information.
How am I being aggressive? I disagree with
Again,
you.
you're making a lot of assumptions.
I am not.
With little
Should I take
information.
this down in the live chat too?
Am I shouting?
Come on, tough guy.
You don't have to stop to be aggressive. What are you talking about?
Am I shouting or anything like that?
Oh, you're
You don't have
good,
to
man.
stop to be aggressive.
What's up, guys? Come on, man.
How the hell am I being aggressive? I'm not shouting or anything like that.
Snowflakey today or what?
Oh, snowflakey. What
Not
does that
you.
mean?
You. You're good. I
How
don't
am
think
I
you're.
being aggressive? I haven't raised my voice or anything like that. How the hell am I being aggressive?
Bro.
Calm down,
on your
bro.
side. I'm on your side. I'm saying you're good.
Your under modulation is totally like microaggression right now.
What?
No, he's not being aggressive. Come on, relax, guys.
I'm being micro. What the hell is microaggressive?
All he said was that's all he said. Come on.
You said I'm aggressive. Now I'm microaggressive. What does that mean?
Hey man, just calm down, bro. Calm down.
All right.
I'm just joking, man. I'm just pulling the chain.
What? Please explain to me why I'm aggressive or microaggressive. I haven't got a clue what you're on about. Please explain it to me.
So, as he said, you're good. You're good.
Well, I'm not the arbiter.
No, I don't want to be fucking good.
Get
but,
to the conversation, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but why am I aggressive or microaggressive or what the other hell was aggressive? I don't understand that. I was only trying to.
No, let's just move on. Let's just.
What's
continue on.
the topic at hand? What's on the docket?
The white man is killing all the Native Americans.
It was. Now we can move on from that. It was thinking versus feeling. Is it the same thing?
No, I was talking about a specific topic, and then I was told I was microaggressive or something aggressive. So I want to know what.
Let's go back to that topic.
I just meant,
No.
I just meant that we should be. Let's get back to the words. Yeah.
Maybe someone was yanking a chain, dude. Just forget about it. Just
Yeah, it's
move
all
on.
good, bro. It's all good.
Okay.
Whoever that guy
Okay.
was, he's gone now. Don't worry about it. It's all right.
No. Okay. All right. I don't understand what's going on, but okay, fair enough. No worries.
What do you want to talk about, Ward and Cliff?
No, I was talking about something. I was talking about a topic, and then somebody said I was microaggressive.
No, they were just messing with you. Just move on.
Yeah, let's go to the topic. What was that topic?
I'm not going to talk about that topic anymore because I.
Okay, I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay.
We're talking with Sydney.
What that is. So
What are you
therefore,
saying?
I'm going to go and research that and find out what it is, and then I'm going to come back to you.
Microaggressor.
You don't need to.
Classic.
Right now.
Oh,
Textbook case. Yeah. Go ahead.
The microaggression was somebody pulling your chain, and the aggression was Sydney, which she felt you were aggressive, which I can't really say you were. You just said rubbish, so that's all there is to it, bro. No more, no less.
Right, so
Good.
normal
Go on.
conversation. Okay, all right, okay, no worries. All right, I apologise for being my normal self, but if you
chill
accuse
with
me,
the aggression, man.
no, if you accuse me of something, then I want to know what I've been accused of, and I want to learn about that. So therefore,
I just mean because you were like whisper yelling. I just said I was just joking and say that was microaggressive because you were like whisper yelling because you're like, oh, I haven't done anything. Yeah, I just call that out. Sorry for the confusion. Yep.
What happened? Did Sydney spurg out again? Because she generally does that, so you shouldn't worry about that.
all I was here for was for a conversation, and I was willing to have a conversation. And okay, fair enough. All right,
It's all right. She'll probably be back. You know, but she's driving right now. There's no sense. You know, and if she's listening, it's probably like annoying her that it's just like we should just drop. Let's just drop it and bury it, and then burn that area locally.
Right, I'll drop it. I'll drop out now. I'll just listen and use like carry on. Okay, I apologise for being an arse or whatever it is.
Certain
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I kind of like talking about America as well. So, but I don't live there. So, do you live there? Oh, is he gone? Oh, he's still here. Did you live there, dude?
No, I live in the world.
You live in the world. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you know a lot about America. You could teach me something about it. Maybe.
What do you know about America?
I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of things I don't know about it.
It's a huge, big place.
Yeah.
And it can be regenerated as much as it can be.
That was a big word. What was that?
Regenerated.
Regenerate. That could be word of the day.
You're saying in America can recover?
100%. All it takes is time and effort.
Why do you think North America looks so small on the moon map? Do you think it's actually that much smaller than the other continents, or do you think it's like a distortion thing?
No, I didn't say it's small. I said it. If you want to,
this is tangential.
Look, like Arizona, you think it's a dry desert. It's not. That can be a huge farm for industry and agriculture, but you got to put the time and effort into it. All you got to do is trap water. Once you trap water, that's it. The land will come back. The farmland will come back. The grasses will come back, and you got a viable area. Do you disagree with that?
Do you ever think things are just as God intended and people shouldn't mess with it? Because I sometimes do.
Do you think we should help this planet, or just?
Well, I don't know if it's a planet first and foremost.
Well, it's a planet.
Is it?
I didn't.
How do you know?
I didn't say it was a plane. I didn't say it was a globe. I said it was a planet.
What's your evidence for that?
What's a planet?
What we live on is a planet. It's the
what is that?
It's the only place we can live. It's a planet.
Can you define planet?
Sorry,
Let's not go into the definition game again, because that's tedious.
Well, I mean, we need to just because he said a place we can live at. I mean, yeah,
I just want to see your evidence, dude. If you got evidence for this ball that we supposedly live on, I'd like to see it.
Hold on, who said the ball?
Well, come on. I mean,
no, you
like
said the
spheroid, water
okay.
repair. I don't care what you call it. It's some sort of ball.
No, you said the ball. Okay, let's listen to your evidence of a ball.
Well, no, because you said it was a planet, and according to the definition of a planet, it's a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. So where's your?
What year do you want to put that to?
What year?
He's getting into minutiae these fucking words every time.
I've got encyclopedias which don't actually say that, so therefore, go on, carry on.
Okay, can you tell me what are you when you say it's planet?
No. You said the ball. You said the ball. Please.
I didn't say ball.
State the year. Come on.
No, I didn't say ball. What I said was a celestial body. Are you gonna let me finish?
Actually,
I did not say ball. It wasn't me. It was the other guy.
Okay, I do apologise then. So therefore, somebody's white knighting for you. Okay, carry on.
White knighting. No, what I was said was that.
What the fuck?
What I said was, what was the definition? What do you mean by planet? And he said let's not go into the definition because then I read out the definition that I found was a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. That's why I want to know what is your evidence about that.
I have no evidence that we're moving around a celestial.
So why are you calling Earth a planet?
We're on a planet, aren't we?
No.
Or don't you? Oh, so what are we on then?
On Earth.
Yeah, exactly. So we're on Earth.
Okay, we just say Earth.
Called a planet, which is called a planet.
No, it's not called a planet. That's what they named it, but it's not. Earth is called Earth.
Okay, so we live on Earth with water covering how many miles exactly? So we live on Earth. So what do you think Earth is then?
Earth is dirt.
Correct. And water is water.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So why do you attach planet to it? Because that means we're in an elliptical orbit around the sun.
I never said that.
You said planet, and that's the definition of planet.
Well, also the stars in the sky. Stars in the sky. Or the lights in the sky. I've never said they were anything different, did I?
Why's it got to be elliptical?
That's what the definition says.
Which definition?
The one I just pulled up in Google by Oxford.
So, from what year did this say that this was supposed to be a definition?
What's the latest definition?
Right. Okay. So, from the 1600s, did it say that this was the definition of what you just said?
It says 2019, actually.
1319. 20 past 1. I don't think so.
Say it again.
Okay. Right. Okay. So, what are you trying to get out of this conversation?
I don't know. Well, the whole thing was that you said a key word was called planet, and we attached the planet, and we lost the point of what we were talking about.
So your whole argument is that because we live on a planet, that you are right about everything else.
Well, hold on. I'm not the one that said we live on the planet. You did.
Yeah. Did I say that you said that?
All right, now I'm just confused, man. What's going on, dude?
No, did I say that you said that?
You said your argument was that's because we live on the planet. Everything else that you say is right. That wasn't my argument.
No. I never said that.
Did you not say your argument was?
Did I say that my argument was right because we lived on a planet? That's what you just said to me.
You attached it to me.
No. You said that everything I said, because I said I lived on a planet, that my argument was right.
No, that's not what I said.
No, you just said.
That's not what I said.
No, you said because
What's going on here, man? Are you high?
No, I don't smoke weed.
Okay, what's going on then, bro? Because my question was about the word planet. What is it? What are you defining planet as? Because we don't call Earth a planet.
Hold on. Why are you putting so much emphasis on the word planet?
Because you said planet. Somebody else said we don't live on a planet, and I said, what are you defining planet as?
Okay, so why are you emphasizing so much on the word planet?
The word planet usually means that you live on a damn globe. So he's asking you what's the proof of that.
Whoa. Who the hell said planet and globe in the same word?
That's usually
I've heard this one before, actually. Wait.
You just did. I never.
I know this one. Hold on.
You said planet and globe in the same word.
But
didn't you?
brought it up.
I never said globe.
You said planet.
You did.
I said planet. I never said globe. You said globe, correct? Did I say?
I wasn't the one that said globe. I said usually implies.
Whoa.
I said it usually. I said low. I'm still speaking. It said it usually implies a globe.
Okay.
Going around an optical orbit around a star.
Rewind the tape. Okay, rewind the tape. Did I say globe or did you say globe?
I didn't ever say globe. The reason
you said globe. I never ever said.
Oh,
globe.
It was the other guy.
Rewind the tape, please.
Jeez, right. I told you it wasn't me. It was the other guy, and you said, "Oh, okay."
Which other guy? Am I speaking to two of you now?
It was two of us, yes.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, well,
it was Andy. Andy was the one that said globe. He said, "We
hold on. Get back to the original point. So, what's a planet?
Well, what's a globe?
That's what.
Well, hold on, dude. I asked you a question first. What's a planet? Clearly, you're saying it's not a globe. So, in your head, what's a planet? If it's not a globe, then what is it?
Hold on. Am I going to speak to one or two people? Because if you're both going to start bloody dissing me, you're both going to start attacking me.
Nobody's trying to moderate.
Hold on. Jesus Christ Almighty! Right, can I have one conversation at once instead of two people?
I'm handing over the mic, dude. But you guys are cutting around the bush, right? For 20 minutes. Get back to the point. I'm trying to redirect you guys back to the point. What's the planet? And then that's it, bro. I'm done. Go ahead.
The planet is where we live on.
Planet is what we live on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that your own definition of planet?
It's reality. Where do we live?
No. This is the thing, though. I mean, if for us to have a conversation, we have to agree on terms, right? So if you're having your own definition, if I say potato, then I mean that means a flat plane. Then that's we're not agreeing on definitions of terms, bro. you're not going to understand what I'm saying, and I'm not going to understand what you're saying. So we need to agree on terms, meaning what do you define a planet as? You say, what we live as. Where did you get that definition? Did you just made up that definition? Because according to definitions, at least the latest definition is a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. Is that what you mean?
You're on about the latest definitions. Right, what about the previous definitions?
And you bring up that definition for me.
No, because you don't want to listen to the previous definition. You want to say that we live on whatever you want to live on. Right. So, okay. Go on. Carry on.
See, the thing is, you're trying to bring up a definition that is not being used currently, right?
Why do we need current definitions? Because the older definitions were the correct definitions, and now you're trying to change it because you want to make this a spheroid. Go on. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I did interrupt you.
Yeah. You want to make this a spheroid orbiting around the sun. Why are we orbiting around the sun if we don't feel it?
I don't agree on that. I don't think we are orbiting around the sun. But what I'm saying is that is a definition of planet according to the times. Now, my question is, so we could agree on terms. Can you give me the exact definition you agree that you're saying, so then I can say, okay, I like that definition. I agree with you. Can you post that definition or read it out to me?
You say you don't agree with the times because you don't agree with that we are actually orbiting the sun. Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't agree. I don't believe that. What was that?
Your first part of the statement was you don't agree that we are actually a body orbiting the sun, but you want my confirmation to confirm to you that we are not orbiting the sun. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just trying to figure out, what do you call planet, right? Because you're giving me a definition of a planet that it's not what the current definition is. Now, according to the current definition, I don't agree with it at all. I don't agree that is what we are in, because current definition says that is a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. I don't agree that that's what we're doing, because this is not what we feel. This is not how it works. Now, I want to know, what do you define as planet, and can you give me a definition, and where can I find it?
Right, okay. You say you don't agree with it. So what research have you done for yourself to actually confirm or deny that? Because it's not down to me to teach you, it's down to yourself. So if you are questioning this definition, why don't you do your own research?
No.
Why haven't
You made the claim. You made the claim that we live in a planet.
No. You actually stated that you don't believe it. So therefore, why haven't you done your own research, and why haven't you looked into it?
No, that's incorrect. You made the claim. You made the claim. Hello. You made the claim.
You made the claim that you don't believe it. You made the claim that you don't believe it.
I don't have to give you a non-positive, bro.
No,
you're the one claiming that we live in a planet.
You made the claim that you don't believe it. So why haven't
you want me to prove a negative?
You made the claim that you don't believe it. So why haven't you done your own research?
Because you're the one making the actual claim that we live in a planet. So prove that we live in a.
Why don't you prove to yourself that you've made the claim? You made a positive claim. You don't believe it.
Well, who are you talking to? I might have him locally muted or something.
And it recorded. You said you do not believe it.
Warden,
so why don't you go and do your own research?
bro, you made the claim that you live in a planet, bro. Did you not?
You made the
Oh,
claim.
stop.
You
I asked
believe
you first. You made the claim first. You spoke that we live in a planet. And that's what Andy asked. Something.
You made the claim. You do not believe it. So go and do your own research. That's all I'm saying.
So let me ask you this. Did I first say, oh, I don't believe we live in a planet? Or did you first say we live in a planet?
And did you say you do not believe it? Correct or not?
Gordon, I'm going to ask you one more time or I'm going to disengage with you.
You can disengage with me, but you...
Yeah, you want me to disengage, don't I? Don't you?
Believe it.
You want me to disengage because you made the burden of proof is the one who makes the claim first. So you made the claim that you live in a planet.
Even if you did come out and say we don't live on a planet, that's a negative claim. You don't have the burden of proof. The burden of proof would be on anyone saying, "Oh, we do live on a planet." Now that person has the burden of proof. It doesn't even matter who says.
If somebody comes out and says, "I do not believe we live on a planet," or I do not believe this, then they've got to go and do their own research. Correct or not?
No, incorrect. Let me rephrase it with the unicorn in there to make it more clear. Hey,
oh, I've got to go and prove something.
I'm in mid sentence, dude.
I've got to go and
you asked me a question. I'm responding. If somebody comes out and says unicorns don't exist, right? No one said anything. Just somebody comes out the blue and says unicorns don't exist. That's a negative claim. A claim of non-existence. The burden of proof is never on. It's always on the person taking the opposing stance. If you're going to debate about it.
Oh, what if I say unicorns do exist then?
The burden of proof is on you. Whoever's making that's a positive claim. Unicorns do exist. That's a positive claim. Unicorns don't exist is a negative claim, a claim of non-existence.
Right. How can I prove a negative then?
Exactly. Elbow's saying we don't live on a planet. That's not a thing.
No, but
You're
just
saying
said
we do live on a planet. You're saying unicorns do exist. The burden of proof's on you.
He just said he does not. So therefore, he's got to go and do his own research. Correct?
That's the negative claim.
You don't get it. He don't understand negative and positive claim. You don't get it.
Why do I have to prove anything, or why do I have not prove anything? If
you don't have to. I mean,
yeah, exactly. I don't have to.
Exactly. So it's just a belief. You believe you live on a planet. Great. That's fine. No wrong with that. I'd like to see some evidence, though, if you're saying you know it for sure.
Right. Okay. I believe I live on an Earth which has got deviations in from the horizontal plane, from a level, we've got deviations. Can I prove that?
Wait, sorry, I missed that. So you're saying you live? It's a horizontal plane with undulations, something like that.
From a horizontal, I can prove changes in elevation. Can I prove that?
Yeah.
Sweet. So you take that as a given.
Yeah, I mean, any survey or anything like that could show you that.
All right, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's called rise over run. It's called rise over run. That's how surveyors do it. If you go make a horizontal line for a mile, and let's say you're at 10 feet elevation.
You don't make a horizontal.
You go 1 mile.
Plane.
Listen, I know I'm not roboting because I'm at home.
Yeah. Yeah, Warden, can you please quit interrupting people, please?
Oh, people who
rise over run is a common. Rise over run's a common surveying method. If you're at 10 feet elevation, you make a horizontal line, and then anywhere after that horizontal line, if you raise up off it 1 foot, you're now at 11 feet elevation. That's how it's done. Do you think that's conducive to a spherical Earth?
No, I think that's conducive to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's where we get our elevation from, a horizontal plane. I know.
Yeah. So that's got nothing to do with spherical or flat or whatever it is. It's a horizontal plane. You measure changes in elevation.
Yeah, using a horizontal. So you're saying on the globe Earth, on the spherical Earth, the planet, that your elevation is taken from a horizontal basin.
I'm not saying anything about horizontal or spherical Earth. A horizontal has got nothing to do with the Earth, because you don't establish a horizontal from the ground underneath you. You're going up 3-4 feet, and you establish a horizontal plane, and then you measure the drop or rise from that horizontal plane. It's got nothing to do
Yes,
with
and
the
that's
Earth
how.
underneath you.
My bad. I thought you were done.
Sorry.
That's how they do it. Yes, they make a horizontal plane, a horizontal line, and if they've gone up or down from that horizontal, they've gone up or down in elevation. Is that how your elevation works on the globe? This is about being on a globe or not, because on a globe, your elevation profile is curving. It's not a horizontal baseline like how they do it in reality.
No, it's got nothing to do with. No, in reality, if you establish a horizontal plane, it's got nothing to do with the Earth underneath you.
If you're using it for elevation purposes, it absolutely would, because your elevation on the globe is curving. You couldn't use a horizontal line to get elevation, because it would be incorrect. Because on a globe, you have to have the elevation curving.
What? How the hell do you work that out? If you've established a horizontal plane, it doesn't matter what the Earth underneath you is. It doesn't matter if it's curving, going up, going down, or whatever it is. You establish a horizontal plane, right? You can measure dip or upwards, can't you? So you can measure. You can measure from the horizontal plane, the ground below you, the ground above you. So how does that do a curve?
Because if Earth is curving, you wouldn't be able to take your elevation from a horizontal line or a horizontal plane. You would have to take your elevation from something else, because the elevation is supposedly curving on the globe. So you would be wrong every time you did rise over run if we were on a globe.
How do you establish a horizontal? Okay.
Surveyors do it. I don't do it. Surveyors do it.
Right. Are you using a water level or using an auto level?
Dude, surveyors do this. They establish a horizontal plane. It's called rise over run. They establish a horizontal plane if they're at 10 feet elevation, and then they make a horizontal line out in the distance, and they take a mark, and they go up 1 foot or down 1 foot. They're now at a new elevation of 11 or 9 feet.
If
that doesn't work on a ball.
They're not a very good surveyor, because you only go sort of 100 foot in front of you or 200 foot. So you do a foresight. You turn, if you're doing auto level, you turn 180 degrees and you flip it over, and then you take another mark. And if that mark is not within sort of 1 mil of your measurement, then you're way off. So you say 1 foot and 1 foot up, 1 foot down. Forget it. That's not a surveyor.
Dude, that's how rise over run works, bro. All right. You go out. You make a horizontal line. You go out.
No. I'm saying from point A to point B. I'm not on about rise over run. I'm point A to point B, and that's in between that. That's when you can measure rise over run.
Dude, get a basketball. Pretend a basketball. The surface of the basketball, the elevation's all zero.
So we've gone from surveying to basketballs. Okay, let's put a pencil on top of basketball. Come on, let's go.
Well, I'm using it as an analogy to show you how it works.
Yeah, but basketball is basketball. The Earth is the Earth. You've got hills, mountains, valleys, God knows what else. And so we've got basketball. It's nice, smooth surface. So what we're going to do with the basketball, against the Earth?
With the basketball, it's representing your spherical Earth, and I'm going to show you how rise over run using a horizontal to get elevation does not work.
No, you're not.
I would if you.
Okay,
I could
fine.
if you were willing to listen, hear it out.
I apologize. I will be quiet. Please carry on.
So in reality, when we do rise over run, make a horizontal line for a distance. If you raise up 1 foot, say you're at 10 feet elevation, you raise up 1 foot, you're now at 11 feet elevation. If you try to do this on a basketball, which is a sphere, and you say the surface of the basketball is all 0 elevation, and then you make a horizontal line somewhere above the basketball, you will not have the correct elevation using that method, obviously. It's pretty simple. I don't know why this is so hard for so many people. All my people get it, I'm pretty sure. Every time I talk to you guys about it, though, you guys don't understand for some reason.
What do you mean by you guys?
Definitely microaggression.
No. He said you guys don't understand it. So I'm asking, what do you mean by you guys?
All right, guys, let's not get racist here.
You Glover guys, right? All my people understand. Is there any of my people that don't understand? Any of my flat Earth people? We all get it. Every time I talk to the Globers about it, you guys have some kind of weird issue understanding how this doesn't work on a sphere.
Okay, I understand that, but what are you calling me, you guys? Please explain that to
These
me.
two you.
Are you a Glober? Are you a Glober?
For me?
Yeah.
I'm a reality.
You think Earth is a planet, a sphere?
Dude, he's a drunk flat earther.
Well, that's
Drunk flat earther. Does that mean he believes in Coriolis or something? Spinning?
Why do you say that?
All right, settle down with all the aggression, bud. It's the last warning.
Oh, the hell have I been aggressive? I haven't said.
That's Dice slow fucking with you. Just chill. It's fine.
Simmer
Jeez.
down, okay?
Who have I been aggressive with?
Bro, just simmer down.
Right. Okay. So therefore, I'm actually contradicting what you say. So therefore, you're saying that I'm aggressive and I've got to chill down. Is that right?
You gonna keep going with all the attitude?
Well, asking questions and contradicting what you say. Is that an attitude?
Dude, you're being kind of a dick.
Yeah. Very, very microaggressive.
That's what I asked. What is microaggressive? I asked that ages ago, and I don't understand what you're saying to me.
He's doing it again.
Well, please explain it to me then.
Kind of like low T, right? Like you got testosterone, but very little microaggression.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying, but okay, fair enough. All right, okay.
We're just playing with you, dude. Just keep it going. Let's get through this.
Hopefully I'm not being aggressive to anybody. I'm just trying to get answers. So therefore, you carry on doing what you're doing. I'll just carry on what I'm doing.
We're playing with you, dude. Come on, stop getting all sensitive. Now you're getting sensitive. You got to pick or choose. What are you doing here?
I'm trying to get answers. I'm not trying to get aggressive or anything like that. You know, so
I just gave you the answer to why rise over run doesn't work on a sphere. Do you understand?
No, I don't, because the only way you can get rise over run is from a established horizontal.
Yes. You establish a horizontal, and if you were to do that over a ball, like a basketball, you would have an incorrect elevation every time you try to do that.
If you
Do you understand the basketball?
Yeah, if you get rise over run over a basketball, the only time the line will touch on a basketball is a tangent. That's if it touches the surface.
Okay, but pretend you're a little bit height above the basketball, and then you have a ruler, a straight ruler, and the whole surface of the basketball is 0 elevation, and then you have a ruler going out. Would you get a correct elevation profile using that horizontal? If you went out, say you were at 1 inch elevation, and you went out a distance, and then you raised up an inch, would you be at 2 inches elevation on the
Then that-
basketball, or would it be wrong?
Then that horizontal would not be a tangent, so therefore your statement is incorrect.
What? Dude, this ain't about tangents. What are you talking about? There's no tangent. We're not touching the basketball. I don't know why you brought tangent into this. It's irrelevant. There's a horizontal line somewhere above a basketball. We're 1 inch above the basketball. We make a horizontal line, just like surveyors do when they're doing rise over run. They're above the surface of the earth. They make a horizontal line. If they go up a little bit, if you go up 1 inch above the ruler, and you started at plus 1 inch, and now you go out on the basketball along the ruler and raise up 1 inch, are you now at 2 inches elevation, or would you be wrong?
Then they can measure the drop from the horizontal to the surface.
Do you understand how your elevation measurement would be wrong on the basketball?
Where's starting point? Because you need a starting point and you need a finishing point. You need A and B.
Yeah, anywhere on the ruler, the beginning of the ruler, we're gonna start the ruler at 1 inch, 0 inches, whatever, the beginning of the ruler. You have make that horizontal line out. You have your ruler be horizontal above the basketball. You're 1 inch above the surface, starting out. And then if I go 3 inches out and raise up 1 inch, would I now be at 2 inches elevation, or would that be wrong?
So you got terra firma to start off with the 1 inch and then the 3 inch. Because that's what you need. You need terra firma to start off with your point A and point B. You can't do it in midair.
Yes, you can, dude. That's how they do rise over run in midair all the time. They put stakes out. They have their tool in the air.
They don't. They start off in terra firma and they put their poles up and then they put a mark on it.
Yeah, above the ground. Exactly, above the ground.
Right. So you saying what you just said was they're in air. No, they're not.
Yeah, they're in air.
They start from the ground and they work their way up.
Dude, they have their tools are on the ground. They're touching the ground, but the horizontal plane that they make is in the air. What is this, obfuscation station today? What are you doing?
No. You just said it was in the air. I'm saying.
Yeah, that's how they do rise over run, in the air.
You start from the ground and you work your way up, correct?
You have your tools are on the ground and you make the line, your horizontal line, you make that in the air. You don't make that on the ground, obviously. You can't.
Right, okay. Excellent. We've established that. So therefore, you've got 2 points, A and B, in the ground, and then you've raised
Oh, they're
up.
in the air. Dude, they're in the air.
Yeah, you've raised up from the ground into the air.
Okay, and now our horizontal line is in the air, yes.
Correct. Right, okay, lovely.
Okay, now we're on a basketball. You have a ruler in the air above a basketball. You're 1 inch above the whole surface of the basketball is 0 elevation. You have a ruler 1 inch above the basketball at a point. Now, if you
Zero
go out on the
elevation?
basketball,
Did you say zero elevation?
yes, zero. You're at zero. The whole surface of the basketball is zero elevation.
Right. So therefore,
Bro, you can't get to the point because you know this doesn't work on a ball. You know rise over run doesn't work on a ball. That's why you're doing this. I know.
No. If you say it's zero elevation on a ball, therefore it's not going to be. I know where you're going. Go on, carry on.
I've already ran through this like 3 or 4 times in the past 5 minutes. I don't know. If you don't understand now, I don't know what to tell you. Is there anyone here that doesn't understand this other than this guy? Of why rise over run doesn't work on a ball?
All right, guys, you're getting aggressive now.
Go on, please carry on.
Why don't you do it over the water, Jeremy? So you can just eliminate the whole ground aspect and strictly focus on your visual baseline.
We can't get past the basketball. I don't know what we haven't even made it to Earth yet.
Yeah.
No, I know what you're doing with the basketball. Go on, carry on.
Slam dunk.
I've said it 3 or 4 times now. You have the basketball. The surface of the basketball is zero elevation. You make a horizontal 1 inch above the basketball with a ruler, a straight ruler. Now you're the beginning of the ruler. You're at 1 inch elevation. If I go out 3 or 4 inches and I raise up 1 inch, am I now at 2 inches elevation? Would that be correct for the basketball?
You both A and B 2 inches.
Would I be at a correct, if I were to use this method on the surface of a basketball, would I be at the correct elevation after I've raised up 1 inch for my horizontal? After a distance.
A and B at the basketball.
What you talking about A and B, bro? No one said A and B.
Well, you're only doing one elevation. Are you doing another elevation at B?
The beginning of ruler is point A. We're at 1 inch above the surface of the basketball. We're at 1 inch elevation at A. I make a horizontal line. I go out 3 inches. I raise up 1 inch. That's point B. 3 inches later, we're at point B. That's the distance. If I raise up 1 inch at point B, am I now at 2 inches elevation? Would that be correct for the basketball?
What, horizontal?
I'm done.
All right,
but you was only raising 1 point. So if A and B are horizontal and you raise up 1 point, that's not horizontal, correct?
I'm good.
No, you're not good.
Don't go getting aggressive.
I don't know if you can't follow or I'm having an issue. Either way, I'm going to just back off where I do. I'm starting to get a little heated. So
no. If you're only raising up 1 point, how can you be horizontal?
Dude, the ruler was horizontal. We made a horizontal line with a ruler. What the fuck are you talking about?
The horizontal. You had a horizontal ruler, but you only raised 1 point up 3 inches, and you're trying to say that's horizontal. How can it be horizontal?
I don't know what you just said. I have no idea what you just said.
Why don't you draw it out? Like screen share and like draw it out, Jeremy.
If you're only raising 1 point, how can it be horizontal? You've got to raise both points to be horizontal, haven't you?
You use the horizontal. You use the horizontal to get your elevation. You make a horizontal, and then if you raise up off it at a point in the distance, you've now raised that much elevation. How do you not understand this?
Yeah, I agree. It's a raise in elevation, but how are you saying that's horizontal?
I'm not, dude. No one said that's horizontal. The ruler's horizontal. Bro, I got to stop because I don't know if this is a lack communication problem or what's
the
going
rule
on
is
here. But
horizontal. The rule is horizontal, but if you raise up 3 inches, the rule is still horizontal. But how is that elevation? What are you trying to say that elevation is? Is that elevation horizontal or not?
dude, if you raise up off the horizontal, or the horizontal is the baseline, and then if you raise up off 1 inch from the horizontal, you now have a new elevation at that point. Do you understand?
Yes. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, you've got a different elevation. Yes.
Okay, so now, would I have the correct elevation on a basketball if I was to do this?
You have the correct elevation for 1 inch. Yes, correct.
For the starting inch, yes, I would have the correct elevation. But then when we go 3 or 4 inches down the ruler, and I raise up 1 inch off the ruler, is my elevation now 2 inches? Would that be a correct elevation for the basketball?
Hold on. Whoa.
Whoa! What do you mean? Whoa!
Whoa! Don't go getting aggressive.
I'm not getting aggressive. I'm saying
Simmer down.
I don't understand what it's on about. It goes and raises up from point A. He goes and raises up at 3 inches, and then he comes down the ruler, and then he starts raising up the ruler, and he's saying that's the correct elevation. I don't understand what he's saying.
Do you know how rise over run works?
Exactly, I know how rise over runs over, but I don't know what the hell you're on about.
Rise over run. You make a horizontal line, and then however much you've raised up off that line, that's a new elevation. Do you understand that?
Right. So from
no. Do you understand what I just said?
No. From A, you've raised up 3 inches.
And you don't know how rise over run works.
You go down 5 inches or whatever it is you're on about. Do you raise up the ruler to another 5 inches or whatever it is?
Dude, you don't know how rise over run works for starters. That may be why this is so complicated. But no one's raising the ruler.
I know how water works. It works downhill, so therefore you got a 1/4 inch drop every so often. But I don't know what you're on about.
I'm on about rise over run and how it's used in reality, and how it wouldn't work on a sphere. That's what I'm on about. But you're not following it though.
I'm not following you because I haven't got a bloody clue what you're on about, man.
I know because you don't know how rise over run works. I know. We can tell.
Can you?
Oh, explain it. How does rise over run work, Jeremy?
Really, Dice Low?
Maybe he needs it. Maybe he needs you to walk him through it.
Yeah, I did like 3 or 4 times now, maybe 6. I don't know how many times I've said it. Surveyors, they make a horizontal line. They start at 5 feet elevation. At the end of the horizontal line, if they raise up 1 foot, they're at 6 feet elevation. Do you understand that?
Well, are you trying to say 5 plus 1 is 6?
No, plumbers don't work like that. So never mind. But okay. So carry on then. So right, at point A, you've ruled up 3 inches, and then you come down, and then you've gone up so many inches, and you say that's rise over run. Is that what you're trying to say, Jeremy?
I don't know if I could carry on in a calm manner. So I mean, I think I'm just gonna stop. I don't know.
You're not making any sense at all.
Have you seen any of the math problems this guy solves in these classrooms?
Maths is maths. Yeah. Okay. Happy days. Right. So no, I just want to know what the hell he's saying.
I'm trying to explain to you how rise over run works. In reality, with when surveyors do rise over run.
I know how it works. Yeah. You got to have a drop at one end.
Tell me how it works. Tell us how it works right now.
Drop at one end, higher at the other end. Water runs down. happy days. Go on then. Do you want to know the distances between how many inches it's got to be over the run?
I don't know what. Do you know how rise over run works?
100%.
Okay,
If you've got
explain it to me.
if you've got a lower level and a higher level, the water will run down to the lower level.
This ain't about what flowing water. It's about just how rise over run works and how they get elevation from it.
How do you get? Sorry, how do you get elevation? What?
I gotta go.
No.
Getting aggressive again.
Who, me? No, I didn't understand the last word he said, so therefore I asked him to repeat it. I'm not getting aggressive. I just asked him to repeat it.
Oh, now you want to get aggressive with me, huh?
Oh, so me actually asking for clarification is me being aggressive.
Yeah, you're being passive aggressive now.
Okay, I do apologize for that. Sorry.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing with you, dude. It's all good, man.
Dude, we've been playing with you for like a half hour about this passive aggressive microaggression stuff. We've just been playing around with you.
No, I don't even know what this fucking microaggression shit is.
Okay, it's just a joke.
Yeah, I wasn't being. I was trying to talk to him and trying to get answers out of him. And look, if I'm being a dick or being an arsehole or anything like that, I do apologise, but I'm not trying to do that.
No, we know you're not. We were just joking
You
with
watch
you.
that tone, buddy.
But watch your tone.
So there's three people talking there. I couldn't understand anything.
Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Hello?
Is there anybody out there?
It's not Jeremy's fault. He's from New York, so they're all like that apparently.
That's Dyslow, not Jeremy.
Fuck me. Fuck you.
Yeah, and that's how they say "I love you" in Brooklyn.
Well, I'm not from Brooklyn, so I.
It's
don't know
okay. Don't worry about it. Most people aren't from Brooklyn. And yeah, so in New York, the joke is in New York, you say, "Hey, fuck you! Hey, fuck you! I hope you have a good day." Yeah, you too, buddy. Hey, fuck you today. Hey.
Well, hopefully I never responded to that. So,
Oh man, you're not playing along too well today, man. I'll tell you that.
Well, shit. So how am I supposed to play along then?
There you go. Laughing's good. Laughing helps.
Fuck you.
There you go. There it is.
I don't know. It's kind of an aggressive laugh. I don't know.
Fuck you. No, just come here. Just have a little conversation. So, if I did, I did. If I didn't, who cares? Yeah. Well, thank you very much for entertaining me, and I appreciate it.
Just don't let it happen again. It's all right.
So I say that again, please. My hearing's not very good, so sometimes I have to hit once or twice.
I'm gonna say it to your good ear. Just don't let it happen again.
Okay. No worries. All right. Catch you later then. Enjoy.
All right, man. We'll see you soon. You better now, Jeremy?
I'm fucking good, man. That guy don't know how Rise Over Run works, obviously.
I picture you aggressively erasing all the whiteboards.
Where I had a dream. I do be dude. They draw all over the whiteboard. They got computers all over the place and giant screens, and they're still drawing on the fucking whiteboards like we're some barbarians. Does everyone understand though why Rise Over Run
Going through
works here?
canyon. I might lose you.
You're roboting. You're roboting, dice long. Just everyone but Dice Low. Do you guys understand why Rise Over Run wouldn't work on a sphere from the basketball analogy?
Yeah, I think you have to square it, right, to make it a ball.
You would have an incorrect elevation, obviously. And with the basketball and the ruler example, you'd have an incorrect elevation if the surface of the basketball was all zero.
Because X wouldn't be horizontal. X would be declining. We wouldn't have a horizontal plane. A horizontal line in the ball in the basketball. So the elevation will look higher, will increase exponentially, actually. Right or wrong?
Is this a moment of silence for the globe?
Yo, yo, mic check.
You're working.
Anybody want to get aggressive with? That's what I thought.
So rights overrun day. White Rovers can't accept rights overrun.
Because every time I go through that shit with the Glober, they never understand the basketball analogy or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's always an issue whenever I go over it with the Glober.
It's something simple they learn in high school at least. Like algebra, right? So hard about algebra.
It's really simple. Like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like a real simple thing. You make a horizontal line. If you're it begins at a certain elevation. If you go 1 foot above the horizontal line, you're at, whatever elevation you started at plus 1 foot. Easy peasy. Just like the basketball, where when you put a ruler above a basketball, same thing. Only you can see how that wouldn't work on a basketball. You'd be at the wrong you'd have a wrong elevation, obviously. That's the flat part of flat Earth right there, that horizontal baseline we use to get elevation from. That's why it's flat, right? If it was curving, if that elevation profile was curving at 8 inches per mile squared, then you'd be on a globe or some other shit, right? That's why obviously Earth is obviously flat, because we're using a horizontal baseline to measure elevation. Though there's an eclipse coming up, this is a perfect chance for us to try to get the Elias effect. I seen him selling the little eclipse glasses in the fucking gas station.
Stare at that eclipse. Stare at it. No glasses. Stare at it.
I don't know if I would do that.
I did it in 2017. It was awesome. You're supposed to sun gaze. They tell you that the sun is bad for you because they don't want you to get the magical benefits of sun gazing.
All day that it's out. Can't. Hell yeah. Glad you get it.
Yeah.
Just the essence of life, the magic that unites us all as God's creations, just that beautiful stuff that's life-saving, life-giving, sustaining, just that, just tell them to not look at it and then give them crazy, crazy two-strung sunglasses every day too, propagandize that, all that. Love it. Boom. Glad we get it. That was my rant for the day. Thanks.
Okay, Dicelo, you gotta stop this aggression, man. I mean, give it up. Breathe.
What?
I said Dicelo's gotta chill out. He's too aggressive today. That was a joke. Did you guys hear that Chinese are disputing the spot where the Indians landed their thing on the moon? Allegedly. Just posted something on it. Just posted a picture of a hieroglyph. Have a look at what those men are doing. I'd like your guys' opinion. What would you say they're doing there, that hieroglyph? The reason I ask is the person that posted this thinks that this may be proof of pouring like cement work on the pyramid stones instead of cutting. He thinks this depicts that scene. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think there's a thing. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I think there's a thing when you melt stone. Afterwards, the stone has this thing called vitrification I forget the exact name of it, but I think you can tell when stone's been melted. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure you can tell if stone's been melted or not.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. This doesn't look that way. This doesn't look like a melting, like a heat thing. This guy thinks it's evidence of pouring, like cement. He says, you see that part on the left? He says that's water. And then the other man looks like they're mixing the water with some sort of, like cement kind of a thing. Then he thinks it looks like they're forms. So I don't know. First time I've seen like actual something depicting them actually doing something. You see that thing that looks like an A? I was wondering what
Bro,
the
I
hell is
can't
that?
look right now. I'm driving.
Too bad. Okay. Because there's this thing, it looks like an A, and if you see it on the other side, it looks like he's putting it against the wall and pressing on the wall, like to keep it vertical. And I tell you, man, he shows some pictures of stones, and it does appear like they have like a flat surface there. So I don't know, man. Maybe they did both. Yeah. See if I kept the video. You guys make up your own
But
mind.
you know they don't. You know they don't have a flat surface, though, right?
What?
You know it's not flat, right? Nothing's flat.
Well, if you want to go microscopic, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. This is your guys' argument. Nothing's flat. It's not. There's no such thing as flat.
Well, flat is a description. Sure. It's something you can describe. I'm looking at the table. It looks flat. Got no problem
Looks
with
flat,
that.
but we know it's not. But it's not, though.
What do you mean it's not? Flat is a description, right? It's an observation, right? It's not an actual thing, right? Or is it?
I don't know if you broke up or it was me. I didn't hear what you said, though.
I said flat is not an orientation, right? It's how you describe something that looks.
Yeah, your sheetrock could be flat. You can hang a mirror on the wall vertical. It could be flat. Your table's flat. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. So we agree.
On that, yeah.
You want to flaticize the earth. That's where you're going, right?
Well, when we say it's flat, that means because elevation profiles are taken from a flat horizontal plane. That's the flat part we're talking about. Obviously, we know there's undulations, mountains, valleys.
Yeah, so we agree. We're good.
It's flat, yeah, no doubt.
What's flat?
Earth, just like your table, the sheetrock, all that flat stuff you were just talking about, same shit. Still undulation. All.
Can I suggest maybe you can use the word level?
You think level is a horizontal? That's also flat.
Because if you want to make me say that the earth is flat, I can't say it, bro. But if you want
Is
to say
level
that,
curving?
you want to start this again now? You want to go around in circles?
Well, I mean, if level doesn't curve, what else would you call it?
Bro, how many times do I tell you that if you haven't seen the entirety of the thing you're predicating, you can't make a shape claim? Like, I don't know why you don't understand that, bro, and just I don't get it. Why
You're the
must
first
you
person who's brought up shape. I never said anything about a shape.
Yeah, but you said the earth is flat, right?
Yeah, it's not a shape.
Okay, then that's an incorrect statement. The earth is not flat. So where do we go from here?
Sure, it is. We just went through it. I thought we just agreed.
No, we agreed on level or horizontal, whatever.
Yeah, so level and horizontal, those don't curve, right?
Correct.
What do you call something that doesn't curve?
Not curving.
Yeah, which would be straight, flat, planar. You want me to bust a thesaurus out?
You can do whatever, bro. How many times have we had this conversation? You can do whatever you want. You're never gonna make the earth flat. Put that through your head, bro. It's an incorrect statement. Like, why do you keep on insisting on this? I don't get it. You know it's an incorrect statement. So what do you guys think of the thing I posted, man? Isn't that freaky a little bit? It's the first time I've seen something in Egypt that they're actually doing something. I think it's the only thing in existence that shows them actually building something. And it shows them carrying it. It appears that they put it in a form. It appears that they straighten it out. They make it with that piece of wood there. Appears they make it vertical. You got extremists on your side, Jeremy.
So if somebody said the Earth was flat, you would fight them on that, basically, right?
No, not really. I've learned that it's hopeless. I learned that some people are just going to go with that no matter what I say, and I don't even bother with it anymore.
But you wouldn't
I
fight.
mean,
You wouldn't fight someone if they said the Earth was flat. Like, not fight, physical fight, but you would fight that thought, right?
well, it depends. If I'm in a debate and somebody tells me that, yeah, definitely, I'll straighten them out right away.
Yeah. So you and fight the flat Earth. That's your boy.
Man, I don't get you, bro. You want to pick a fight?
I don't want to, bro. I honestly, I don't. I like UFC, but this shit is nerve wracking.
I like you too, bro, but you just got to accept the facts, man. When you make an incorrect statement and somebody corrects you, right? You can't change that no matter what you say. If you say the earth is flat, that's an incorrect statement, bro. There's no way around it. Now, you
All right.
can
What are they
explain
doing
how
with the What are they doing with the hieroglyphs? They building? You saying there's no hieroglyphs that didn't building anything before this one?
Yeah, I haven't seen one. Have you seen like a hieroglyph of them lifting or building or doing anything?
I mean,
Like
I'm not a
showing
big
how
hieroglyphic person.
yeah. Now, apparently it doesn't exist. I haven't seen one. If somebody's seen one,
You would think with all that shit they built, there'd be hieroglyphs all over the fucking place of them. Like, look at this thing we built. Look, here's how we did it. They'd have a little stick figure with the thing. Yeah.
yeah, tool something, right? All we got is what, chisels and little and stones? Seriously?
Yeah, like if you took all the information we have, you'd find tons of information on how we built stuff. You know what I'm saying? Us building things. You'd have diagrams, schematics, blueprints. You'd have the tool, pictures of tool. Like, you'd have tons of information on how we build stuff. Rise over run, just all kinds of stuff. These guys, you're telling me these guys don't have nothing? This is their only thing? I've never looked into it. I don't know.
Yeah, there's no equipment, there's no records, there's no nothing. It's as if the civilization that built those things vanished, right? And then these people that we think built the pyramids, that we call the Egyptians, just came in and founded them. That's what I think happened.
They probably did just come in and find it, because I think it was the Incas. You know those crazy stone walls in, I don't know where it is, South America or Central America or something. They claim that they found them. They say the gods built them.
Yep. So what we think the gods are, right? I think there could have been possibly an advanced civilization, right? Now, it doesn't necessarily they have come from somewhere else, or they could have originated here, but it definitely wasn't the Egyptians with those stones and chisels. I mean that's does anybody think that besides the Egyptologists? I don't even think the ballers believe it.
Those Egyptologists are dogmatic. Even after they found Göbekli Tepe, they're still sticking to this story for the date. The only reason the pyramid even got that date was because they said there was no one around alive, no civilizations that could have built it before this date. And then boom, what they find in Turkey right next door.
Exactly. Yep. So we have the Incas, the Maya, all telling the first explorers, we didn't build this stuff. And they even say, look, this is our rocks. And you can clearly see their rocks are like shanty town, like, like the Lem, right? And then you see the stones under there, and they're like pristine, like can't fit a hair in there.
Do you guys think that the tops of the pyramids actually had gold on the tops of them?
That's what they say, bro. They say that the big pyramid in Khufu, the top is missing. They say that could have been tapped with gold. That's what they're saying. Yeah, and it served the purpose.
I mean, who knows?
Electrical purpose.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm done.
Why do people assume it's gold or was gold?
Because gold is a conductor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are other conductors.
Exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say I don't know if it was gold, but whatever would be the most energy conductive whatever the hell it would be called. I would say maybe it was a combination of things too. Whatever could connect with the source light of our sun, triangle, whatever the hell shape it is. I don't know, but whatever's the cause for that they all seem to know about. That's probably exactly what it was.
So the rumor goes that when the moon was full, the water off the Nile, which would be ultimately seawater and really heavy salinated water, that water level would come to the Sphinx's paws. Like that's how far in the water level would come when the moon was full. And with that, you had salinated water. You had the potential for, and again, we're throwing around the idea of gold capacitors, and throwing around energy to the atmosphere, and so on and so forth. Like it's a really, really heavy idea to consider, because the other thing is these guys could mold gold, melt it down and do things with it as well. And I think that would require some form of harvesting of energy that it needed to be available. And I don't think that they were using fire. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I was just gonna say that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wish that I was alive in the past so I could just I don't know. Maybe I will be in the future. I'm not sure, but I'm not going to say anything else. But it all is front of my mind recently.
They have hieroglyphics of men carrying elephants, 2 elephants, one on each side, just like they're carrying those blocks. And how do we know that the
You cut out.
there's hieroglyphics? I can't pull it up right now because I'm driving, but they have hieroglyphics of men carrying 2 full-grown elephants. One man carrying 2 full-grown elephants, just like the ones SC posted. And instead of blocks, they're elephants, and the elephants have full-grown tusks, showing that they're not baby elephants; they're full-grown elephants. So these men must have been enormous. And there's other petroglyphs in ancient Sumer, and they'll depict human beings gigantic alongside regular sized human beings as their servants. And you'll have like modern archaeologists, which I'm friends with. I have a friend who went to Boston University for archaeology. He only got a bachelor's, and in his career field, they don't even take you serious. Serious, you need to have a doctorate at least, right? Yeah. But anyways, so like I've talked to him about this stuff, and he continuously says, "Oh, well, that's just like they were just depicting these human beings as giants because of their class in society." You know what I mean? Like their political stature.
They either
It's like,
say
how do you
that.
know that?
Yeah, for real. No, I have a family friend that's one as well, and I don't know what degree, like, level he has, but yeah, dude, it was either that or like, oh, or we think, or that they don't think, they can't even make an intelligent guess, but or elephant just means a word that we don't know the meaning of or something, baby, and then one with tusks. It's like, well, how the hell could you just throw that out of your? I don't know where they pull that from. I mean, I'm not against either one, but it's like, yo, where the hell do you come up with? You know what I'm saying? It's just whatever can distract or take away from the scripture, I think. But yeah, I'm sorry to interject there. I got excited.
You good anytime.
Yeah,
and there's other petroglyphs around the world that show giants, even dinosaurs. Like I seen, for those that don't believe in dinosaurs, there's petroglyphs and artifacts in South America depicting what looks like to be a brontosaurus, which is a lizard type dinosaur with the spikes on its spine that are allegedly for cooling purposes. They theorize. Well, there's actual artifacts of creatures like this that predate like the guy who coined the term dinosaur in the 1800s.
I have a theory to go with that too. Whenever you're done.
So before this guy coined the term dinosaur in the 1800s, and I forget his name, before that they were just called giant lizards and dragons.
Yeah, the dragon thing for sure. But it's interesting because anything from the mid 1800s or even the early 1700s, I just assume I now recently just have to take it all with a grain of salt because they did find a lot of cave paintings and other things of that nature, like you were talking about, that were definitely fakery. And I'm like, you assholes that messed up the time. Like, come on, just like do something right, So I'm not disagreeing with you because I have no effing idea. It's not I mean, there's no way I could verify either one. But that is like, there might be some of both. Some are real, some are not, It's very annoying, everything gets in the way. Like anything that we want to get curious about, like this or any number of these similar topics, sir. Lion, I don't know what to call you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, lion's good.
Okay. Yeah. So like anytime we get curious, it's like, oh, let's go 2 steps forward and then put 500 distractions in your way that are like summon the truth of Tartaria. Then 8 hours later of a video, you're like, I didn't learn shit. Or the other side of it, like, let's just go with, the authority. And it's like, dude, both of them are losing options for us. It's like, no. I'm just shaking my finger at them like, shame. No, sir. I'm not going to give up that easy because it's like, no. We're getting on to it. Either way, a lot of us are getting on to it. And it will come together full circle here. I have a feeling very, very soon, relatively speaking, very soon, because everything gets interrupted by this timeline altering. Everything. It's annoying. Sorry, that's all I wanted to add. That's my second rant for the day.
Nah, keep engaging. It's all good. We need female. Anyways, so
You're roboting.
one very famous one that shows the Assyrian star, and I forget the name of that specific petroglyph, but it shows the modern Assyrian star on the Assyrian flag on a petroglyph that's dated to like at least 3,000 years old, right? And it shows what looks like to be a giant sitting on a throne, and then you'll see like the regular sized people next to him, and then there's some with like people standing next to palm trees that are fully grown, and like their heads are at the palm tree or at the palms with coconuts and stuff or whatever.
If I could jump in right quick, are we good? I'll make sure I'm not walking
Yeah.
on. All right, cool. So, Lion, did you ever hear at some point? Oh, sorry, Sydney, go ahead.
Byproduct, we're just trying to separate the giants from us, you know. So it's like not as much war on this realm. Who knows? You know, it's now it's just a war in heaven and a war down here. Kind of.
So they asked the ex-vice president, you know, why are we supporting sending millions of dollars to Ukraine? And you want tanks, and the people are, you know, we need the money here, you know, help Hawaii. And his response is, that's not my concern. That's not my concern. Your ex-vice president. His concern is getting tanks somewhere, not the American people.
Yo, are we okay with dinosaurs, or did we go to politics?
Oh, no, I just said like that. Yeah, wherever you guys want to go. I just
Alright, cool. I want to make sure I was walking on Essie's feet. Yo, Lion, did you ever hear at some point in scripture something to the effect that when this thing walked, its head and tail hit treetops? Something like that?
You're talking about the trees of Lebanon?
I don't know. It's like because I was throwing around this not idea, but the whole dinosaur thing, and if dinosaurs were actually mentioned in scripture, not as dinosaurs per se, but the size that they were described as when they walked, their tails and heads would tip the trees, like literally the treetops. That's how big these things were. I'm just wondering if
That's what it was compared to the trees of Lebanon.
Okay, cool.
Its tail. And if you understand how big the trees of Lebanon were, we're talking about not today, not those trees. We're talking about those trees that were like a mile in diameter, dude, half a mile in diameter. You know what I'm saying? Back in the old days, this creature is so big, bro. It's accurate. Like when you see those long necks, what are those called?
Brontosaurus, I think.
Yeah, like it was something like that, dude. No jokes.
Yeah, and that's where the idea of like, because I know that they found bones of animals that were huge. Ain't no doubt about that. But then I look at the Tyrannosaurus Rex and I'm like, did you guys just take a big animal and like pervert it and give him like retarded arms? Because like he doesn't work physiologically. He can't feed himself unless he's just gonna eat with his face all day. But I digress, of course.
There's a good chance that T-Rex never existed. I will concede to that. But it doesn't mean that dinosaurs overall never existed. Then you're jumping to conclusions. And that's what happens with this community. Like we are seeking truth, but sometimes we just jump the gun, dude. We see connections that aren't really there. Like, oh, well, T-Rex ain't real, so the dinosaurs aren't real. Not necessarily. Like all these cultures talked about dragons, from the Chinese to the Aztecs to the Mayans to the Hebrews. Everybody talked about giant dragons. To deny them from history would be a disservice to the truth.
Very well stated. The Komodo dragon, lizards. To really, as we say, all you need to do to get stuff to grow bigger is just turn up the pressure within a closed system. Watch hearts. Well, you can't really watch a heart, but you'll if you noted it, maybe get a stethoscope. I think the doctors use to listen to your heart, and you'll hear the hearts beating faster, pumping more blood, and all of a sudden these things will start to grow bigger and bigger and bigger.
It's not just that. I mean, from my research, and I'm not like a know-it-all, but like I believe that even if you did increase atmospheric pressure to make the heart more efficient in its circulation of the blood. Now I'm reluctant to use the word pump the blood because there's a big debate of whether the heart actually pumps or not. But like, not to get into that, but like, so you could theoretically raise atmospheric pressure to replicate the environment when the Earth was young, where things grew humongous, right, including human beings. But we don't really know the max. But that alone would not get you to get giant people or giant animals. There's also a connection with the magnetism of the Earth itself. So people talk about the ether, or they talk about the electromagnetic fields that are connected. Well, that field itself has been weakening, and it seems to be weakening at a incredible rate in modern times. But apparently in the beginning, like, that field was insanely strong, and it permeated all things, including the Earth itself. And like, we know that there's also like the toroidal fields, and that there's a downward bias vector, right? Universally, why do we have this downward bias? Like, we know it's not just buoyancy and density. Like, there's other things involved with the electromagnetic spectrum. And in my understanding, that electromagnetic spectrum that permeates all things was stronger, had more potential, right? More amperage, voltage, ohm, whatever it is that you want to call it. It had more of that. And our DNA, the chromosomes and the ribosomes in our DNA, are directly influenced by the field itself.
All right, so that's exactly what I heard, except when I repurposed it and then told it, I absolutely made a horrible steel man of it. So from my understanding is they've like measured the amperage, I guess, or the amount of force within the system over a certain amount of time, and then like backwards engineered it back to when, I don't know, 6,000 years or whatever. But they're basically saying that this entire thing is like in the neighborhood of like 20,000 years or something to that effect. Is that a number that strikes a chord with you, or no?
No.
What did you hear?
No, I mean, that I don't think the Earth is 25,000 years old, 20,000 years old. No, I'm in the ballpark of between 6 and 13,000 max. 13,000 max.
Okay, so you're running with like the creation story to a T. I got you.
But I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, go ahead. I completely lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Shit. Sorry, dude.
No, it's not your fault.
So, I mean, like, going back to what's mentioned in scripture, I totally understand, or I tip my hat to it as well, which is the 6,000, basically 6,000 years. What's interesting is like taking, and of course, like Lion, approaching this subject with nothing but respect, attempting to step back and just look at it and say, okay, if the Vibes of the Cosmos model, again, throw it in there for what it's worth, and this idea that the North Pole actually moves around and actually has a couple different locations, and we're just in one vicinity right now, and we're just learning the age of this vicinity that we're in. That's a really interesting thought. Because what if like each vicinity, and again, we're spitballing right now. What if each vicinity had a certain amount of time that the story took place at, so to speak?
You're gonna have to rephrase that, bro, because I honestly I don't know what you're trying to ask me. No no disrespect.
No worries, no, nothing taken. Again, we're spitballing. So you've heard about this whole idea of the North Pole or the North Point traversing a larger plane, the moon map plane.
Oh yeah. The greater Earth and the greater the great year, right? The
Yeah.
26,000 year cycle, the great
Yes.
year, and that
Yeah.
great cycle involves a greater Earth. So
Exactly.
there's a greater circle. Now it's not just our little circle, but there's a bigger circle that encompasses reality. Yeah.
So my question to you is like, and again, we're spitballing. What if we've just, and again, like scripturally, the 6,000 year marker is just that the story of this current vicinity, this realm, this world that we're in right now, but like there's a bigger story to this entire thing, the other quadrants, the other areas, if you will.
No, I don't think that there's any more. I think there's more room to spread out above and below than there is sideways when it comes to dimensional realms, right? I think that when you go beyond the ice shelf, there's not necessarily a bigger, greater Earth. I think that Vibes of Cosmos is misguided with that. That's just my opinion. And I don't see the sun and the moon ever deviating from their current circuits, or their current positions. They've never showed any. There's no evidence that the sun and the moon have ever deviated from their circuits. That the right now the northern tropic and the southern tropic remain at 23.5 degrees, both north and south latitude. They've never deviated, right? According to the Milankovitch cycles, and this is how they were able to reconcile the eccentricity of the sun, which is the disparity between clocks on Earth and the luminaries. Because no matter how accurate clocks on Earth are, there just seems to be discrepancies regarding the circuits of the sun. Like they just can't seem to figure out time. They think that things are just so things are so chaotic and erratic that you just can't calibrate time perfectly. There's always going to be a remainder. But it's because they don't really understand that their whole theory is off. Because if they actually knew the workings of the luminaries and they can reckon time, they would realize that actually the sun and the moon have not deviated from their orbits. And the sun's eccentricity and your way to rationalize that and patch up your model, you don't need any of that. All that is redundant, because if you actually knew that we live on a geocentric Earth and that there is no such thing as the sun's eccentricity, right? Because that's how you have to understand that the way that Kepler and all these people, they can patch up their models is by adding elliptical orbits. And when you add the elliptical orbit to the sun is now, instead of the Earth orbiting the sun in a circular fashion, a perfect circle, which is what you would expect with the conservation of momentum, and also with the I forget what it's called, centrifugal force. You would expect that if theoretically gravity, if you're tethered to a bucket of water, if you're tethered to a bucket of water, that bucket of water, as it spins around, wherever it's tethered, let's say a fixed position. Even if it wasn't a fixed position, that tethered ball or that tethered bucket should have a circular orbit. It shouldn't have an oval orbit unless something really strange happened. Even you can't get a ball to have oval circuit. Like, try to do that in real time, in real life. You can't do it. It can't. You consistent orbit around the center. You don't see that. They don't see that. So
Yo,
they have to
Lion.
talk about the sun. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, are you driving?
I'm ranting. Go ahead.
No, dude, you're
Yeah.
totally good, but your audio is just breaking in and out. I'm getting like a little bit, or most of what you're saying, but I just want to let you know if you're cutting in and out a bit.
Yeah, I didn't catch anything.
To get to the point, bro. I'm not trying to get into all the weeds, but to get to the point, the sun and the moon don't have erratic behaviors where like, no, they've been consistent since they were appointed. They don't shift in the tropics don't shift in degrees because of axial precession, right? Because according to the Milankovitch cycles, the tropics would have to shift from their current positions anywhere between like 20 degrees to like 29 degrees in latitude, bro. Theoretically, like there's been different numbers thrown around. Right now, they're kind of conservative. I want to say it's 22 to 27 or something like that. But either way, those are drastic changes in the sun and the moon and where they actually, like, you know, that on the horizon is the physical optical limit to where the sun travels to, right? And it's called the solstices, right? The tropics. Well, theoretically, they're saying that the sun actually has gone further south in the past than it does now, or further north than it does now. But there's no evidence that that has ever happened, but it would have to happen for axial precession to be true. But axial precession is only a patch. So what you have here is patches upon patches upon patches. So it's like you're building a house of cards, right? And it's so flimsy. You take out one card, the whole model collapses. And they're somehow drastically trying to keep it all together, bro. And I can't believe that they've been capable in keeping it together this long, and they just keep doing it and patching it and patching it. It's at this point, it's insane. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. I'm all done. Go ahead.
They'll definitely start off with some thing you have to accept in order to begin a discussion or understanding of any kind of model they're going to present. And when you even attempt to put back to them, talking about a globe, or of course, the idea of a globe and how it works and everything, there's a lot of leaps of faith that are involved within what they present. For damn sure. Ain't no doubt about that.
But sometimes I talk to so much that I might be talking too fast and you guys aren't following me.
Cutting out again.
Crap, man.
Let's just stop getting aggressive, all right? More aggressive robots.
Yeah, I'm over here freaking driving and just heated thinking about all the stuff that we've been lied about and everything.
I'm just.
But
You're good.
Nah, but Killian, you understand why the tropics would shift from their current locations?
Ain't no doubt about it. I've been like observing, watching the moon and the sun and what they've been doing. What's been really interesting, especially in September, which is what we discussed when I made that observation from like the September 1st all the way through to like the 6th, was like the sun and the moon being in the sky at the same time. Obviously, now we're observing the sun and the moon changing their orbit location from Cancer down to Capricorn. So our friends in Australia are about to get into summer, or we in the northern hemisphere are about to go into winter. But with respects to like how they take that and then manipulate it, they bring in an axial tilt and all that fun stuff. But what's interesting is when the like how Actually, that is a question I have. How does the idea of the tropics present themselves if you have a globe rotating around a sun? Because, like, wouldn't the tilt have to change in order for the influence of the sun to change?
So yeah, the way that the Globers explain seasons is because of the tilt, because of the way that the tilt works. It's tilted one way and fixed that way its whole orbit, a revolution around the sun. So by the time it reaches half the year mark, right, now it's tilted the opposite way for the
Got it.
northern hemisphere than the
Yeah,
southern
yeah,
hemisphere.
no,
You understand?
yeah.
So
Yeah, I have my hand, I tilted my right hand slightly, and I'm like envisioning it. I'm like, oh yeah, now I got it. Yeah, it's a question of what aspect of the face of the globe is facing the sun as
yeah.
the Earth rotates around the sun itself. I got you.
So they say that more
That's messed
parallel
up, man.
rays hit the
And like,
southern hemisphere.
I'm sorry to walk on you. I'm thinking about this whole idea of like when I was a baby and my mom hung that like carousel from I don't remember being a baby, but obviously like other babies and that had these carousels, and these carousels spin around at the top of your head and they all spin independently and they're all hung to this arm and they all have these different lines hanging on them and you're like, holy crap. But that's how the universe works too. That's a lot of moving parts, bro. I withdraw. Thank you.
So that same tilt changes over time. It can be more exaggerated, and that will lead to the tropics shifting from their current positions. Naturally, if you tilt the Earth more, the tropics are going to change. And if you make it more vertical, you're going to get more sunlight overall. And then if you tilt it more, you'll get less sunlight in the northern hemisphere. So there'll be more drastic seasonal changes and stuff. But the thing is, like these ancient architectures that we were referencing, whether it's Egyptian or Incan or Mayan or whatever, there are structures around the world that are very, very old. Some say antediluvian, that have specific alignments with the sun today, still precise alignments that if they were off by even more than a couple degrees, you wouldn't get that crepuscular ray that shines through the temple, because you have specific holes that line up with the tropics even today. And you can see Brian Forrester's work. He shows that. He shows things that in South America that are incredible with the sun. And we're talking about in how many years? In 2,000 years, you should have a shifting according to the current heliocentric model. They're saying in 2,000 years, you would have a shifting of 25 days. So the tropic would be 25 days earlier or 25 days later than where they are now. And the sun would also be, so wherever the sun is, that would change. All that would change. And we're talking about structures 3,000 years old that still line up. Come on, man.
Yeah, like they ripped down the stones in Georgia Guidestones. And I'm thinking about that damn hole. That thing's probably, I don't know, 2-3 inches in diameter. That's like sniper accuracy. And you're able to spot Polaris through it continuously. Say what? That is some crazy accuracy.
So you know how the Georgia Guidestones, before they were destroyed, and Witsit did a video on this. There's a little hole in the Georgia Guidestone. If you look through it, it points to Polaris. And in a similar fashion, in a similar fashion, that's what the ancients would do. But instead of Polaris or the stars, they would use the sun. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work with the stars because unlike the sun, the stars are shifting um, are on their own circuit, right? Where in a couple thousand years, or even in a couple hundred years, it won't be Polaris technically, or not Polaris, but even Polaris, depending on your geographic location, might not actually be there anymore. Even Polaris, because it does have a slight deviation over time. Polaris does, but the sun does
Yeah,
not.
but that whole deviation with Polaris. I only think it varies, like the total travel, if you will. If we measure, like I think there's an axial wobble to it, much like a top when it's spinning. It starts to lose a little bit of energy, and there's that little wobble that we observe. And I think that's just like, that could be anything, like atmospheric. No, I'm not going to use atmospheric right now to determine anything. That could be anything that causes that thing to move. And I think it's apparently only a few hundred kilometers in diameter, its actual display or movement. But with respects to, wait, where was I going
Hey, one
with that?
second. I'm on a mute, but I'll be listening.
No, all good. The whole idea of Polaris being fixed is, I'm totally cool with that. There's a little bit of variation, wiggle, whatever you want to call it. Man, coming back to it. Wait, it feels like a fish swimming off, and I'm losing the idea. Nope, I lost it. It's gone.
I thought you were going to talk about the Zhibinikov effect.
Zhibinikov effect? Slow, please tell me more. I couldn't even say the damn name.
Yeah, it's Russian, I believe. It's kind of like the tennis racket theorem. It's essentially geomagnetic precession. So, like, if you were to, it's witnessed in the T handle on the space station, where they take a T handle and they spin it, and the thing flips around back and forth. It's kind of a neat thing if you've never seen it. But yeah, that's known as the Zhibinikov effect. Essentially, it's magnetic torque buildup, which creates flips of polarity over time.
And see, I believe that, because again, if we're dealing with like a closed electromagnetic system, then there would, and we know that there's negative and positive energies afloat, then that would definitely could cause something like that. I like it. And that raises an interesting idea with the stars moving. Time-lapse photography of the stars. And it was XO that came in one day, and he dropped that as an observation, and I was like, holy shit, bro. That's a really, really good one. Because again, if the ground moves ever so slightly, that entire shot becomes a dog's breakfast. Like, you can't make heads or tails. You ever try to take a picture of something while you're moving and it's moving? Bro, it's kind of rough. It's a hard sell.
Right here on the Malibu coastline. Fucking awesome over here. Water's a little choppy, kind of gloomy out, but overall it's beautiful.
just typed an entire sentence and only had one spelling mistake. And yes, I am a two-finger typer. Let's go.
Let's go.
Wait a minute. Are thumbs fingers? Because I do use my thumbs for the space bar. Does that
Technically
count
not.
for
No.
4 fingers? Damn it.
Oh, I think I just figured it out. Up hearing all this talk about XRP on the 29th, it's going to do something. And I think what it was the governmental shutdown. And Gensler
slow.
came
Losing.
out.
Losing you, bro. Losing you. You gone. Satellites. Satellites.
quiet up in here, huh?
Yep, seems quiet today.
I might have to stream a Wheeler video if this keeps up.
I scared them all away. You can just blame me. It's cool.
Yeah, Sydney's fault. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
It's what I. It's what I do. It's honestly, it's a very comfortable byproduct. I'm used to it, and unfortunately, I mean, I don't think I'm that lame. I'm a dork, but I don't think I'm that lame. Dang. But yeah, it's all good.
I think some people are waiting for a conversation to start so they can start interrupting. That's what I think.
Or to try to doubt it in a barking, condescending way for no apparent reason about
Yeah.
spiritual matters, especially. Yeah.
Yeah.
I giggle.
I didn't get that one. I got it.
Oh yeah. It's like rawr, bitch. No, try harder then, I guess. Some people, right? Well, what do you want to talk about?
Whatever. Somebody bring up a topic.
I got 5 hours to go, so there's lots of time for topics. I don't know. I haven't
Why
had
are
any
cats better than dogs?
because they find you. I don't know. I feel like they are different though. I love my cat.
I was thinking he was gonna say it's because he identifies as a cat or something. I don't know.
Rare. Yeah. Something weird. I don't know.
Some weird shit.
I don't know.
Technically,
They're
dogs
not.
are better.
How is that?
Well, you guys don't got no kitty style.
I don't know what that is.
Exactly.
Well then, all right
Doesn't
then.
exist.
All
Does
right.
not exist.
Well, I've come to find out that a lot of things don't exist. Isn't it funny? I found it funny.
You trying to get aggressive?
I could not harm a fly.
Hey, pipe down there, Dice Lower. That's some microaggression there, buddy.
Man, why can't Charlie Robinson of macroaggressions be on our side? That would be an awesome win. That's really, it's unfortunate. I used to like him a lot. It's a podcast called Macroaggressions. It's actually quite good for people that want a little bit different of a delivery style, less eccentric, I guess, than Infowars. Similar subject matter. He's a real estate agent from Las Vegas. Yada yada. Long story short, unfortunately, he does the hand symbols, and he's very very not like aggressive, and that's why I like his show. Has good guests on. Some of them, like Lindsay Sharman, I'm friends with her. She's cool. And she's not really affiliated with everybody else that has her on, but she has her own podcast. But Rogue Ways is the name of hers. She's great. But yeah, I wish Charlie Robinson would, I don't know, just come over in here. Somebody should send him a Discord invite or something.
You can do it.
I'm driving. I guess I could. I hadn't really thought about it until just now, until you said the word microaggressions, and it made me think of his show. But
I would do it. I don't even know who he is, but yeah, when you get a chance, send him an invite.
I think I will. I sent another one that's a Flat Earth podcast host. He's a Irishman. Sorry, no, he's from the part of England that sounds kind of Irish, I guess, in the accent. I'm really terrible with the dialect, but he's kind of cool. I think he is also a cat person, and he's trying to get a bigger audience and reach and learn more. So he also made a mistake on his introduction, and I want to correct him on it with bad FE evidence, I guess, if you will. That was kind of like easily debunked on my end, and I'm like, no, don't do that. We need you, you know.
What did he say?
He has not replied, but honestly, I just sent him a paid message. I might have emailed him. Yeah, I did email him. It was about, I don't know, 4 months ago. So I guess he wasn't biting, but I think I might have sent him an invite to 24/7 and not here. So that was because I didn't know about this one. I had never joined this group. So I will definitely redo it with this group.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you. My bad. I'll shut up.
No, I was saying, what did he say to tick you off? You said his opening statement. He said something.
No, it just made us look bad. It didn't piss me off, but I think it was innocent. He just mentioned on the introduction to like a couple of his episodes, maybe like a month's worth, so 4 episodes, showing that fake historical coin with that weird shaped head guy, alien looking thing. You know what I'm saying? You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, yo, challenge coin holders in the government love laughing at that. And I'm like, no, don't do that to us. So I think I will do that.
Yeah, I don't know the coin. What coin are you referring to? I know the elongated skulls, but what coin are you referring to?
It's one that like you can find on Etsy for like $1. That's like a fake gaming coin that has like an alien head on it, like praise this alien king. It's interesting because it looked fake, and then it's like I just did one Google search and it was like, what the hell, this is like a game token or something, or game piece or something like that, but it looks like I guess to somebody's eye it could look like an old coin, like hand stamped or something, but not. It just no. You can just search alien head and antique or old coin or something, and people will have a lot of results for that. So yeah.
That's the first time I know the elongated skulls. There's even an Egyptian king, the skull like that.
Yeah. No, because of the eyes. The eyes were like blackened, sort of in like that weird way. Almost maybe like a hybrid sort of thing between what you're saying and then like some gray dump. To its credit, very nice person. You're roboting, yeah.
I robot, or is it her?
Yeah, you're
It's
roboting.
you, bro.
He also mentions the Kobayashi map, which for its introduction to the world, so I can't, verify that, although I find it interesting.
Which map is that?
The Kobayashi map. It's the one that shows, if you search for it, KOBAYASHI FE map, and it'll show you like a couple hundred, maybe 210 or something total little islands, and like it's like their version. It looks Japanese, but there's no real historical record other than somebody smuggled it out of a monastery, and that just doesn't fit right with me because that's too vague. Although it's a really pretty map, I can't use it for nothing, even though I would like to because it's so pretty, and that's the appeal to me as well. So
Yeah, I thought for a minute there you were talking about the one that they found. They say there's land beyond Antarctica. I thought for a minute you were talking about that one.
I think that might be, that's it. That is the one, I think. If it's like all the islands are colored in black, I think.
Yeah, but they're like other continents, though other ones that were beyond what they say is our continents.
Yeah.
Is that the one you're referring to?
I believe so, yeah. But that can't be validated or verified or anything other than, just another little token of the distraction tactic or something. I don't know. I want to believe it because I have a thing for pretty maps. Just a dork, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, when I saw that, and we're thinking of the Admiral Byrd and what he said, and then you see that map and you say, okay.
I don't think Admiral Byrd existed, but that's just
Yeah,
me.
it could all be a scam. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Pretty darn
Well,
sure.
it did exist. The persona did exist. Yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, just like any number of NASA's tools, and then the other side's counter COINTEL, tools, the characters, if you want to call them that. Yeah, there's so many of them that I just stopped. Like, I'm just like mood apathetic, like go into my emo mode phase, being like, F it all, none of them are real, because that's just like way easier to get to any sort of information if you just take the people that they give us as like people existing out of it,
Yeah, I don't see in any world in military circles where they would let an admiral talk like that and say it just doesn't make sense, right?
It does not. And then that's from like, I don't know if you have family that served as well, but yeah, that's just a no. They wouldn't even let you talk about a piece of equipment that wasn't U.S. issued, even if it was U.S. issued or U.S. Officers that asked you to do something with that equipment, like you couldn't talk about that. So I'm sure that guy could talk about that. Yeah.
Wait, y'all are saying y'all are suspect of it just because they're talking about it openly?
Hmm. What?
Sorry, are y'all saying that y'all are suspect about Admiral Byrd just because they're talking about it openly? Is that what y'all were saying? Sorry, I wasn't here.
No, there's a multitude of reasons why for me, but I don't know. Here's what we were talking about. Yeah, part of it.
Yeah, like think about it, right? You're the military, you send an aircraft carrier battle group supposedly to check something out, and you find these mysterious stuff, right? Are you gonna let your admiral tell people that there's land beyond somewhere? I mean, it just doesn't make sense, right? That would be a top secret thing, right? You wouldn't be
No,
making.
Actually, I think it would be a halfway thing. Like,
yeah,
I think it would be one of those things where they realize like, okay, people are going to start being able to figure out there's the new area, so let's beat them to the punch and say something about it. You know what I mean? Like,
and then redirect quickly, and then redirect us quickly. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
That's like all of them.
Or block them from going there.
Right.
Well, it's really just to look in that direction when it could be the total opposite direction, but still exist. That's usually what they would do, in my opinion.
Yeah, like maybe the real thing is in the north.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or the always east or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Anywhere but where they tell you not to go. Yeah.
That's correct. And so I stopped. It's a little bit more. It's on that, like, yet again, here we find ourselves back in the God versus the creeping thing, team human and otherwise, because it is an inversion. But even the quote, info or plan, it's like they'll give you part of it, but it's not the right inversion to be focused on, of course. But yeah, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that thinks that way, because it seems like it's self-evident to me now. And yeah, it was a weird, like, overnight type of thing for me. And even like the Israel thing too. It's like, no, that's just another distraction, even though it could be laced in truth and all of that stuff. And I respect the hell out of Dr. E. Michael Jones, but I can't even listen to his show anymore, just because I'm like, well, that's so minutia, like that's so minute compared to the real thing. So I'm like, man. So now it's okay. I'd rather be without entertainment and kind of just be bored and talk to myself, I guess, until I get an answer. So I don't know.
Well, all of this stuff is mysterious, so I mean.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it is. But those are the most fun. Like, don't you enjoy a good board game or a good mystery game? A good whodunit? Shoot. I used to be way too obsessed with true crime shows, and man, that was like my murder porn, as I called it. But it's interesting, that and years and years and years of therapy when I was very young and stuff, that I kind of was forced to like understand the psyche when I didn't really want to, about myself and others. So for me, I'm just sitting here like, oh, okay. I'm not looking at social problems. I'm not looking at racism. I'm not looking at any of that. I'm just looking at, okay, what's the motivation and what's the internal struggle going on that can't be healed as to why? And if it's anti-God, then I got to follow that little breadcrumb anywhere it goes. And God will give me the breadcrumbs to follow that, you know what I'm saying? But I can't do anything until the first one of the otherwise it would just be disrespectful to my creator, I guess, if that makes sense. But they're coming down. They're breadcrumb dropping as we speak for all of us that are wanting to find them, I think. So I think it's really exciting of a time to be alive.
I would tend to agree with that last part. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
so
definitely
cool.
the time.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
I just was my little rapper inside of me was wanting to just, you know, celebrate a little bit, but I'd be preemptive.
I think the next few months are going to be very, very interesting.
Absolutely, sir. I would say between 4 and 6 months. What about you?
Yep. The next, this winter is going to be very, very telling.
Yes, it will be. From the things we see coming down from the sky, I would say, like things that look like bugs but are definitely not bugs, or like weeds. You know, those little white, little frilly things that the weed, that little white round weed blows in the wind. Things that look like that have been all over Kansas City, which I'm thankful to be out of because they were sticking to my window right in the rain. And I saw that bugs were running away from them. And then I got close and then I saw that they were moving on their own and it was terrifying. I'm like, that is not no freaking weed piece. I don't know what that is, but that's the acid rain I was talking about, killing plants and stuff. But I don't know what the heck.
Now that you mention it, I remember, was it a couple of weeks ago? My buddies from England, Bev and Emma, told me that their car, when they woke up in the morning, found this white stuff on it.
Yeah.
Anybody else here from UK heard about that?
The magnetic stuff, right?
No, it was like a white kind of, they didn't know what the hell it was. It was like I forget exactly how they explained it. It was like a coating covering their car.
Yeah. It was
like
within 2
pollen
weeks
or
of just
something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but I forget exactly what they said it was.
Yep.
They were
Allergen
saying it was dust from Africa, but they were saying, no, this ain't no freaking sand from Africa.
No,
Yeah,
it was
just a
something you
couple
could
of weeks
tell
ago.
it was synthetic. It was creepy. It was like Silent Hill. You guys seen that movie? Or played the game?
What the stuff from the sky in that movie?
It's like the creepiest ash falling down like rain or snow really slowly and really ominously. That's basically what it looked like to me. But I didn't know it was in Europe too.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago.
These assholes doing this shit, I swear, they're running out of ideas and grasping at straws, but that's getting very annoying, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an uptick in eczema breakouts and mystery rashes as well coming up. And then they'll say it's, oh, autoimmune. Then they'll blame it on the VAX. And then we can have that distraction going on while we're talking about this, which was the origin of it. And whatever, we'll know better, I guess. Calling
That's
it now.
crazy.
Calling
Yeah,
it
it's
now.
not just hearsay, you know. It's like somebody I know, and like,
Yeah.
what? Like, this
You
is
should
like
get a
strange.
video or have them take a video if it happens again, or if one of them had taken a video or a photo, you should post
I
it.
think they did have a
Get
photo
it,
of it.
ask them for it,
They did have
share. Yeah, it was definitely enough to cling and stick and find its way to stick on something with a little bit of moisture content. That's what it looked like on the window. But they were really, really gross, and that's why we get an out. But that's kind of like what they were like, all white or gray. Creepy ass mofos doing creepy ass things. Ugh, sorry, cringe moment.
Yeah, I think there definitely something's up with the weather, man. Because I've been here long enough to know when freaking spring starts, when fall starts, and to me, it looks like it's a month off. Like right now, it should be freaking fall here almost. and it's like tomorrow we're expecting 27 C. That's like really abnormal here. That's what what is it, 75, 80? Something like that.
Mm.
Warm for this time of the year.
Yeah. Well, it's super obvious too. I don't know if anybody else is like super physically like empathic, so you get like physical sensations like I do, but I'm sure there's a lot of us in here that are. But you can always get a mood and an emotion from things in nature, especially weather. So like you can always, I can always tell if it's like evil or not, or if it's of God. Like there's a huge difference, and I feel like they're trying to do something big here in the next few months, like you said, Essie. That's pretty apparent, and I think you're right. It's going to be a lot to do with the weather and pretending something is what it's not, if you will. So that's why I'm just like, get yourself right with God and yourself. Pray for your heart to heal. I will do the same for everybody that doesn't have a healed heart. You know, I don't want people sad or suffering or whatever, but yeah, there's something coming. It'll be good in the long run, but yeah.
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong, but yeah.
No, I think that's, if that was your intuition planting that seed, then I would say we have similar planted seeds then, which is not ever coincidence. So. Oh, and why are we bumper to bumper traffic? Why? Why? Oh my god. It's making some really good time too. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Don't complain, you live in heaven. Nice warm all year round. Us, we're stuck with freaking snow.
Oh, I think it might snow, maybe, but I don't, not often. On the tops of the mountains in the backyard. Yeah. But there's like crazy, it's because it's a rainforest, there's like crazy amount of bugs that they're like discovering new bugs and insects there like all the time. And a lot of those are kind of creepy as hell, but I guess that's, I shouldn't complain about that. I'll just run away or take a picture and run away of them.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling that they're going to try a certain thing, which we will not talk about. I know everybody knows what I mean. And I think that is what's going to backfire on them.
Oh, it's going to be epic, and I can't wait. Yeah, I'm hoping that they don't just give this build up and then just chicken out because they know better. They should know better. I think they might go for. I think you're right though, because they're prideful. Is that a word? Yeah, prideful.
Yeah.
Are you saying SE? Are you saying that they're gonna do 2020 Part 2? Is that what you're getting at?
Yep. That's what I think.
Yeah, I just don't think people are falling for it. I mean, like, at least where I live, like, people are not buying that shit. People are not getting their, third, fourth, fifth jabs. Like, they've just had enough of it. I can't imagine that people would fall for it. And I'm talking about even normies.
Oh yeah, my mom said ain't gonna happen, so it doesn't get more normal than that. So I think there's gonna be a big shock for the big boys coming up.
I don't think it's going to be that. I mean, that might be part of it. You might not. I mean, you might. I agree that it could be part of it, but I think that they are going to try to imitate God in some only God grandiose imitation fashion. That seems to feel right. So I said it. So whatever it is, we will know better. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I predict, and a lot of people have predicted this, so this isn't original, but that they do a alien invasion.
I think it'll be something pretending to be of the cosmos, and because they don't want us to ever connect the dots fully to the fact that we're not a globe, that would make sense. Or some freak weather event, alien false messiah. Yeah, that's probably a good bet. Yeah, high percentage there. Yeah. But I don't like it when people imitate God, and I don't like it when people pretend to be God or say that they know what the hell God will do. That bothers the crap out of me. So I try never to ever portray my standpoint, which is not that. I'm just trying to like relay whatever I do know, and that was a gift and a blessing, and so I can't ever abuse that. I just didn't want anybody to misconstrue it my intention with anything that I'm saying. But yeah, definitely they could do that. Idiots, they'd be idiots, but they could do that. They've gotten so good at the whole plasma dot illusion thing, like the plasma dot illusion thing. It worked so well decades ago. I mean, on a much larger scale, yeah, I could see that looking okay if people still watch the news, you know.
Did you guys see the thing I posted yesterday on? They have the technology to portray something in the sky to fool missiles.
That's exactly what I was talking about the other day. No way.
Is that what? Really?
Yeah, I saw a video on Rumble by a channel I actually like and respect on 9/11 and how they did that. Yeah, crazy.
We probably saw the same thing. Yeah, it was out a couple of days ago. That's right.
Yep.
It was about a plane, right? Plane?
It sure was.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that, and honestly, that's like yeah, that's definitely whether or not it was shrouding a MISSILE or something else. Definitely the visual illusion. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah.
So for those people that say, you know, I wouldn't say this before, right? Until now, you know, those people say, "What's the ISS?" And other people would say, "Well, it could be just a projection." I used to say, "Oh, come on." But now, now they admit they have the technology. I still think it's something, but I'm not so like dismissive of that idea.
Yeah, they like to manipulate light, and it's not even their bag to manipulate. You know, God gave that to us because God is light, and our sun and light source not being inside of our realm. You know, that's God's, like, you know, that's his forte. Of all things, you know, that's what it says many times in scriptures of all texts, you know, about our Creator. I think it's just funny because it will crash and burn so badly if they try to do it with something with lights in the sky and illusions and stuff. It's crazy. They're crazy, and they're gonna fail. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, and it's not just the visual that they say they could fool. They could also make it heat. They could also make it hot, so they can fool a heat-seeking missile as well.
Yeah,
so
that
what
would.
the heck, man?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I could see that, and maybe underwater some shit. Probably, I don't know. But I have my own weird mixed feelings about that too, and I have total respect for Navy men, and you know, but I have a lot of mixed feelings about it as a whole, just because of, like, I just get this eerie feeling in my gut, like maybe something with my family that I just don't know about yet, and I just don't know because I don't know. I can't say more than that. It just irks me with the whole timeline altering, history burying, and stealing, really stealing. And then I was thinking about it like Freemasonry, like free masonry, like all of the buildings from the past, they just, you know, stole that shit, but among other things. I don't know. It's the dumbest play on words ever, but yeah.
Did you by any chance save that video, Sydney?
Did I what?
Did you by any chance save that video of the projected image?
I did not, but I am sure I could find it and take a screenshot. I'll just I'm gonna exit out of this and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, if you can find it, we can show the rest of the people that they can see what we're talking about. This is like freaked out stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, if anybody likes making their own garlic bread, check out Jane's crazy mixed up seasonings. Make you a hell of a garlic bread. Remember, use the promo code SNACK. No, I'm just joking, but you know what I mean? It's good stuff.
Yo.
I did get my Palm Pilots working. Thank you. Yeah, updated now.
So if you use a basketball as the thing that's a constant when it comes to an experiment, would that be acceptable?
I don't know. What kind of experiments can we do with a basketball?
Observe potential, let's just say, to keep it respectful and not lead anybody, observe the forces acting upon it. Is that fairly stated?
You mean like things that a basketball does should be
In
what
different,
a globe does?
in different mediums.
Well, you don't keep the basketball constant. Keep forces around it constant.
What I'm asking, I figured I knew Zanuck would pop in with me throwing this around, literally. So if the basketball is the constant, and then we change the mediums that the basketball is within, is that a fair experiment to observe how the basketball reacts to the different mediums that it's within?
Sure.
Awesome.
Your
So,
independent variable. Your independent variable would be the medium. The effects, or the different mediums that it's in, and then the effect would be what it does. The dependent variable would be
awesome.
what it does.
Fantastic. I love it. Okay, so we're going to go 50 feet. We're going to go to a 50-foot building. I'm going to take that basketball. I'm going to walk in the front door. I'm going to go to the elevator with the basketball in my hand, and I'm going to hit floor 5.
Okay.
All right. So the elevator is going to come. It's going to go bing. Right. And I'm going to get in. The doors are going to close. I'm going to hear the machinery working. It's lifting. Right. It's doing its job. It's called a lift, in fact, in the UK. And it's lifting me up. Fine. I walk out onto the top of the building. I go out the door. I'm looking over the edge, got the basketball in my hand, and then I drop it. Or I let it go. What happens?
It falls. Accelerates and falls.
All right. Now, other points that off the main point is like, what else happens when it hits the surface?
Basketball has an impact, and then that basketball distorts, and pressure rises inside of it, and forces are released from potential energy to kinetic energy.
Hey, my man. Wow, dude. I love it. This is such an amazing conversation, dude. I really appreciate the fact that you just said potentially kinetic energy. Absolutely fantastic. So like we witness like almost like a dissipating of energy as that basketball eventually comes to rest, right? Because it's going to bounce, and as you say, there's going to be a releasing of energy, but eventually it's going to come to rest, right?
Well, not really dissipation. It's more of an exchange of energy in the
Okay.
form of distortion and noise and heat.
All very fairly stated. Cool. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down the street to a swimming pool, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, actually. And I'm going to swim down. I'm going to do my best. Maybe, 30 feet would be fair?
Okay. But one
Can you make
negative
that?
diameter.
Could you do that off a nosedive like regular people? Swim for 30 feet deep? What do you think?
Can you nosedive? By what? Can you
I
do it
say
with a basketball?
nosedive. Take that
Are you holding
basketball 30 feet deep. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, you can't go. Like, I don't want anybody listening to think like you can't swim to 30 feet deep in an Olympic sized swimming pool. So, I guess what's the question being, how deep is an Olympic sized swimming pool?
Here's about 15 feet.
Okay, cool. Okay, we're going to take that basketball to 15 feet and we're going to let it go. What's going to happen, Zanuck? Go for it.
It's going to move upward. It's going to accelerate to us initially, and then it will reach terminal velocity and then have a relatively constant speed until it hits the surface, where then it would breach the surface, break the surface tension of the water, move upward out of the water slightly, and then have a cyclical resonant before it comes to rest on the surface of the water based on its buoyancy, which is the weight and the water that's displaced by the weight or the volume that's displaced of the basketball in the water.
Absolutely fantastic. A plus. I totally agree with you. I only say A plus because, like, I'm obviously listening to what you're saying, and I'm totally agreeing with you. So, would you say that it's fair to say that we observe almost the inverse when we're observing the building versus the swimming pool?
Observing the building or observing the basketball dropped off the building?
Yeah, sorry. When we're observing the basketball dropped off the side of the building versus the basketball released within the swimming pool 15 feet deep, do you think that it's fair to say that we're observing the reverse?
Of course. Yes, of course, there's different mediums involved, but all the equations would be identical. The drag formulas, the surface areas, the medium value, everything would be identical, but the values as a result of the calculations for both scenarios would be opposite. One would be, or actually not opposite, but not directly opposite, but one would be in the positive column, one would be in the negative column.
Yeah, actually, you raised a good point, drag coefficient, because like they always talk about the drag coefficient when it comes to things being flown, airplanes, things like that. But also, it's important to note that there's a drag coefficient when you're dealing with water, and it's actually much heavier because it's water, right? Heavier medium, if you will, or a condensed medium, even if you will. Okay, so I'm going to take a human being. Human beings hanging out on that side of the building. It's a nice day. Sees a plane fly by, the clear blue sky. And then it gets really, really stormy. Notice fog starts to roll in.
Mm-hmm.
Question for you being, would you say that fog is a condensed medium?
Fog is a description of the medium containing condensed medium.
Okay. So,
not a dense medium in itself.
Next question is,
But
would you say that a fish inside of an aquarium is the same as a human being on that side of the building? It's just that one's in a condensed medium versus the other.
Say it one more time. Fish is
So,
what?
a fish, which is hanging out in its tank, right, is the same as a human being standing on that building 50 feet in the air. They're both surrounded by mediums. One's condensed, the other one isn't.
Which one's condensed? Oh, the medium's condensed?
I would say that the fish is hanging out in a condensed medium, i.e., when I say condensed, it's appeared, right? It's water, it's condensed, versus air is non-condensed medium.
Okay.
Wouldn't you say?
Awkward description, but I mean, I get what you're saying.
You describe? Do you mean compressed?
No, not compressed. Don't. And I appreciate the question, but I say condensed from a standpoint of condensation. Condensation. So we have you have vapor, water. Water, like we know that water will rise, turn into a cloud. At some point, that cloud gets heavy, it turns gray, and it rains. That's a cycle of condensation, or the water cycle, if you will. Right, so I'm just like painting a really crude picture.
No, the condensation happens in the cloud, not as it rains.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. So back not to get off track.
Not trying.
Not to get off track. So you have a fish with fish, and he's in a condensed or a denser medium. It'd be better just to say denser medium in water, and you have a person top of the building, standing on a ledge, surrounded by air. So what's the next question?
What I'm saying is, these systems are both closed. We have a basketball that we observe the reverse happening when it comes to forces. The two different mediums. We take the basketball as the consistent thing. And then we take the living creature within water, the fish, which obviously can breathe through its gills and whatnot, but it still deals with the oxygen through its gills, we know that. And then we have the human breathing oxygen 50 feet above the air, hanging out in an uncondensed medium, which is literally just air.
Yep, sure. What is the question?
Nothing. We're observing a closed system that works on a premise.
I got a problem with that. What do you mean by closed system?
Well, the fish is in a closed system, isn't it?
No.
It's not.
No. You know, definition of a closed system is.
What's containing the water that the fish is within, Zanuck?
There is no contaminant. Water can be added into the system. When it rains, it adds water, it adds mass, so it's not closed. It's got to be open.
Damn it, you got me there. The roof. I forgot about the roof. Shit. All right, fine.
But Zanuck, would you bet $10,000 that you were wrong about the depth of the pool?
About the what?
You would bet $10,000 that you were correct about the depth of the pool, the Olympic swimming pool.
Well, Olympic pool is tied to a diving platform, but
well, no, it's not. No, because they're separate events, so diving pool would be different
no,
than swimming.
somehow, but at the end of the
no, because they don't do it in the same event.
Same structure. But
okay, so if there's no diving, so what's the minimum distance? What's the minimum depth?
I think they're about 6 feet, maybe.
No, well, how much would you bet? I'm trying to get some money. I mean, 6,500.
I don't know exactly. I think it's probably deeper because you play water polo in the Olympic pools, so they can't just walk around. So it's got to be probably 7 feet, maybe 8 feet, maybe. I say 8 feet. I'm gonna go with 8 feet. Is it 8 feet or 9 feet?
There's no money in this for me, is there?
No, I'm not gonna get any money out of this.
All right, rest my case.
All right, go ahead. So back to the topic. So Colleen, what's your question? So you have a basketball, you have a person, you got air, you got water, you got fish. What do you want to know?
Yeah, no, you got me on the roof thing. I forgot about the roof. Still had to prove the roof, which we got a problem with proving the roof. But I liked our conversation with with respects to reviewing the basketball from the swimming pool and dropping it off the side of a building. My question is, or not the question, but I wonder what I would like to observe is like if you were to have a ball, you dropped it obviously from the 50-foot marker as we discussed earlier. But if you went 50 feet deep in a medium, so that would be a charge equivalent of 1 bar is 33 feet. So you'd be like 1.5 bar at that point. Like how much force would be exerted once that basketball returns to zero, right? When it gets back to the surface, and like how much energy would be released? Like what would be the travel distance above the water surface once it reaches that point?
All you need to do is calculate the buoyancy. See, it's not going to be. It's going to be. It'll have terminal velocity as it's moving upward, so it'll be a constant speed. Now we have a velocity, and then when it hits the surface, suddenly that buoyant force that is pushing it through the medium will be reduced. So it'll have to slow down because the force is going to slow down. But you also have less surface. It's a complicated question because you got as it breaks the water, it's not pushing through the water anymore, so the drag goes down, but the force is going down also. They're related intimately to the buoyancy, but the buoyancy is related to how much water is displaced, but you're just displacing less water as it breaches the water, and now it's going into the air. So you got to figure out how that force decreases. You need some calculus for this, right? With the decrease in force and the decrease in drag, and then how much momentum it has to know how much force is as it leaves the surface, because it has momentum and it's going to slow down. It'll probably have an overshoot. It'll have an oscillation, it'll be like a spring mass system where it'll have like an oscillation curve, and it'll pop up and then come back down, breach a little bit, sink, and have a little bit of buoyancy to pop it up, and then it'll resonate and then stop. And that would be a very difficult equation to quickly try to calculate.
All right, next question. I'm going on mute because I gotta finish up typing. Don't want to annoy anybody. But where does gravity come into play in all that?
Gravity gives everything in this scenario, both scenarios, all the scenarios, gravity gives all these objects weight. And weight is a force, and that force is acting down on all those objects. Problem is with buoyancy, if you understand buoyancy, which you probably do, the buoyancy force is a force upward, and that force is exactly the amount of the medium that has been displaced. Regardless whether it's condensed or not condensed, always have a force going up whenever you displace the medium, even air. And
weight is not a force. Oh boy, long
of course
pauses.
It is. Of course. Hey, look, I'm talking
No,
with.
if a force is required to counterweight.
Hey, you interrupt. You barge in. I'm not talking to you. Let me finish what I have to say. Then you can make an objection or
stop with the long pauses. Wrap it up. Let's go.
I didn't do any pause at all. You're just blabbing away. Just stop it. Just let me finish my sentence. It's gonna be really quick. I promise. So we have the buoyancy force, which is upward, specifically due to the weight of the object and the weight of the medium and the amount of the medium that has been displaced versus the weight of the object. And that's a force upward. Whatever that value, plus or minus, will be, will determine which way it goes, up or down.
You're done, right? Okay. Just want to make sure you're not going to like.
Yeah, well, I want to make
else.
sure Kelly understands it. Yeah, I'm not. You can talk.
All right. So I'll say this, and then I'll withdraw Dyslow by all means. So my understanding, hydrostatic pressure would be the force that is acting upon that basketball when we take it 50 feet below. So the water is going to exert pressure onto that ball and push it. As you say, whatever gets displaced is going to push it back out and reject basically the ball itself. But I thank you for saying that. Dyslow, please go ahead.
Before Dyslow goes real quick, you think the force upward be greater at 30 feet down versus at 6 feet down?
No, I mean, I told you it. Like 1 bar is for every 1 bar you travel down, 14.7 psi is the measurement.
Yeah, so
it's like 32. Yeah, for every 30. Hold on. For every 32.8 feet that you travel, it's 1 bar, 14.7 psi that's observed. So, and it increases, added up as you go down.
Do you think that the force upward is any greater at 66 feet versus 33 feet?
For sure it is. That's why divers get the bends.
No, that's not why they get the bends.
That's the force inward.
Hold on.
That's the total force into the center.
I want to be respectful of Dyslow's, like, I don't want to get too far. Dyslow.
Pressure scalar, not vector.
All right.
Pressure
Sorry.
scalar, not vector.
Hold on a minute. So the calculation does exist for every 32.8 feet that you go down in the medium. So 32.8, let's say 33 to be fair. Then 66, 99, every time it adds up. So 14.7, 1 bar, then it becomes 29.2, and then it goes up further and further. It adds up. So by the time you get to
but is that the thing? Is that the thing pushing up? Or what does the thing you're talking about do?
You're answering a question you're not giving the answer to the question. You keep on reverting back to kind of a non sequitur. We don't care that hydrostatic pressure is a real thing. The hydrostatics dictate that we're going to have this doubling of pressure every 33 feet.
Right.
The fact that it's doubling every 33 feet is kind of a clue to the answer that I'm asking you. If I go down 66 feet, was there any more forces acting up on it at 66 versus 33?
Acting up on it. When you say acting up on it, like I'm saying that
will it
ball
accelerate any faster? You let go of it, will it accelerate any faster upward than it did at 33 feet? Yeah, down at 2,000 feet, or no, it's getting a little extreme. At 100 feet,
that depends on what the terminal velocity is going to be of that object. It's
the object is the same object. Same object. You don't try to make up pull things out of the hat that we're not changing. Just it's a simple question. Do you think basketball? Obviously, we're implying that we're not changing anything. Why would it be unfair to a question? We're taking the same object. We're going to let it go at 33 feet. We're going to let one go at 66 feet. We're going to let one go at 100.
Okay, you've said it, Zanuck. And his point about terminal velocity might be
No, let him finish.
show you about the. Hey, I shut up. Sorry, guys. Go ahead, but y'all might have a middle ground point about it. So quick, terminal velocity might be relevant. I'm out.
You're going to obfuscate the problem.
Can't just
You're obfuscating the question.
interrupt people and then like tell them not to interrupt people. Don't do that, man. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, like the issue that I'm having with that, and I'm saying this obviously respectfully to you, Zanuck, I'm not going to get backed into a corner from a standpoint of like what that basketball is going to do at 66 versus 33.99 feet. I have no idea. Right?
What do you think?
What do I think?
Instinct.
I don't know, dude. Honestly, I'm not even a
people would say, I think it's going to go faster. There's more pressure. I mean, I think you kind of alluded to that.
Well, no. See, that's what you can't do, right? You can't say, right? Some people will say there's more pressure because that's the path that I started walking down, and you rejected it, saying it was a non sequitur, right? Because I'm saying to you that within the demonstration of taking the ball deeper within the pool, which was my idea at the beginning of that we started walking down this journey, is to be able to demonstrate that there is, in fact, a force that acts upon the ball, as you said, kinetic potential energy, right? We get this credit when we take it deeper in a pool. Now, how is it? What's it going to be? How deep? Bro, I don't know. No clue.
Well, it's an easy answer. It's the buoyancy force. It doesn't change as you go down. That buoyancy force stays the same.
How are you possibly going to go to buoyancy when I started the whole thing by saying hydrostatic pressure? Like hydrostatic pressure literally is the definition of buoyancy because when you talk about hydrostatic,
it's not really. It's not the definition of buoyancy.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. The idea of hydrostatic pressure is literally the force that the medium exerts on the container that it is within, right? So if it's exerting a force that is within
changes with depth. It's not. That's not. It is a.
That's incomplete. That's incomplete.
What's incomplete?
It's a force that it's a force over the surface area in all directions. It's a scalar value that goes up as you go down. But we're talking about the force that actually would make the ball go upward. I'm telling you right now that it's related to hydrostatics because you have to. If it had a different hydrostatic, value or characteristic, it would be different, but it doesn't. Hydrostatics are such that it goes, like you said, it doubles every 33 feet. And even though we go down 1,000 feet or 500 feet, the force upward, the buoyant force, would be the same, even though we have a huge difference in pressure at the bottom of this pool or ocean or whatever versus the top. But along its path, the force is exactly the same.
Zanuck, does his point about terminal velocity though have any weight as far as what we can actually collect data from in the real world? Like, isn't there some sort of instantaneous terminal velocity? Whereas, do you really know that you can back up what you're saying?
Sure, of course. You can just do this experiment yourself. Take a basketball to the bottom of the pool, or something you're able to bring to the bottom. It's very difficult to bring a basketball because you're buoyant enough as a human that you won't be able to swim down with a basketball. It's just has too much buoyant force to keep you up. It would keep you afloat. Basketball. Generally.
But what about terminal velocity? I'm saying, like, how do we know that we're not accelerating faster at a deeper depth? Go ahead.
Right. You could take the ball down, use a cable or some pulley system, whatever. Have the ball down there. And when you let go of it, you can have markers on the side of the pool and have a stopwatch and see what the change of distance would be with respect to time. And you'll see it'll accelerate for a very short period of time and almost near immediately hit terminal velocity. And that velocity up to the surface will be constant.
So the one thing I'll put forward.
Even though you have a small window, you're confident that whatever falsified this.
Because I have the knowledge. I know how hydrostatics and drag coefficients and aerodynamics and hydrodynamics work.
So you got a tiny little window. Go ahead, y'all.
All right. So the one thing I do know that I can say will happen now, I don't know if this is the basketball demonstrating its reaching terminal velocity, but I know that the basketball will start to wiggle. Right. It's not like a straight straight shot, if you will, along the axis right back up to the surface, there'll be a movement back and forth to it, a sway, if you will. But I like the thing. Hold on a minute. The thing that I can't wrap my mind around is like a basketball, a thing that's whatever 12, 14 inches diameter, something like that, 10 inches, I don't know, reaching terminal velocity in 30 feet. Like, I can't comprehend that. Go ahead.
Oh God, yes. All terminal velocity means is that it is no longer accelerating. You ever see people, divers that exhale through their scuba gear and the bubbles come out of their mask? When the bubbles come out, those bubbles wiggle. That's what you're wiggling you're talking about. And only because of the fact that the bubbles have no structure, real firm structure, so they distort, changes the balance of that movement of the object, this bubble, and it will tend to wiggle. But if you have a ball and let go of it, I don't believe a ball will wiggle that much if you let it go. It'll just go straight up, and it will have a terminal velocity within a fraction of a second possibly, and then it will go at some whatever that velocity is all the way to the top. And the velocity, the acceleration initially is going to be based on the force acting on it. That force is going to be the difference between its weight and the weight of the water that is displaced. Whatever that difference is, that will be the force that accelerates it. It'll get to a certain point where that force equals the drag of that object, which is the drag coefficient of a sphere, which is probably 0.95 or something, 0.095. No, 0.95. Sorry, 0.95. And then the rest is just constant speed all the way to the surface. You'll see different.
Dope. Thanks for the chat. Backing out. Gotta clean up the work stuff. Thanks, guys. Peace.
Interesting. Thanks.
Peace, dude. He kind of got you to make a claim, though, Zanuck.
I made
that kind
all
of
the
what he
claims.
did. I mean, he did.
I just don't know what his question was. I don't understand why he went through all this painstaking on a building in the air. I'm going to jump off, and then a basketball at the bottom of the pool. Like, where was really is there like a inconsistency?
Hold on.
Common knowledge,
I'm not gonna have you walk on me like that. See, dude, you do that, and I'm gonna say we had this run-in before where like I'll back out of a conversation respectfully, and then you'll like poison the well. I'm like, bro, how are you doing when I'm standing right here?
No,
right?
I'm not poisoning. I'm curious. I feel unfulfilled. I feel unfulfilled. I'm not. Go ahead. Sorry.
What I'm gonna say is, right? You and I literally had a chat about dropping a basketball off of a building and then doing the reverse in the swimming pool, and you literally talked to me about kinetic versus potential energy. I didn't even bring that up, and that's actually one of the main things that I talk about all the damn time. So, bro, for me, it was a great conversation. I'll walk away at this point in time, but thanks for being you.
No, I like the conversation. It's interesting. I like going over these kind of things, but I feel unfulfilled because I don't know what you're really asking for. Was there a question there, or are you trying to? Is there an inconsistency with common knowledge of this type of physics, or I just don't know where? I like the interaction. I just didn't know where you're going. I feel like, I didn't get enough. I feel like I need more. Like a movie that has those endings where you go,
Yeah,
really?
that's-
Pick it up.
Yeah.
Pick it up.
I heard from him, dude.
Hold on.
Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me?
This is how I get chicks
Loud
to
and
call me
clear.
next time. Go ahead.
I'll pick it up from here if Killian's got to go. So when the ball goes up, when he releases the ball and it starts accelerating up, is the ground accelerating down to meet the ball?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy is right. I know you get into some weird spots when you start making up goofy stuff.
The water's accelerating.
They get into that spot to where they won't admit there's an objective reality.
Hold on, Don.
The ground is accelerating. The ground is accelerating. That's what's causing the hydrostatic forces. Yes.
The surface of the water is accelerating down to meet the ball.
No, the ground beneath the water.
The ground beneath the water is doing what?
Is accelerating upward.
The ground beneath the ball is accelerating upwards? How does that help the ball hit the top of the ball?
Yeah.
How does that help it? But the distance isn't changing from the surface to the. Is it the ball actually rising up, or does the surface of the water going down to meet the ball? I'm just curious on what you think is actually happening.
If the ground beneath the water or the ball were not there, then both the water and the ball would be in free fall.
When he lets go of the ball at 30 feet, is the ball actually raising to hit the surface of the water? Is that actually what's happening in reality?
Oh yeah, relative to the water
No.
where the was released. Yes, of course.
No, which reference frame is real, Zanuck? No relative.
There's no real or preferred reference frame.
Oh, so there's no reality.
Within a reference frame, we can see relative motion. So he's asking a very interesting, not almost profound, but not so quite profound question. Is that
it's not? It's stupid. A child could answer it.
No, it's not.
A 5-year-old could answer that question.
He got you to say there's no reality.
Hold on. I'll give you a quick analogy, Don, here real quick. If we're in the vomit comet and we're floating around and I push on you, you still can accelerate based on Newtonian mechanics. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that we're free falling. It's a separate. We can look at it from a separate reference frame of one object with respect to the other. And if I push on you, you would accelerate away from me, and I would accelerate away from you.
You know we understand this.
I'm not quite positive.
You know we do, Zanuck. Come on.
I don't know you do. I kind of feel you do.
We want you to choose a reality reference frame. That's the point. When are you going to realize this? You won't choose one.
All right, let me ask you this, Zanuck. Am I roboting it?
I thought you were disco. You were flashing.
Zanuck, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, if we have a basketball in our hands, we'll stay with the basketball. You're holding the basketball, right? And now let's say the surface of the basketball is all 0, right? Everywhere the leather is, the black lines, all that. Let's just pretend that's a 0 elevation all around. Anywhere you're touching that, you're at 0 elevation, right?
You're cutting out. You want to play some hoops? Is that right? Is that what you're asking me?
Never mind.
No. I want to hear. What happened? I couldn't hear you. You cut out. I heard it was basketball. Could be my problem on my end. Jeremy. Don't leave me, all the plants will die. Jeremy C. Jeremy could go.
You made him tap out, Zanuck. Damn, man. Why you do that, man?
I didn't want to. It just happened.
You really think that's what happened, Don? Or you think I have a bad connection? Just can't do it right now.
No, you said fuck it. I thought you were just like fuck it. You're not fucking with him.
I think
My bad. I could have misunderstood. I
think I had the bad connection actually.
I think he was going to make a point of like wherever you start the basketball, you call that point 0 elevation.
Okay.
And then, whenever it moves from that point, aren't you going to be able to just admit, if it moved from that 0 point or not? And
those buoyant
it's kind of simple.
Those buoyant forces acting upward are based on the fact that the water has weight, and so does the object. But the weight of one object and the weight of the medium for a given volume are different. So there's a force created. That force is created in the reference frame of the accelerating ground.
Yeah. You're explaining the semantics, and right, Zanuck. I just want to look. There's 2 levels to this argument. The first level is the semantics of it's funny that you say both are accelerating, causing the slight paradox perception. But that's just level 1. Then once you say, okay, well, people understand you're just using the word accelerating to describe the appearance, right? That's fine. But then you have to be like, okay, well, just saying that there's some appearance, that makes you get into that position to where you say, oh, well, they're all reality. There's no preferred reality. And That's where the real challenge comes in. Is there can be an objective reality. As long as you keep getting bigger and bigger information, and you stop pretending that you have to wait for the light or the information to come to you before you know it, like, and that it being relevant, that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, you can imagine where all this stuff is happening with no observer, it's still going to be happening. So there can be a grand objective frame, and that's really the point at the end of it, Xanet. Once you get past the level 1 semantical, let us describe it this way, part of the argument. Thank you. That's why it's not a good way of describing it. Well, bye-bye, Einstein. Thank you for playing.
Mm-hmm. Einstein, not here to defend himself.
We'll happily go back to Newton. Thank you. I don't know. Just got to figure out these things y'all want to pretend are particles, if they actually got mass or not. That's the real game, man.
You know what you don't think about much is farticles. You know, when you fart, there's actually little pieces of, poop that fly about.
Not
I'm
necessarily.
not saying it's particulate, but certainly like something. Like what makes something carry as a smell? What is it?
Methane.
What are the properties of that movement?
Molecules of methane.
No, but what's it moving?
No, it's just air.
So you
that
think
is
it's just gas?
Well, most of it is, unless you shit your pants.
Well, I mean, a smelly fart's going to be carrying something.
No, it just has a lot of methane in it.
Not all your farts smell.
It can be filtered through your double depends in your underwear and in your new jeans and maybe some ski pants, and you can still smell it.
I wanted to get like a PhD in something nobody had, so I could teach something. I thought
Phonology.
pyroflatoventriloquism is what I came up with. It's like not just making other people, think they farted when you did, but
Carcinogenic flatulence.
Yeah, exactly. Pyroflatoventriloquism.
Pyroflatulence.
It's like, honey, did you just blow a flaming fart? Go, I don't think so. And he goes, tee.
One day, I mean, you'll figure at least out of the trillions of babies that are born, like one will have that mutation, right, Dan?
There's no doubt farts are funny regardless. It's hard to lose with a fart in terms of jokes, humor.
Right.
Even babies laugh hysterically. It's just damn funny. To toot, to hear something coming out of you that's not out of your mouth. It's funny.
What's funny is pretending that there's
Shout
no
out to
objective
Edward
reality.
Queef. Shout out to Edward Queef, the discoverer of the first air passage from the vagina.
Zanuck, if somebody farts and the fart gas starts making closing the distance towards you, is the fart moving towards you, or are you moving towards the fart?
It depends on which way the Earth is spinning and in relation to the fart.
Well, after or before Coriolis?
Well, Coriolis is a real good trick when it comes to farting on people, because you could just move along and let it roll right towards them. Because it leaves
Apparent
the
deflection from a
barrel, so
straight
to speak.
path.
Yeah, it does leave the barrel.
Yeah, the Earth
No
spins
longer.
underneath the fart, so there you can just drop one.
Zanuck,
As long as you're moving
Xanax,
within that non-inertial reference frame.
come on, man. Own your bullshit, man. Hey, Xanax, let me get can I get a certification from you real quick?
Yeah, I'm here to certify.
All right. So if I say something like the apparent deviation from a straight path, possibly due to the change of tangential velocity as moving north to south over the face of a rotating sphere, would that be sufficient enough to talk about, like, I could quickly tell you that I understand the little Coriolis phenomenon?
That sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Cool. So here's what's funny is that, like, when there's simple, easy stuff like that you can figure out when you're like 5 years old, and then you have the bully generals of the supposed Globe Truth server will enter circles, wanting to fight you and pretend like you're dumb when it's obvious that you know exactly the concept they're talking about. And then on the other hand, you know what I'm saying, when they play dumb and can't, handle the challenge of questions, like, you know what I'm saying, for you not wanting to talk about the reality frame, Kosho doesn't want to talk about they're not having a good space simulator. I throw all the problems with Kerbal in his face. He runs away, doesn't talk about it. It's really weird, the double standard that's constantly, oh, I want to know the best, like, I want to know the best space flying physics game that's out there, like, since it's so easy and you guys know all the math and all that, like, you know. What's the best one, man? Since you guys can always figure out all the right stuff to put your satellites where you need or your rockets to go where you need to go, I mean, shouldn't we have the game that can do that too? Just like, airplanes have a game that can put them exactly with pure physics in the flight simulator. Like, why does Kerbal have all these problems? Like, what's the deal? But I mean, the real point is the double standard, though, Xanax. It's weird that, like, y'all side pretends that we're dumb when we're obviously not, and then you guys show dumbness when you're posing like you're smart. And I mean, but in general, man, it happens so much, happens all the time. It's almost like you gotta know some shit is like crucially wrong. Like the tipping point is coming.
Hold on, real quick. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, you juicy loud, buddy. Good shit.
You're in the right stall.
Okay, don't ever try to play me and say Xanax made me back away, dude. That's ridiculous. Second of all, yo, just nobody talk when I talk, because I don't know if I'm roboting or not. I'm at work and I have a bad connection. Okay, guys, let's all simmer down. Dice Low doesn't want us getting agitated today. Or aggressive. Okay, now listen, Xanax, somebody has a gun to your head. They say, you don't know where you are. They've moved you to an undisclosed location in a van. You were blindfolded. They drove around. You have no idea where you are. Somebody has a gun to your head. They say, tell me your latitude, and they give you whatever you need to build a Foucault pendulum. You get one shot. You have no idea where you are. Could you do it?
All I have to do is find out what my latitude is?
By building a Foucault pendulum, yes. That's all you have to do, and they're going to let you live, and you get $1 million.
Yeah.
Does he still have the gun to his head?
I think I heard
no,
a faint
they
yes.
give him the gun after.
Oh,
you
they
get $1
gave him
million,
the gun.
and you get the gun. Could you do, Xanax? Could you do it?
Of course.
Okay. Write down Write down exactly the materials you would use to build it, and how you would do it. Okay.
Well, how tall is the building? Hopefully, it's infinitely tall, right?
What?
How tall is the building I'm in? 30 feet, 50 foot ceiling?
You got 2 stories, 20 feet. 20 feet. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, you got 20 feet. Can you still do it with 20 feet?
Sure. Of course. Very easily.
Okay. Write down exactly what you would use, the tools you would use.
Can I have?
You know how you get an instruction booklet
Yeah,
from
well,
like
do I have to
IKEA,
do I have to make these parts?
and you got to put
Do I got to
this
make the parts?
complicated thing together, and there's all these screws, and it tells you beforehand like what you would need and how to do it.
Right.
No, you can go to Home Depot or Amazon.
Okay,
So
I'm
make
gonna
a
buy.
parts list and then exactly how to assemble them.
Okay, so I get the wire, the hooks, one was the spherical bearings,
Yeah,
the wire,
yeah,
the
bro. Just write it
cable,
down. Don't write it down,
the
Zanik.
lead weight that's a certain shape. Can I order that the certain shape? Because otherwise I have to have a smelting pot. I got to melt the lead, and I need clay, and I got to make a clay, form
We're not
for it.
melting lead, bro. We're not melting lead. Just write the pieces down. Write the parts down. The SKU numbers or the websites from Amazon for where to order the parts, whatever you need. What tools we need to
You know what I'm
assemble
gonna
it,
do? I'm gonna
exactly how
build.
they're
I'm
assembled.
gonna
Write
hook
all
a
that
screw
down.
to the
So we can,
ceiling, like a lag bolt screw to the ceiling, an eye bolt, and attaching to that will be this spherical bearing and a very low friction and a long cable, and I tied also to this teardrop pointed fishing weight. It weighs about maybe 100 pounds, hopefully. That range, something really heavy and very thin. And I'm gonna
Zanik, just write it down, bud. Write it down so we know how to
place a
do
string at the one end of the room.
this.
I'm
We're
gonna have a lighter to
start
light the string so I can release it
building.
without putting any force on it. And I'm gonna let the thing spin. And it's gonna go for like maybe 40 minutes, 20 minutes before it finally stops. And during that 40-minute time, I'm gonna see how much it moved. And then that's gonna be my latitude with the equation for latitude with the full cut pendulum.
All right, and you don't have a second chance to do this. There's no second chances. You're only going to be able to swing it once, and you're going to have to get your latitude. Can you write down the instructions like in a PDF or on paper, and then take a picture of it or something with all the parts, the list, exactly how to put it together? Can you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, will you do that?
Why do we need to do? I can just tell you what I'm doing. What are you going to try to argue the points or that it wouldn't work? Or are we actually going to build it?
We're gonna build some of them. Don't use anything too expensive. Like, how much would these parts cost?
I don't think too much. I think the most expensive thing would be probably the bearing, maybe the weight. Get a big piece of
Couple $100.
Yeah, big heavy.
$200 we get this whole thing built. How many dollars, roughly a dollar amount, would this cost to build?
Yeah, probably a few $100 at least.
300.
Yeah, because you got to be able to have the tools to scribe out the circle base. The clock, the outer ring.
So $300. All right, write it up.
Well, I don't know if it's $300. The
cable. We got a
the
clip.
bearing. The eye bolts. The weight is going to be very expensive. Probably it might be $300 in itself. It's going to be a 50 or 100 pound weight. It might be.
What happened? I thought Kosho just did one of these, Jeremy. He didn't do it like 3 days ago.
I've been gone for
Really?
a while.
You think he did it the next day, dude? Come on, bro. How long have you known Kosho for?
He tells the story as if the materials are like in his hand, but I thought maybe he failed, so we were passing it off to Zanik. But okay, so we're waiting on Zanik. You got to beat Kosho, man.
Let me tell you something about. No, Kosho's unreliable. Zanik, on the other hand, he's a gladiator. You know what I mean? He's reliable. So write this up so we can see, because we're gonna start building some pendulums because we got an eclipse coming. All right. So write it up.
What's the eclipse gonna do?
If you do this and no one can predict their latitude, or it's unreliable, and we all set it up right, what are you gonna do?
I would say there's probably what kind of accuracy do you want to determine your latitude? What kind of accuracy do you need? I mean, you only have. We're not going to have a power. If I want to have a power pendulum, it's going to be
5%.
How much? 10%.
2.5%.
2.5%. So that would be
have a 5% window on either direction, so 2.5% one way.
30, 30, 38, 35 degrees, then 2%, 02.
Yo, my boss just called. Zanuck, what are you gonna do if this fails?
1 degree accuracy. I don't know. It might be. I don't know if it's within the ability to detect that over 20, 30 minutes.
Brian, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I had a phone call from work. What are we gonna do if you why don't you make one first, and then we'll do it? Because I don't know. I mean, are you just guessing, or
I've
is
never made a full call. I've never made a full call pendulum.
where are
Like-
you getting the information from to make one? Okay, well, who told you? Where'd you get the information? This whole
Gosh, is that
list
me?
and the setup. Somebody's got the gun to your head, remember, and you're confident that you could build. Hello?
You were choppy to me, man.
Yeah.
Who's the number one full call attacker? I've heard this been attacked a lot of times.
All right. Can you guys hear me now? I'm outside. I'm outside the whole Faraday cage I work in. Yo.
Yes, sir.
You're
I
loud
hear
and
you.
clear, man.
Okay. All right. Roger that. Now, Zanuck, who told you how to build a full cult pendulum? If you've never done one and you think you could get it to do, what makes you think you could get it first shot? Remember, somebody's got a gun to your head. If you don't get this right in the first shot, how do you know you're gonna get it right? You can't see outside, or they won't let you look outside. You're just in a 2-story building with the ladders and everything you need to build this thing. No outside, nothing else, just the tools, just the full call. That's it. What makes you so certain that you're gonna get it right? Because I mean, universities are doing this. They don't get it right on the first shot.
Jeremy, I was trying to ask you about those attacks on about how much research you have in hand about how consistent they are with it. You know, these talks about that it's been given up by universities and stuff like this. Like how much do you know about?
What is your question?
How much do you know about the actual consistency rate of it in university?
I don't know. I know they get it wrong though sometimes on the first shot when they're building it. But if the university knew how to do it, they would tell the kids, that's what I'm saying. They would tell the students, like, look, here's how you build it. And if they build it right, it would just always work on the first time. So I'm thinking that there is no schematic or blueprint or diagram or whatever to build this thing. And people are doing it like they're doing the Cavendish, where they just keep fiddling with it until they get the result they want. And I don't know what kind of weird fucked up fallacy that's called, but I have a feeling that that's just what's going on.
Zanuck, what happened? You quit him, man?
Props to Sean G for calling them out on their bullshit. Still love doors though. Where's everyone at? Don, did you hear my response?
Yes. About you saying that they should be able to do it first time and they fuck up sometimes about the college.
Yeah, like whenever you go buy a bullshit little dresser or one of those bullshit things with a zillion pieces from Walmart, you know what I'm saying, like a dresser or something. They give you the pieces, and if all the pieces are there, and you follow the instructions and put it together exactly like they say, the shit works, right? Just first time. There's nothing else you need. If the instructions are clear and the pieces are all clear and everything's there, like you put this thing together and it just works, right? Like I don't have to like fiddle with it or play any guessing games on it's doing something it's not supposed to be doing. Like if everything's right, it just works. You figure deal me?
Yeah. So what I think is one of the first things to do is look at actually how distinct these things can be. Like when they claim they work, like we should look into some result patterns, right? Which I'm kind of like currently
That's why
doing.
I want to get the blueprint. That's why I've been trying to get the blueprints for it, or this whatever it's called, the fucking instructions on how to build one of these things, what tools,
Have you
right
gone?
before you even start.
Have you gone to the Wikipedia though? Have you seen Wiki?
On how to build one? Do they have a blueprint there? No, I don't know. I've been asking for a while now. I just figured if it was on Wiki, somebody would have told me.
I mean, really, all they're going to tell you is like the results as much, though, right? But you can do like, look at how Coach so confidently is like, I'm just going to drill a hole through the board and then sand it off and like hope I'm at a center point. Like, what else can they really do besides that? Like, I've hit you with the frictionless thing. We've had some ideas.
What frictionless thing?
Like the ball socket with the air pressure that the gyro possesses.
In a vacuum?
No, I don't have to be in a vacuum.
I don't know about the gyro.
It's just haven't you ever seen too like they have that big like 5 foot in diameter sphere stone, like a giant marble stone, like however many tons
And
it
you guys
weighs.
could go spin it.
Yeah, they have on a
Bro,
little
are you at the
plate of water or
laundromat or the
something.
casino?
Oh, just sorry right now, but
Are you at the laundromat or the sounds like you're either at a laundromat
yeah,
or a
so I'm
casino.
just at home right now. But
You live in a laundromat?
no, it's just a lot of laundromat right now. But like, so they do that with air too, Jeremy. Though they don't do it with liquid; they do it with air too. I mean, you could think it probably provides a pretty even type of balance.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to introduce that for the gyro because that's just one more moving part. You know what I'm saying? You want to have as little. You want to make this as little as least complicated as you can. Like the more moving parts, the more chances there are for something to go wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like say we send you a bookshelf, and then we send you a bookshelf with hinges and sliding drawers and shit on it. There's just more shit that could go wrong, right? We're trying to just build the bookshelf with like, as few moving parts as possible. With the pendulum, at least.
All right, well, you ready to look into the result patterns, buddy? Go ahead and let's talk about that.
I'm absolutely ready, but first we need to know how to build one before we can get any results, right? Like I'm trying to do this thing you want to do, but there's an order in which it has to be done, and you can't get the results before you make them.
Right, you just got to get everything in the center, man. That's it. Put your string in the center of where it's hanging, and put your weight in the center of the string. That's
If you don't get the measurements right, then did you make it right?
That's what I'm trying to get at here, Snacks. I know. Are they
If you
just
get
doing it
something
until
that
they get the latitude they want and saying, "Oh yeah, it worked first. You know, it worked. Success." That would be a success rate for them if they build it, fiddle with it until they get the latitude they need, and they'd be like, "All right, success." Just like Cavendish.
I'm willing to bet anyone $100. If they do it twice, they won't get the same thing. Anybody. Do it twice in a
Yeah,
row.
because they're not getting right results because they're doing it leaky style. They're not following the instructions that came from IKEA on how to build the full cult.
Uh-huh. And I found out some other info about their full cult. That's quite damning, actually. But like you said, first steps first. I've been asking for I don't know how long. Tell me what hinge should I use, what kind of rope, a fishing wire, what kind of weight, all kinds of different stories.
Yeah, just what's the one that's not gonna fuck up? What's the one where I can just build it and it's just gonna give me my latitude? That's all I want. The instructions on how to build that one.
Yep.
I'm not paying 6,000 friggin' pounds or rupees or whatever they use in England for that one that guy sent me.
Yeah, like we're gonna spend 8 G's for a freaking box. No. Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, that's like 30,000 Canadian dollars, dude. We're not doing it.
Yeah, 50,000
blue rupees, maybe.
50,000 Zelda rupees. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just want the instructions on how to build one. Because, dude, there's an eclipse coming up. Like, everyone knows the Elias effect or the Alias. I don't know how to say that guy's name, but whatever that effect was that he claims he got. If we replicate that with a legit pendulum that's working correctly, like, it's over for them. That would be a wrap. There's no way they can't walk that back or talk their way out of it. It's basically like a guy walks into a room and his girlfriend is literally in bed with another guy. They're both naked. There's no way she could talk her way out of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been telling him for a while now. Look, give me the dimensions, and I'm gonna not make just one. I'm gonna make 2 of them, side by side. But I'm still waiting. How long the rope? What kind of weight? What kind of hinge? Still waiting.
Good.
Did somebody just cut off there?
Hey, I'm going back in the Faraday cage. Nice talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he went. Jeremy, you gonna come back after work? Zanet, come in, Zanet. I need the citations. All right, I got you on stamp. Hello, Winston.
What up, bro?
I was out shopping today, and I was like going to listen to YouTube when I was shopping, and I heard on another server that was kind of ganging up on some guy, talking about the same exact points you guys were kind of talking about yesterday about the language of the Bible, talking about certain topics of the slavery thing, and there being two different. I mean, whatever. It was like the same exact shit, man. It was the same shit, and it was like they were 10 steps behind. It was like none of the points that the context that you have pointed out were they considering, and whenever the opportunity arose for them to consider it, it was just rather disappointing, man. But it was like they were just trying to add things on that weren't said, and then their references would be like, not corroborating. But the guy held his own, man. The guy was pretty cool, but he didn't bring up the um, voluntary point much. Like they were kind of skipping over that aspect.
Oh, that's like the biggest part. Like, what's crazy, bro, is when you read it, like in English translations or even like ESV, it sounds terrible. Like, if you don't read the full context, or if you go to like, you know, Bible's evil, slavery, or whatever, like you'll get articles that pull them out, and like they sound crazy, right?
Beat your slave, but don't beat him too bad, and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And like,
if you take the context, like you got to beat your kids. It's just like I don't mean it like this, like you don't have to beat your kid, but it was like they would take the point of like don't hurt someone permanently, and then twist it into well look you hurt him a little bit. Oh shit, you're a fucking demon. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck, man?
Well, this is the thing, right? So, these are for believers, or what people call Hebrews, right? And so they're supposed to follow the Torah. So none of those rules can go against the Torah, right? And the Torah specifically forbids like innocently hurting someone, period. And so what it's saying is like if there's some type of physical altercation between you and your servant, just because he's your servant or whatever, doesn't mean you can like kill him and get away with it, right? It's still the death penalty. It all has to adhere to the Torah. That's the part they leave out, right? If you listen to the way that they say it, they're basically saying, well, the slavery rules go against what the Torah rules are, right? Like they have to claim that it just goes
like it's a trump card or something, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They're like, no, it's a trump card, and I could give you so many anecdotal examples of them just they gotta. I don't know what it is like because I just say they're moving too fast. I want to say they're dishonest or they're dumb or whatever, but it's like they have the tunnel vision of just wanting it to be their side. And I'll hear them use examples like, oh, the Bible condones rape. And someone said, okay, give the example. And he was like, it says if you raped a woman that you got to pay 50 money for a penalty or something. I'm like, how does that condone it? It just said that you had to pay punishment. Like, I don't get, you know what I mean? I don't care if the punishment is equal or this. And like the context you're saying of it has to be a covenant already to be a good person. So how would, you know what I mean? Why do you want to insist there's a conflict there? It doesn't need to.
Yeah, like it's specifically forbidden in the Bible. Like rape is specifically forbidden. And I think I want to say that it's actually death penalty. And since it's death penalty, that's why it says that there has to be some type of witness and that the woman has to cry out, meaning that like she can't just like cheat on her husband and enjoy it and get caught and claim she was raped or something, because it's a death penalty situation. And so the context of the one they always bring up about the shekels and stuff, it's literally talking about like, so if that woman's not okay, say if that woman's married, there's a certain rule, and that woman's not married, you still have to stay with her. It's like all very contextual, specific rules for specific scenarios. But like rape is strictly forbidden, and like to just rape someone would go directly against the Torah anyway, right? So yeah, I think it's weird. I will say that when I read the slavery thing, Jaron brought it up to me, and I'm like, he quoted some ESV translations. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds crazy. I'm like, the way that reads with what you sent, like, I obviously don't condone that at all. Because he's asking like, how can you stand behind this? I called my buddy, who I did a lot of studying of Hebrew with, because he studied the scriptures in Hebrew for like over a decade, and we went through all of that in Exodus. We went through like line by line, word by word, dude, and I hit him with the most like hard hitting questions. I basically debated it from the other perspective, right? That it was wrong. And dude, he scolded me, right? Like he every single time we were like, okay, let's go look at the Hebrew word for that. And he was right. He was like, well, no, it's not saying, like he's like, it's not saying like you can reign over the slave ruthlessly, but just not the Jews in the way that you think, as in like you can like take a slave and beat them and all this crazy stuff. It's saying like rigorously, meaning that you can make them work more. And he said, and we go look at the word. Sure enough, it's exactly what it means, you know. And then it's like it even explains here, and he take me to the next verse. Yeah, it's like you can't work them around the clock, like if they're a believer. But if they are not, then you can like they're on call basically. They can work more hours. So I don't know, just all the context of it. I ended up being like, wow, this is not evil at all. It's actually like very good, right? It's like slavery
It's
is
like a
not
parenting
good.
guide.
Yeah,
It's like a parenting.
yeah, it's crazy. And like I mean, people can say they do or
So
do not
yeah,
believe in the Bible
I
in
want
many ways, but that's not one.
right. Even the good parts of it, you know what I mean? And but they'll want. But look, and don't get me wrong. There's things that I want to challenge about the word passed down from all this and that, whatever. But the logical things, they have a good community lessons that are in there. Like maybe this is, and some people are trying to twist it. I got to stand up for it. And the double standard, right? It's like they'll sit there and attack that and act like you're some demon or the double standard treating people like two different classes of people or something. It's like, but it is two different classes of people. Like if you have rules of a house and you have some kids that follow the rules and some kids that don't follow the rules, are you going to treat them equally? You're going to be doing different things to the kids, right? Like, isn't that a fair net? Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
And
Well, like the context
they'll sit
also,
there
like
like it's
the context that made it make the most sense to me. It's like a believer and a non-believer. So like you can use an atheist or a creationist as an example. It's like if you say you're pretty wealthy and you have like 200 acres, and this guy comes up and he's like, "Man, can I please work for you? Like, can you front me money? Like, my wife needs this surgery, my kids need these clothes, and like I can't afford it. Can you please front me the money or whatever?" You would be like, "I don't really know you." And if you knew that they were like an atheist, you'd be like, wait, so do you think morality is subjective? Like, is it wrong for you to steal my money and not keep your word? Like, you're much more hesitant, right? Like, you don't know that you can fully trust that person. You don't know them, and they're an atheist. So, if I had a similar situation where someone who believes in a creator came and asked me that, I'd be like, well, then you probably understand objective morality, and you believe there's actually a creator that holds you accountable, right? And so I would trust that person more. So it makes sense to be like, well, I'm not going to leave the atheist around all the really expensive equipment and money and stuff as much as I would the other person. I would make that person earn his trust where I knew I could, pay him more and trust him more. Like that's basically what it's saying.
or you could get more of your value back immediately. Whereas the other guy, like he might pay you back later on through the decades or whatever. You know what I mean? Like what? Like
Well, yeah, it's just the
I know it's a
idea that
little loose.
he's more trustworthy, and like I would do the same. Like I have no problem openly stating that if I owned a company and there were people that were equally qualified, but one was atheist and one was a creationist, like I would lean towards hiring the creationist. And if I was going to hire both of them and I had to pick one to be above the other, like I would pick the person that believes in the creator. And even if they didn't believe in the Bible, because it's just, I feel like I can trust them more. If someone's worldview is there's a creator, and so stealing and doing wrong is like a big deal because there's an actual creator that sees that and can punish me. Like they're way more of a trustworthy person than someone who thinks that we came from rocks and nothing matters and it's survival of the fittest. You know what I'm saying? Or like who's like I ran a detail business. Like you got to go and give your word and say, okay, we're gonna hand wax it. If she then leaves and you spray wax it, well, you finessed them out of like the $60 add-on. Whenever you just spray wax it, which should only be like a $10 or $15 add-on. Like I that would jeopardize my business. So I need someone that I can trust that can be in other people's expensive vehicles around like their iPads and their phones and their expensive stuff and know that they're not going to steal it, know that they're going to keep their word, know that they're not going to lie to me about how much money was made. You know what I'm saying? So it's just common sense really if you think about it like that. Like it's saying, look, you need to help your fellow believer out. And then what's so funny is it actually says will even help the non-believer out. It says you even have an obligation to help them out as well. And so, it's okay to be like more hesitant or kind of make them earn their trust more. So anyway, to me that makes like a lot of sense. And when I fully understood what it's saying, I'm like, oh, okay.
Was that Joshua? I was actually just talking about that with my dad about the earning trust of someone with less faith than you. That's a really good one. I might revisit that, but I just can't. I think it was Joshua. I just can't remember. That's a good one to bring up right now. Yeah, I agree. Sorry to interject.
No, you're good. I mean, like I was just talking about that, so I just think it's common sense, right? Like,
And what's it? You have a lot of kind energy, man. And thank you for sharing.
yeah, no problem. Dude, you guys want to hear something crazy that I just found out? So I'm looking into a bunch of stuff for my my zombie stream, and I'm like reading all these medical journals, blah blah blah. And so I was thinking through this logically, like, okay, well, you can have nanoparticles remotely activated with frequencies or whatever, but like, how could they do that? Like, would the 5G be strong enough? Well, it can only be so far away. Or could the phone transmit that? And the phones can transmit the frequency range, but could it be strong enough to penetrate the body and So I'm looking at the magnitude of output from the studies, and could the phone match that and the frequencies and all that stuff, right? And I came across something I had never heard about, dude. Have you guys ever heard about something called Li-Fi? So like Wi-Fi, but with an L. Dude, it's so crazy. So it's light Wi-Fi. It's like with visible light. So it's called VLC, visible light communication. It's internet, but with actual LED light.
What?
And dude, it's up to 1,000 times faster than Wi-Fi.
What?
Bro, it's insane.
How does it work?
It uses the so how does internet work? Right? We use radio waves. Radio waves are just electromagnetic waves. So it's the same. So it's really just the non-visible spectrum of light that we currently use. This just uses the visible spectrum of light. So it's the same thing. The light carries the information to your device, or whatever. But this is way better because it can't be interfered with as much. Like other radio waves can't interfere with it. But it can't go through like a wall, for example. So like the downside to it would be that you have to have visible light to use it. But I then read, well, actually you can turn the lights down so dim that effectively the room is dark. For all intents and purposes, it's like the room is dark, but there would still be enough visible light there to run your internet. And dude, the uploads and downloads, dude, it says that they like go up to 224 gigabits, which is insane, dude, right? Like right now, if you have 1 gig, that's like 1,000 megabits upload and download. That's what I have, and that's like considered really, really fast. We're talking about 224 gig. It's not even close. It blows it out of the water. And so anyway, the reason I was bringing that up is because, so wait a minute. Now, we can actually implement internet with light. This is a real thing. You can look it up. It's really crazy. So
with
that
this
kind of makes
type
this
of
whole thing crazy.
with this type of download speed, you could literally have a 3D scan VR world of someone of your home, even though you're 3,000 kilometers away. If there's a 3D photogrammetry scan that is like hundreds or even petabytes big, if you had that download speed, you could stream your home into virtual reality from somewhere on a different position on the world. No,
dude, Wi-Fi is such a crazy thing, man.
Yeah, but with that type of internet speed, this movie where I forgot what the name is, but the guy where they are in the VR world and they trying to, what is it called again? There's like this Netflix movie about a VR where they play a game and they try to find the ultimate Easter egg or something.
I don't know.
VR Ready Player One. VR Ready Player One. Have you ever watched that movie? Well, it's called Ready Player One.
Yeah, I've heard of that, but I've never seen it.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't really
that's
watch
gonna
it.
be kind of like the future, right? Many people gonna be on home lockdown, so they're gonna travel the world by using the VR headset in full body motion. I mean, it's already there, just not really perfectly made so far, right? But like full body motion suits and all that stuff is gonna be real, you know? You can literally then hug someone thousands of kilometers away and you will feel it the same way almost. It's very weird. I once had a VR headset and I played mini golf with my brother, right? And it's sometimes it was so immersive, it felt like he was standing next to you. And it's a very weird feeling. I can't describe it, but I got rid of the VR because I just didn't feel good with my eyes, and I don't know. It's not my kind of cup of tea.
Yo, check this, bro. Li-Fi technology will allow us to connect to the internet using light from lamps, street lights, or LED televisions. In addition to being cheaper, safer, and faster than Wi-Fi, it does not need a router. All you need to do is point your mobile or tablet towards a light bulb to surf the web. Now, okay, do you remember I was talking about optogenetics? And that's the study of controlling the brain, so mind control, by using light. But in order to do that, they have to give you a jab and utilize gene therapy, right? So they use mRNA oftentimes as well, mRNA optogenetics. And it creates or introduces proteins, and it introduces photosynthetic molecules. So photosynthesis, when the plant takes the light and converts it into energy, right? And so it takes the photosynthetic molecules, and then these photosensitive molecules get absorbed into the cell. And then they're able to turn on and off different neurons with light. And they were able to like make a mouse a super killer. They were able to like turn on certain neurons and make it where the mouse couldn't walk. But then they changed it and activated or deactivated some different ones, and then they were able to make it go super fast. So it's like a real thing, right? And I'm like, I wonder if that has anything to do with how when they locked us down, started putting 5G everywhere, they also changed all these street lights, and they're like purple and blue now. Because one of the main colors they use is like a purple blue. But they also use like near infrared and all kinds of stuff. They can use a bunch of different types of light. Long story short, now I'm thinking, do these lights have anything to do with Li-Fi? Because it requires a specific type of LED light bulb. And think about that, bro. Think about if they like kind of, when everyone's in their house, they rolled out this major upgrade in lights. I don't know, but I just think it's pretty interesting.
I guess you're onto something. I mean, if the spirit of truth is guiding you, which I 100% believe, then yeah, maybe the Most High is revealing something to you, you know, that you can give to your next brother and sister.
Yeah, like what we can say is that they locked us down, they put 5G everywhere, and then they changed the street lights all over the country. And a lot of them are purple and blue now. So they changed street lights. And what we can say is Li-Fi technology will allow you to connect to the internet using street lights. So that's very interesting, right? I mean, it could just be correlation, but it is still noteworthy. I've discovered a lot of stuff looking into this. Like I've discovered that you can take, that's why I went into medicinal mass media earlier, to kind of hear the other side of the argument or whatever. And they have nothing. They have nothing, bro. Like, so they say, oh, well, nanoparticles aren't nanotech. Well, yeah, because nano just means really small. So any particle that's really small is a nanoparticle. But specifically what was in the Kool-Aid is nanotechnology by definition, right? And they'll say that it's not gene therapy, but it was until that they changed the classification, all this weird stuff. But anyway, what I learned, I don't know if you've heard me say this, bro, but I'm gonna say it as quickly as possible. You can basically put a nanoparticle in someone, right? They're made of metals. Now, there's a bunch of different types that they make. The kind that they gave everyone in the Kool-Aid is completely sealed and classified. No one knows what it is. Proprietary protection where they don't have to say what it is. But almost all of the ones I've found in medical journals, they have iron in them. They have many different types, but almost always iron, because iron's very magnetic. Okay, and so what they then do, and there's different kinds: graphene, capsulated iron, nanoparticles, a bunch of different types, and they introduce electromagnetic frequencies between 2 and 18 gigahertz. And what it does is it basically causes the nanoparticle to swell up. So they can send like a 1 minute pulse 3 times, and it'll kind of start to swell up, and it'll, because it's magnetic, so you can repel or attract, quote unquote, right? The interior of that particle. Anyway, it changes the permeability of the particle, meaning like how permeable something is your ability to go through it. Right, like that makes it permeable. So the permeability is like how easily something penetrate it. So it makes it more permeable, so that whatever was put inside of it can then be released. And this is, I've found like dozens of scientific experiments that have done this and proven it's possible.
That's
right? Crazy, dude. And then they're also like, they claim that they're researching it because of drug delivery. So like they'll put a certain type of drug in the nanoparticle, and then you can remotely deliver the drug to the person. Like, so I say they need to take a certain medicine every week. Well, you could put enough of it for like a year in these particles, and then just release them every Friday or whatever, remotely, right? That's the idea, is like remote drug delivery. And they've tested it successfully with like antimicrobial medicines and blah, blah, blah. So isn't that kind of like crazy? It's like sci-fi, but it's very crazy because you could put something bad in there, right? You could put a pathogen in there or something that would make you sick.
But think about it this way, right? Isn't it just like, because it's just talking about the light and so forth, isn't it just a second door they have kind of opened up or about to open in order to control it even more? Because if you think about it, the first kind of light that had a huge influence, or is having a huge influence on people, would be the light of a television, right? I mean, essentially, what watching television or using your smartphone is light rays going through one door, which would be your eyes, right? And then the second one would be sound, which is also just also sound is also just a wave that goes into your ears, right? So the third door that you just described would be penetrating almost every area, or every area within the body, right? And mind.
Yeah, like, so how efficiently the electromagnetic wave can penetrate the skin. So for like, I think they call it like dermal penetration or whatever. Depends on kind of like the density magnitude relationship, meaning like which wavelength, what's the proximity, and what's the power source, like how strong is it. So I still have to figure out what these phones are capable of, meaning like, is it possible, because what we do know is you could take the tower and you could change the frequency on the tower. And so you could easily do from 2 to 18 gigahertz, 5G goes up above 60, right? So they could change that, and what that does is transmit the signal to your phone, and then your phone relays it, right? Typically back to the tower or another, and then to another phone, right? So your phone can 100% relay this. The question is like, how strong can it put it out, and is that strong enough to penetrate the body? And if it is, then there's like that's pretty crazy. Like, now we've gotten to a very crazy situation, right? So I haven't figured that part out.
Well, if you think about it this way, I mean, we're kind of already penetrated by many frequencies, right? I mean, the question here is that I'm always asking myself is this, okay? Since internet, or the WLAN, I don't know how you say it in English, but many of the currently used frequencies, right? Like 4G, 5G, all the stuff, using a mobile phone, for example, also is very new, right? I mean, we could be all partaken of an experiment or something that in 20 years will result, or 30 years will result of people being genetically destroyed. I mean, I don't know if my current phone is currently going to make me sick in 20 years. You don't know. No one knows, right? Kind of like with cigarettes, where in the beginning you said it's healthy and good, you know. So that's something I think is not being thought about so much, right? I mean, do you trust that when they say, okay, you know, your internet is no health problem, or the mobile phone you're using has really no influence?
No, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we know for sure it has an effect on like our cellular makeup in many ways.
Yeah. So what if in 20 years no one's going to have a smartphone anymore because people cannot reproduce? I mean, I'm just, you know, theorizing, but if you think about it, if I think about, I still know a time where there were no smartphone available, and it's actually not that long ago, you know, or a time when not everybody had a phone in general, you know, like a handy Nokia or whatever. So it's a very, we're in a very early stage of that kind of material or device that is commonly used. I just find it crazy. You can go to the remotest areas of the world, you know, where people are pretty poor. But what you will find most of the time is these people have very good smartphones.
Yep. Yeah, it would definitely be a way to get pretty much everyone. So like if you can do, but this is where it gets crazy, right? If you can do phones, TVs, radios, street lights, right? Like LED lights. I mean, now you're talking. You're in the car. You're in where? I mean, that's crazy. It's pretty crazy, bro. I mean,
Yep.
it's like a movie almost.
I mean, we're living in a movie, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
But wait, we got to be sure to ask them 7 times because, you know, they want to put ad homs in front of the kid's name. You know what I mean? So, Witsit, tell us more. Tell us more. Is that you're saying no router, nothing? Does this device, the TV, the street lamp, does it have to be wired into the network, or is it just a middle ground for the big shell of network that's going to be out in the ether everywhere?
Yeah, so I mean that's how it all works in my opinion, right? Is the ether, but so it does have to be a specific type of LED light, like an LED bulb, and I think that so because that way that's way it's able to communicate and transfer information with your phone. And I will say I just found out about Wi-Fi today, so I'm certainly not an expert on it, but like I'm not really an expert on any of these things to be fair, right? But
Is it
I don't
real
know
or
much.
theoretical?
No, it's real.
Is it?
It's real. Yeah, so it's been used already, and actually it's commercially for sale in certain places. But it's really expensive, and you have to update all your LED lights to very specific
Okay,
phones.
not to be pushy, but yeah. What? So claiming that there's like no router makes me think that there's no connection. Like, you know what I mean? Are they saying that this shit it's just a freestanding TV or a freestanding new light or whatever, or is that shit like networked in, like hardwired into a network?
That's a good question. I don't even know how it really works. Like all I know is that they claim that you don't need a router. They claim that it's way faster. They claim the downsides are that the specific LED bulbs needed are not mass produced yet, and so it would be tricky to get everyone to transition over. And then another downside is it can't go through like walls or anything like that. So you would have to be in the proximity of the lights. But also, this is what's so crazy is it doesn't interfere like with radio. So now if you do the visible light, you have like a huge spectrum you can use compared to what we currently. So basically, if you think about it, we have like these radio waves and we're just bogging up everything. Like there's billions of them everywhere, like combating each other. In this scenario, you don't have to worry about that. That's kind of the idea. But I don't know the specifics to your question, to be honest. I mean, I don't
I'll
even
look it
know
up. I'll look it
exactly how it works. Yeah, I have to look into that.
So, what's it? Quick question. Besides the topic, I don't want to veer off, but just have you already moved to Miami? Miami. To
Florida, yeah.
Florida. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
And it's called My Jam.
Yeah, brother. I'm looking at a palm tree right now.
And is it are you happy?
Yeah, man, I love it, bro. I freaking love it.
That's
I mean,
nice,
it's like
man.
been really hectic because I'm like, there's still stuff everywhere, and I have to finish moving in. But yeah, I love it, bro.
That's nice, man. I hope you're gonna have a good home for the future.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, I was in control, you know.
Amen. It's the crazy thing, you know. When I catch myself trying to be the leader of my life, you know, sometimes you still like worry about things, right? The flesh, you worry about tomorrow and you plan this and you do that, but then the Most High, you know, he just has a completely different plan, and you're like, dude, why did I even, you know, put so much effort or energy into something if at the end he perfectly laid it out, you know, in his way. So it's always funny when I come to the conclusion how vain my ways are compared to what he wants to introduce as compared to his ways that he wants to implement in my life, right? So
yeah,
it's wonderful. The resting, you know, the laid back kind of life you can have if he is in control, it's just, you know, a wonderful experience. And it's so funny sometimes because sometimes it's like unveiled after a certain time, like you know, sometimes you maybe get a bit upset because something is not working out this or that way, and then 2-3 weeks later it's even better than you could have ever made it out by your own way. And that's, I think that's the glorious, wonderful love of the Father here.
yeah, brother. I'll answer you a little bit here. I just looked this up. Li-Fi light fidelity is a bi-directional wireless system that transmit data via LED or infrared light. It's crazy. It could even be non-visible infrared. It was first unveiled in 2011, and unlike Wi-Fi, which uses radio frequency, Li-Fi technology only needs a light source with a chip to transmit an internet signal through light waves. So I guess that's how it does it. It's just it's the chip. This stuff is crazy.
Is there anything new about Neuralink or something like that? You know, Mr. Musk putting chips in the brain.
I don't know. I haven't really. I know they were supposed to be doing human trials this year. I haven't really kept up with it.
False signs and wonders. If I think about Neuralink, and the specific scriptures comes into my mind, false signs and wonders. They will make legitimately people who have been, you know, incapable of walking in, you know, all by the power of the adversary, by these man-made things with chips and so on. And that will deceive many people, you know, into getting this kind of technology themselves, because it will masquerade as an angel of light. It will masquerade as something wonderful, as it always does.
Yo. It says with Wi-Fi, however, its band frequency of 200 gigahertz versus the maximum 5 gigahertz of the Wi-Fi is 100 times faster and can transmit much more information per second. A 2017 study by the University of Eindhoven obtained a download rate of 42.8 gigabits per second with infrared light with a radius of 2.5 meters, when the best Wi-Fi would barely reach 300 megabits. 42 gigabits a second, dude. That's I can't even fathom that. Dude, 1,000 is just like overkill. 1,000 megabits.
Yes, sir.
Dude.
And I respect that, but that is, guys, if I could just, I know,
Sorry.
but I think it's fair to, at least that's in an experimental test max out situation, right? Whereas like the commercially available, I mean, you know what I mean? So we got to see what their other limits were before and stuff like that and compare it. But
Well, I read earlier
it
it
sounds
said
like
224, so I guess this test was in 2017, and something I read earlier says here. There's a picture of this here. I'll take a picture, but
right. We should look into
I
like what the best fiber optic rate would be and stuff like that, and all those other.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I know
from
they
my
can do better
understanding,
than
it's
we're
like
getting.
it's like 5 gig. Like, so I have fiber optic
Okay.
here, and their max, and it's the best one like in the state. Their max is 5 up and down, and so I mean that's such overkill. Like I just got 2, and it actually only goes up to 1 usually, but that's still like my computer can only handle 2.5. Like 1,000, you can't even max that out. You know what I'm saying? Like 1,000 up and down. So this is like super overkill, but I would say it'd probably be useful with really, really big technology maybe. But imagine that like everyone's internet was just lightning fast. Like if that just became the norm.
Well, the thing is, the devices we use nowadays don't have the capability of digest, in simple terms, these types of huge packages. So even with my PC that I currently have, I would not be able to digest the type of load, that would be put on my SSD, for example. It because it's just such a huge chunk of data. So what still needs to improve for that in order to be a smooth operation would be the internal hardware of either the smartphones or smart devices. Because as far as I know, the reading speed you would be necessary to receive such data, and these packets, it would be insane. If you get what I'm saying, man. Just wondering.
Well, I guess so what they're saying the benefits are like, yeah, it's faster, but the idea is like you don't have to lay fiber optic everywhere, and you don't have to implement routers and blah blah blah, right? I mean, so it's speed and convenience, I guess, is the idea. Because people are laying fiber optic under the ground everywhere. That's like super inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the reason I found it interesting is I didn't even know this was a thing. So, like, I'm just saying, technically, you can send out electromagnetic frequencies and internet connection with, internet connection with light. It's like just free range light. Like we already used light, right? That's how we do it. But I don't know. I have to still like look into maybe how this would even realistically apply. But I think they maybe they're just slowly building infrastructure for this in the future or moving us towards it. Like my optimistic take is like this wasn't the kill shot or whatever, and yeah, they're just like working your way to it. I don't know. But so other benefits of it, it's like you can talk underwater or in caves and all this stuff. Right. Or normally you can't do that. You can't have service underwater. So here we go. I'll take a picture of it. I don't even know how to do this. Let me figure it out.
I'm appreciate it. I'm gonna look at a couple things. I don't know. I might be hanging out. We might be going to the event tonight. Who knows? What's it? You still there?
Yeah.
So help me do the decimal places or whatever, but it looks like they say that one strand of 4 terabytes per second.
What?
Yeah. But either way, the Wi-Fi thing's still awesome, and these speeds are still like incredible. We realize that there's so much more capability, past the potential that we're not using right now. Like they just keep giving us enough to like, make sure we don't throttle it. That we can get a good pipeline. Like, we don't have 10-foot diameter water pipes coming in our house because we don't need that much water. You know what I mean? But they could make it if they wanted to.
So what I'm reading right here is says the speeds of Wi-Fi can reach 100 gigabits and more. This makes it 14 times faster than the world's fastest Wi-Fi connection type. But
that's compared to Wi-Fi. Oh, that's
Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
Because the Wi-Fi is also
wireless type thing.
Yeah, but I guess so. You had asked me the fastest fiber optic. I don't know actually. I guess all I know is the fastest like commercially available in my area, right? So I don't know. So yeah, I guess it makes sense that maybe they could. Although you would think like I don't think that light travels, right? So, really, I think the only thing that would be slowing things down at one point would be like how long it takes the actual device to like receive the information and then like use it. You know what I mean? Like register it. I think the light's already there. This is so crazy to think that like what we're using for internet, like it's just already everywhere. Like it's just like kind of crazy. Honestly, the way we use Wi-Fi right now is crazy if you think about it. Like, what even is it in a way? Like, it's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, my voice traveling to you to Florida in an instant while I'm sitting here in Germany.
Yeah, man. It's wild.
Think about explaining this to someone living in the Middle Ages.
So a thing to look into is it's called VLC, visible light communication. That's the overall kind of category here of this. And then the United Nations is very, very interested in this, by the way. So yeah, do it that way you will. Also, I'll say this. So there's no negative, or there's no positively charged lipids in nature. They're only negatively ionized. And these that they gave everyone are positively ionized, which is not good for you at all. But here's a paper from 2012 where it's positively charged nanoparticles being accessed. And it's nano advantage and enhanced drug delivery with biodegradable nanoparticles. So, pretty crazy stuff, man. Because the idea is that eventually you wouldn't even have to go to the doctor, right? You would just pull your phone out for your doctor's appointment, and they're like, "Okay, are you ready? You're about to get your medicine." Like through your phone. Like, how crazy is that? You know, they took us a step closer with like everyone doing everything virtually and from the house. Like, imagine where like people like visit the doctor and get medicine virtually, like through their phone, because they're able to activate things in their body. Like, see, it's like a one-time integration of a certain type of nanoparticle delivery system, and then you can create all kinds of chemical reactions and stuff inside the body. I don't know how it would work, because it seems like you kind of have to put the specific drug in the person with a nanoparticle right now. So people are speculating or like suggesting that's their goal, but that seems like a bit of a leap to think that you could just like remotely give people all kinds of drugs. But I don't know. What are they going to do? Like give people all kinds of drugs? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like all kinds of drugs and nanoparticles, and then just leave them dormant until they need them or whatever. I don't really know how it would work. Anyway.
Will any of these remote control drugs turn you into a zombie? That's my only question.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you already
actually,
got the drugs in you because it's in the water.
not the same.
Or the chemtrails.
Not the same, bro. Like if you ingest a nanoparticle, like your body flushes it out. They have to get
Hopefully.
it. They have to get it in your like directly in your bloodstream and in your tissues and stuff like that. I mean, well, I'm saying that's what these papers are saying, right? Like they've tested ingestion methods and like they need inoculation and the V word, a jab vector is what it's called. Yeah, but whatever. It's called a V vector.
So that would go like into the muscles or the bloodstream.
Yep.
You know what else puts stuff into the bloodstream is, you know, putting shit under your tongue. Like that's one way to get, or like a suppository. You know, that's a method that, you know, medicine has used to get shit into the bloodstream.
Dude, this is crazy. I just found an article and it's perovskite, light emitting / detecting bifunctional fibers for wearable Li-Fi communication. What? Li-Fi communication. That's pretty crazy.
Was it Li-Fi? Lifi?
Yeah. Just like light internet, visible light internet.
Yeah, the whole like Neuralink thing, it kind of like I can make sense of it in theory. Like, okay, you have brain waves, and those brain waves are like very specific to certain kinds of thoughts. And then, so if a technology can pick up those brain waves and then translate that into some kind of action, technological action, you know, and then you could be surfing the web just by thinking.
Dude, what in the world, man? This is 2019. IR and Li-Fi reliable optical wireless technologies to be embedded in medical devices. I mean, so the question is like, does that apply to biological devices, right? I'll be honest, when you start researching stuff like this and you start looking through all the medical journals, like, it really kind of blows your mind, bro. Like how much stuff people have been testing. It's very crazy.
Yeah, and that's just the public domain PubMed research. You know, we don't really know what they've been doing under the radar.
Exactly, bro. So, like, if I'm reading 2010 articles about like remote activation of nanoparticles for drug delivery, like, I mean, come on, right? It's 2023. And there's like a publicly accessible experiment from 2010. There's no telling what someone could have developed using that type of technology.
Do you guys know they have a sound particle? I think it's called the what do they call it? It's the phonon particle. Google that. It's quiet in here, or is it just my mic?
Very quiet.
All right. I guess I'll be back a little later when it's a little more lively.